You can now receive guests. So what you do is change the phone file. Change it back to 8. Good enough. All right. Sheesh. What you call it? Refresh the page. Sin from heaven. The things you used to say, things you don't get without the door. Ooh, come on, me no more. I don't even know if I spelled that right. Oops. Oh, man. Alright, got that going. Do it for the gram. Don't do it. Man, why am I so tired? Why am I so tired?
What's happening, brother? Blessings, blessings.
Yo, what's the deal, man? Well, I don't know. I feel tired already. It's crazy. See what this one talking about today. And the other one we did yesterday, that just, that just got interesting.
I see. I was looking at that second one. I said, "Who that look familiar?"
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah. You made me think about that one. I said, let me go ahead. Let me go and throw that up there, see all the perspectives. Maybe it's something I can get enlightened on. Mm-hmm.
But how your day treating you?
I've been relaxing for the most part. That's all I've been doing, chilling. It's nice and full.
I feel you. I'm gonna try to get these likes up before everybody get in here so we can get a head start.
Mm-hmm. Hey, what you been up to? Oh, shoot.
Chilling, chilling,
Uh
chilling, chilling. Dropping some jewels on people around these TikTok streets.
oh. Hit 'em with the jewels.
I
People
think I've
come.
been doing pretty good lately. I didn't jumped in some conversations and persuaded whole fucking panels to see my view. I said, okay, then let's go.
And he said he got the
And
gift.
I don't think you noticed yesterday. I didn't give you a two-sided opinion at all. I never said there was a two-sided answer yesterday.
Right, right. I'm like, okay. He actually picked this time. He was like, well, there we
I
go.
picked a side and stood on it. You had me rolling over here though when you was like, "Here he go. He always on the opposite side."
I said maybe today gonna be this. It was like, nope. I was like,
You know, I'm gonna always go against the crowd.
mm-hmm. They gotta be different, man. That's good. That expand things and see different
Not, but that's the
perspectives.
only way for everybody to see that it's a two-sided situation. Because, like I tell people, like 90% of the stuff we talk about in life is a two-sided coin. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And the only way that you can truly understand it as a whole is to try, at least try, to have a full understanding of both sides of the coin.
yeah. Neutral, being neutral. Only way you can, yeah, be open minded though. Willing to put the pride to the side, all type of stuff. But I get it though. And then that's how to stray away from people that go from far left and far right.
Yeah. But some people, you know, they just gonna stray. That's just, it. Just
Yeah,
is what it is. You know what I mean? Some people is just stuck on their view and ain't nothing else outside of that. And if you don't see it, you're a fool.
mm-hmm. Bring yourself up here, Floyd. Y'all be acting all brand new up in here. People come up in here like they ain't never been on the panel before.
All right, I got us to our first K by myself, so they
Hey.
gonna have to come in and help a brother out.
Right. I want to see all this though, cause even with that last one, shoot, make it to the last one. I don't think we made it to the last one
Hi,
yet. Floor, what's up? You been
how
up?
are you guys?
Been good?
Good in yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing great.
There you go.
He was ready to answer that prompt in a comment.
Yeah. So a lot of people stay for the kids because the living situation is really bad lately.
Mm-hmm.
So they just stay because of, you know, economy these days.
Mm.
Yeah. But I wouldn't stay for the kids. I would move out, try to do it myself and co-parent.
Do
Mm.
you think do you think by you moving out and trying to do it by yourself and co-parent brings a new level of, what's the word I want to use? Do you think it affects the children on a new level, on a broader level than it affects you and the spouse?
Well, if you're gonna stay and you guys are having a toxic relationship, it affects the kids more, and and they will see you fighting all the time and everything like and it's gonna get into them. But then if you move out and try to work it out with the parent and try to have a really good relationship, I don't think it's gonna affect that much them staying, because at the end of the day it's more about the kids.
If it's about the kids, then why are you starting fights with their father? Wouldn't you be kissing his ass just to keep peace for the kids? Or do you just not care about the kids enough? You'd rather just have a snotty attitude with the man because he's stuck there with you, so you can treat him any way you want.
No, like I don't do that at all, but most women do though. If I'm gonna be with somebody,
Most women don't
like
start fights.
most women do it because most women are emotional human beings. Most women go with their gut feeling, go with all the feelings they have inside them, instead of thinking about the kids and the person they chose. Like since the beginning, you should, as a woman, know if that relationship is gonna work out. You have to vet better to be with that person, and not just just go with your feelings because you feel butterflies when you see him, because he's buying you flowers and making you fall in love with him. So no, you have to choose better. And if you are getting the right person, there is not going to be fights and there is not going to be a divorce. But at
You
the
know, I think
end,
it's a cop out. I think what you're saying is like, oh, it's not my fault. It's just I made a mistake and chose wrong. There was nothing I
most
could do.
women
But no, the
most
point
women
is you make a
say that.
choice. You make a choice, and
Uh-huh.
then you have to make it
She's saying
work.
that she's actually saying the total opposite.
That's all I was
What
wondering.
what she said was that most women should know better than to choose the men that they choose, but they do so because of the things that the man is providing. So it's not that she's saying, "Oh, I should have chose better" or any of that. What she's saying is, as people, we know that we know what we're choosing when it's in front of us. So as women, what she's saying is women are choosing these men purposely because they're not taking the time and or because they're allowing material things to make the decision for them.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, but my point I'm trying to make about that is that once they've made that choice, you can't go back and say, "Oh, well, I chose wrong." No, you have to make it work for the kids. Otherwise, you're just proving you don't care about these kids.
It's getting deep now. I've been waiting for this type of
Yeah,
Does that
conversation.
mean, hold
yeah,
on, does
yeah.
that
You
mean
have to make it work.
does that mean you don't care about the kids, or does that mean I care about my health a little bit more than I do separating my children from a negative situation?
There you go. You care about yourself more than
You're
your
right.
kids.
And you should. You know why? Because if you don't care about you and you fall down, those kids suffer behind you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
there
true.
was a snake that said that to a lady a long time ago too.
I don't think that's quite what he said, but okay.
I would
Yeah, it was the
just
gist of it. It was
He's so
basically you could be
passionate
whatever
about
you
it.
want. You could do whatever you want. It's all about you. And it doesn't matter what your responsibilities are because you could renege on them and just say, "Well, I didn't feel like it."
I don't think it's a renege as much as it is a restructure.
No, you once you have a kid, once you conceive a child, you have obligations to that child as their parent. And if you aren't making it work with your partner, if you aren't doing everything you can to give them the best life possible, you are betraying them because you have a
let's get
duty to
Carlos
them.
here.
But I
Wait,
can give, hold on,
let's
I
get
can
Carlos
give them
here
the
for a
best
second.
life possible through co-parenting. I don't have to be in the home with her.
I'll just say
That ain't best life.
broken homes destroy the world. I
Yeah.
mean, it's just that simple. So if you have two immature people that make a life, that's a bad start, and it's going to take a Herculean effort of a village, a community to keep that child that is the product of those immature people that made that life, keep that child on a positive path. Otherwise, it's just another contribution to the weight of the world. So it is extremely important that both people go in eyes wide open, and you can if you're a man, you can pay for it and not have any negative consequences. If you're a woman, I don't really know what the options are, but there are options, I imagine, for you to get what you need without bringing life into the world. And those are the cold, hard facts. So, I mean, it is important once it happens that you do the best you can together to bring that child up. If that means mom and dad, your parents have to come in and help, then so be it. But I'm just telling you, and I think we've all experienced it. Broken homes destroy the world, and there's no there are good news stories that are out there, but those are edge cases. They're not the standard.
But think of it like this: if I'm putting myself first, and my wife is putting herself first, right? Then what do the kids last? And now it's just me and her battling to see who's going to be the priority because it's about me. No, it's about me. So you're never.
I mean, you're
You're just going to be
speaking of
stuck
you're
battling it out
speaking of
between the two of you. But if you put your kids
yeah.
first,
I think,
So
okay.
I was just gonna say
no,
that if you're saying that you have two selfish people that have brought a life into the world, you've added weight. You're gonna bring in a child that is either selfish or distrustful, right? If I can't trust my parents to love me enough to stick together through their bullshit, I can't trust nobody. And that sits there forever.
see, but
That'll,
then,
that'll never go
but
away.
hold on. So what you guys are essentially saying though is, I expect two broken people to stay broken and raise me to feel whole. How does that work?
No, I'm saying the broken people are broken. Okay, they are, and that's why I brought up the example of the immature people, because sometimes you're not broken, you're just young and dumb and full of cum, right? Like that's just the way it is. You're supposed to have a village around you. The structure is not the nuclear home. The structure is the village. That's the way nature intended.
extended family.
However, we have broken that, and we went nuclear family, which doesn't make any damn sense, but whatever. And now it's not even that anymore. Now it's catch as catch can. As long as you got somebody that's over the age of 25 that can help you, raise your kids, air quote, raise them, that's where we are today. But the nature's intent is that of a village, of a pride, of a group.
But you
So
can have a village without having a companion. You get what I'm saying? Like
you
one doesn't negate the other.
well, what I'm saying is that the village doesn't exist anymore.
Why doesn't it exist anymore?
The village doesn't
Because the village was an extended family.
It was
once
it's an extended family, right? It's your neighbors, it's your friends, it's that whole network, but you're together.
Well,
Everybody-
no. Listen, you're talking about like a commune. The
No,
extended family
not
was the
not
grandparents
a
and the
commune.
cousins, and it was a huge family. Everybody was related. Because if you're not related, then what real duty do I have to you if I'm not related to you?
Right.
I don't.
So we've got this. Yeah, you're right. There's this narrative of you don't choose. You get to choose your family now. Like this is the concept that is literally in the society now. You get to choose your family. What kind of hokey horseshit is that?
I don't think it's hokey horseshit, and let me tell you why. We all have family that is pieces of shit. Pieces of shit. It does not, because we are blood, does not make us close. A lot of people tend to think, hold on, a lot of people tend to think because we are related, we are supposed to allow each other's bullshit to be a part of our everyday lives, and that is not true.
No, we're supposed to be honoring each other. We're supposed to be honoring our family, but we're
Correct.
not. We are putting ourselves first. So then we honor
Correct.
no one,
Why
and
do
we
you
dishonor
why do you
ourselves
have
and our children that way.
Mr. Man, why do you have an issue of putting yourself first?
Because it is a symptom of narcissism, and it is malignant. There
It's
is
not
nothing good about it.
narcissism,
It is
because
satanic.
if you are
Listen,
okay with you fix your issues, you're gonna be a better human, you're gonna be a better parent, you're gonna be a better sister, a better daughter, a better mother. It's not being
yeah, it's a trick.
narcissist.
It's a
Well,
trick
no,
Not
because
a
so
trick.
I get what you're saying.
it is.
For I don't think Mr. Man is saying, and unless Mr. Man, you correct me if I'm wrong. Self improvement is not putting yourself first. It's just self care. Like, no one's saying stop taking care of yourself
He
and
gonna
only.
No,
he's
let me. I'll
saying that.
explain it. And he's right, because it's this. If I put my child first, that means I'm going to be the best father I could possibly be for my child. Not for my own ego, not to pick up chicks, not so people will think I'm such a
Right.
great guy, but for my
Right.
child, because my child
Right.
is the priority. What's
Right.
happening is you people have chosen Satan, where he says, no, it's about you. It's literally the tenets of Satanism, where you put yourself first. Your birthday is your favorite holiday, where everything's about you. That's literally
I'm not,
Hold
I'm
on.
not riding with you on
I
that.
think you're missing the mark of which we're aiming, right? We're not saying, hey, be a better, put yourself first and be all about. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, anytime, and I'm a father of 3. I have a 19-year-old, an 18-year-old, and a 10-year-old, right? So I first have to focus on my health and my mental stability to make sure that I am being the proper father for them that I'm supposed to be. Whether with or without their mother, my goal is to be the best me I can be so I can provide the best me and best influence to them.
You're making the best of the situation you've made.
So I want to say this. I want to jump in because I always hear that term too. So I think my side is because I always hear people say that. I might be more on what Mr. Man talking about, except for a little not as deep as he is, but I always wonder, like, when people come together, why they don't got them issues or whatever they got going on before they get in a relationship? They decide to start trying to build themselves up and all this stuff while you're in a relationship. I believe when you get in a relationship, that's the sacrifice you make. It's no longer about self anymore. It's about sacrifice, which we're gonna get to that too, which is the last one, sacrifices and compromising and all that stuff. People tend to say that, oh, I'm losing myself or whatever. Don't even know who they self is and all that stuff. But the thing is, they pick the wrong person and start. I don't want to answer that. I'm gonna feel like I'm gonna answer that last one. Well, basically, they just mold to this person and who they are, because they don't stand on their core things. But I believe, like I said, overall, that all that worrying about the self shouldn't even be a option when it comes to a relationship. And I think that's today's issue now, is because people always worrying about themselves and they mental health and all. Worry about all those things before you get in a relationship, because it's obvious you're not ready for a relationship.
Perfect.
You trying to do it now. You get in a relationship.
Self it has to be your focus. And let me tell you why it has to be
before a relationship.
Before the relationship.
During the relationship. And let me tell you, this is why, just like he said, this is why people get in relationships, is to say, I lost myself. You know why? Because you started putting everything and everyone above you. So now you've lost touch with who you are, what you like, what your hobbies are, and so on and so forth. This is why when people get up, men and women alike, get out of marriages and they be like, you know what? I've been married for 30 years. I don't even know what I like. I can tell you what my wife likes. I can tell you what my husband's favorite color is. I can tell you the things that we used to do together, but I can't tell you what I personally like. I don't know me enough because I lost me in them.
Because they don't.
Big facts.
They don't.
Let me just
Know themselves. You're supposed to know yourself before you get in a relationship. That's my whole point.
Two things. We're conflating two things. The first thing is you've got to know yourself, like in your 20s.
Thank
right?
you.
As a man, you've got to. If you do it before if you in your early 20s, by end of your 20s, you've got to know what it means to be an independent man. You're still a child in your mind, and it's worse for women. If a woman has a child, if she gets pregnant, even if she doesn't have the baby, she gets pregnant in her teens, early 20s, you know what happens? Her mind changes. Her brain changes. It goes from let me be as strong and as helpful as I can be, switches to mommy mode. She becomes mama bear, right? Her body starts changing her so that she can prepare for womanhood, right? And that doesn't undo itself because she's not pregnant anymore, right? If she loses the baby or whatever, her brain is now changed into that. She's kind of in a state of stasis, and it takes a lot of effort for her to get out of that. Men are actually kind of the same way, right? You start freaking out. She says, "Hey, guess what? I missed my period. You're about to be a daddy, right?" Or the test came back positive. You're like, "I'm not ready." First thing out of your brain, "I'm not ready to be a father." Why? I haven't done shit. Facts. So now you start what
He
Stacks is
did
talking
something
about.
all right.
Yeah. So now you start talking about, okay, well, now I got to get my money up and I got to have these experiences. You don't know shit. You were blind leading the damn blind. So it is important for women, especially, to live a life before, like Kenny said, don't put your life in these weird niggas' hands. Like, don't do that. Like, don't.
By that analogy, you'll never know shit. And let me tell you why. Because
Let me just land
hold
right
on.
quick. Let me just land
Go
right
ahead.
quick.
Go ahead.
I just want to say that and the reason that these bad decisions happen so early in life is because there aren't the parents or the network of people showing them, if you want to get to where I am in life, here's the game plan. Here's the book. Here's how you do it. To be happy, to have a long relationship where you got grandkids. There's generations of people helping you up, helping your kids up, helping your grandkids up. That's the point. That's the plan. But it doesn't materialize that way because we are in some what they call a dysphoric mind state, right? Where we can't see ourselves as a unit anymore. You just talked about it. Stacks, you just straight facts. You just talked about, well, you got these toxic people in your family, you can't be around them. I get it, but that is a part of the growth process that is necessary, not for you because you grew up with it, but for your kids and for their kids, right? That
So-
story needs to be told.
So you're saying if, let's say, one of your family members abuse you, you have to get over it so you can have the community of family around you?
No, but if you need to definitely bring it forward, right? If
But
that
it-
abuse happened, it needs to be known through the family. It needs to be known. That's one of them family secrets.
But when
it has to
a
come
lot
out.
of people speak about that abuse, nobody does anything.
Right.
That's a fact.
Exactly.
So you have to stay away from that cycle. You have to break that cycle in order to grow. You cannot be with that community of that family member if nobody's doing anything. Especially like me as a Hispanic, they don't do shit. They don't do nothing.
do they? I'll just tell you just my
And
own
especially,
personal
and not
experience.
like that, but to piggyback off of what she's saying, we see it in the black community as well. We see where the weird uncles and the peeping Tom cousins, like we see it. And
Right.
what do families say when they bring these things up? Oh, don't say that. Don't tell people that. Little Jody, we don't believe that. Right? We see it all the
You're
time.
gonna break with
Not
the
only
family
that-
with your lies. That's what they say.
Not only that, but to
That's
say
because-
that
see,
at
that's the
25,
problem.
hold on,
Yeah.
to say
Yeah, go
at
ahead.
25, I should know who I am is a stretch. And let me
I didn't
tell
say
you
that.
why.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you need to know who you are.
You say in your 20s.
Yes,
I
you
said
did.
in your 20s,
Yes,
You should know who
need-
you are.
No, you don't know who you are ever. I'm saying you need time in your 20s to know who you are. To
Yes,
know.
but you know a lot of, especially on
Hold
these
on,
days.
hold on, and hold on real quick, because Kev, tell me if I'm wrong, bro. I know you listen. You listen intently. Did he not say in your 20s you should already, as a man, you should know who you are?
Yes, he did.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Hold
I'm
on,
saying
hold
to
on,
you.
hold on. Even the host said you did.
I'm saying to you. Maybe I misspoke or you misunderstood. Say it again to clean it up. I am saying to you that in your 20s, you as a man need to discover who you are. If you are already a father or you're already married to the point you talked about, I've lost myself, Because you lost the period where you're supposed to be discovering that.
There you go. I agree with that. That's my whole point.
That's my
Everybody,
point.
And I hear
everybody
you,
want to
right?
find
And I agree
themselves
with
in a
you to an
relationship.
extent. I hear you and I agree with you to an extent. However, one thing that you're missing is, and I think as people, we tend not to realize this, right? Life, reality, is 90% what happens to you and 10% what you do with it. Okay?
I disagree
So,
with that. Oh
I
man,
mean,
I
you
fundamentally
can
disagree.
you can disagree if you like. You know, we're all entitled to what we believe in. But I wholeheartedly believe life is 90% what happens to you and 10% what you do with it. Right? Life happens. That's just something that is inevitable. Life happens. What happens in life depends on how you take what happens and mold it to your fitting. Okay?
I'm pretty successful, bro. I'll just tell you.
And I'm not
This
saying you're not.
no
I've
no no
never
no no.
said
I'm
anything
not. That's not the
towards.
gloat. I just want to tell you something. You are who you are is what you attract. Who you are is what you attract. You remember that? If you remember that, you'll realize life doesn't happen to you. It is your choices, your behavior, how you speak, what you do. It is very you centric. Who you are is what you attract. Point blank.
What you accept. I don't like saying attract, but who you accept.
I mean, like what
You're gonna
comes
attract.
into
You're
your
gonna
life,
attract
right?
all type of stuff. You attract the devil. That don't mean the devil. But I'm just saying, like whoever you accept in your life, yeah, that's exactly.
But you know somebody that might have an evil spirit, right? If you know that, you got to tell them to kick rocks.
True.
Don't
True.
keep them around.
You don't gotta accept
I
that.
don't care. I don't care if you grew up with them. They got to hit the bricks.
All right. Let's get you to in real quick.
How's it going? It's, Utah Plumber.
What you got, Plumber?
Oh, I just had to rebuttal that a little bit. You said that only 10% how you react to it.
I think
it's the other way around, man.
Right. I think it's
Look,
opposite.
hear me out, okay? Because listen, I grew up pretty rough, man. My mother was an addict on stuff that we're not even allowed to say on here, okay? And because my mother was an addict, I chose that I will never live that way, ever. Okay, and so now I'm doing pretty good. But now my sisters, on the other hand, every one of them is an addict, and they blame this. They use the same excuse I do for being successful. My mother was an addict, so I must be. My mother was an addict, so I didn't get a fair shake. So no, it's all in your head, man. It's what happens to you. Yeah, that shapes you, but it's how you react to it was what defines you.
Attaboy. Agree. 1000%.
And I don't disagree with that, right? Because though I may have stated different, that's exactly what I'm stating. Now, once again, that 90% is what life threw at you and your sisters. The fact that you had to deal with that, right? That was something you had no control over, right? The 10% was something you had no control over, right? The 10% was you choosing that you would go this route and them choosing that they would go that route. That's what made the difference in you all. Because the
It's
life threw
fault
the same things
responsibility,
at you.
sir. Look, it was my 15, and I got out on my own and got the hell out of there and said, no, I ain't having this. Then it became my responsibility to do out of there and said, no, I ain't having this. Then it became my responsibility to do what I'm going to do to fix my own life.
Utah
So,
Plumber.
look,
Let me ask you right quick. Utah, do you help your sisters at all?
not anymore. I don't.
Do you help your sisters at all?
Not anymore. I don't.
And you don't help
I
them
used to.
because, right, but you don't help them because they're a drain on you, on your energy?
Pretty much. I mean, it really comes down to, I used to give them hundreds of dollars at a time, but then that's all the other time. It's the only time they come around.
Right.
Anymore, it's like a stranger asking me for money.
Okay, so then do you, I'm not gonna. I mean, I'm just gonna assume you have kids.
I do.
All right. Do your kids know your sisters?
They haven't seen my sisters in about 10 years, but yeah, they know who they are.
They know who they are. Okay, and I'm not trying to dig in your business. Before you jumped on, we were talking about how the family unit maybe not in your generation, my generation, but the generation before, like the idea was you would have a community of people that helps you raise the kids, neighbors, etc. But in our society today, that unit, like it's not. I have not seen it, and I just wanted to ask a random stranger, hey, are you close with all members of your family? I'm not talking about your
Look,
mother.
it would be one thing if they just worked at McDonald's, right? And like so like, look, I'm a plumber. I own a plumbing company and a construction company. I'm not filthy rich, but I'm not doing bad for myself. Okay.
Good.
But that being said, okay, if my sisters just worked for McDonald's or the local retail store, no, we would absolutely be a close family. But you don't get a cohesive unit out of addicts,
Right. So they're sick.
pretty much.
Yeah.
And at some point, you got to say to yourself, "There's nothing I can do for this person."
So let me
And I
ask
fought.
you
I
this.
mean, I'm 42 years old. I fought all the way up until I was about 30 years old to try to get my sisters to do the right thing, and then I actually moved from Nebraska to Utah, and really ain't heard much of them from since.
I'm actually
Once I
glad
stopped sending money.
I'm glad you made that statement because I got a question for you that's going to lead us right back to the prompt, right? So, with saying when you're dealing with someone, sometimes you just have to say, you know what? There's nothing I can do. I just got to let you be, right? Do you believe that can also be true when we're talking about dealing with a spouse and whether or not you decide to stay or leave for the children?
I think if it comes down to addiction or abuse, yeah, you should. I mean, what do you do with that? Other than that, I mean, regular marital problems. I mean, the problem that I have, I almost want to agree with and say, yeah, you know what, you should go your own way. But on the other hand, I'm like, no, not so much, man. I mean, look, you entered a contract with this person when you decided to lay down with them and have children. I said that you were going to take care of them children until they turned at least at the age of 18.
Boy.
So, as a country, we have it's too easy to be lazy and run away.
Yep.
Thanks, nerd. And so I just come to the point where, no, I don't think if it's because of abuse of any sort of nature, then yeah, absolutely, you should get yourself out of that. I'd never tell somebody to stay in that kind of relationship. But if you're just bored, or you need to work on your relationship because you need more of a date night than you do to sit in front of the TV or scroll on your phone all night, that's a you problem, and you need to work on that. That's not your spouse problem, or maybe it's a both of you problem. But either way, that needs to be fixed. Just leave. There's children to take care of.
Miss Rachel, is you coming up so I can get out your seat?
And if I could add to that just real quick, by the way, I'm 31 years old, but if I could add to that, when we look at these unfortunate situations of abuse, right, and neglect and domestic violence, when you look at the stats, right, you look at the generalities, especially in America, 9 times out of 10, it's always the woman that's engaging in violence towards the man. And I get it, everyone has their own anecdotal experience, but these are facts. And they're always the ones that are first to file for divorce is always the women, and they are always incentivized to do it by the state and by the government. And until they lose that, you won't have a healthy family structure of a 2-parent household.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that, to be honest, it's got to come from example, right? It's got to come from some familial pressure to stay together, right? When your mother looks at you and she's like, "Oh, Dios mío," and she's like covering her mouth because you're talking about divorce. Like, is he hitting you? No. Is he drunk? No. Is he doing drugs? No. I mean, the people in your family would slap you upside the head. Like, what? We've all been there. Like, you might go through a 7-year phase. You have to get through that because there are people that you said you're going to love for the rest of your life.
But
And you're
also,
gonna
they
take
come
care
from
of
a
your
different
kids.
generation. They come from a generation to where no matter what happens, you stay right here.
No,
That's
no,
why
no.
we see. That's
We're
why
not.
we
We're not.
see
We're not excluding. We're excluding the abuse. Back in the 50s and 60s, the abuse.
No,
was,
I wasn't just saying the abuse. I'm not talking about physical abuse. I'm just saying in general, regardless of what it is, regardless of what happens, you stay right here. That's just how it was. But people and a lot of people feel that it's wrong. I feel like to each his own. But people are taking themselves and putting them in the forefront, and I don't think that's wrong.
But that
No,
when you said
Hey, before y'all
when you
before
said
y'all go, 'cause y'all be
go ahead.
forgetting about some people. Let's get a quarter and then GT, then y'all can go back open again because they ain't saying nothing. So quarter, I know he been up there for a minute. Boy, go ahead, quarter, and then whatever you heard, you can talk about that, and then GT, you next. And then if my baby want to go, she can go anytime.
I'll work on popping in a little bit more. I'm just a little quiet right now. But I wanted to talk about like the parts of it that are emotional abuse, because the domestic stuff is a little bit easier to understand, but the verbal, not so much.
Okay, on the emotional abuse
Talk
side.
about it.
Yeah. I mean, and that is a deep conversation because the emotional abuse. So we'll have to like kind of start slicing that up, right? Because
Well, if anything, I think here's an easier one. Quarter. Can you define your definition and examples of emotional abuse? We'll let you made it out. You brought the topic. You go ahead and give us the terms of what emotional abuse is to you.
To me.
And in general.
Okay, well, emotional abuse,
it's not a quiz, right? Like, you said it, so like just kind of like expound a little bit on what you meant, right?
so obviously there's no touching, there's no like physical violence in emotional abuse, but it can lead to it, and it typically comes from the other party or the one that is being abused verbally will sometimes become the physical abuser. Does that make sense?
No,
Give it-
not
give it an
really.
example.
Let me put some shorthand on
Yeah,
it, 'cause I
yeah.
think
We're
I
talking
know
about
what
you mentioned strictly emotional abuse, not what it can lead to, not what can stem from that. What exactly the bottom of emotional abuse is to you? Give us an
Yeah.
example of that.
Give
The-
an
Yeah.
example.
Let's be kind, okay? I mean, like she's trying to work it out.
I can give you all a shorthand for it. I'll answer the question.
All right, hold on.
I
Yeah,
mean,
just
I mean, look, emotional abuse
Yeah,
is
hold on.
gaslighting.
No. Let her do it because she
Wow.
don't want to talk about it. Yeah, let her do it because she don't want to talk about it.
So
Everybody mute up too, because I don't know everybody background. I can't hear.
So if we could define it together, that would be great. Because of course everyone experiences different types of.
Just give your example of what it is. Just give us one example of what emotional abuse would probably look like.
Okay, so one example would be like when someone is upset or frustrated about something, and the other party dismisses it or it like ignores it, and then or completely disregards it, gaslights, stuff like that is one example.
Got it.
Not Z down there helping and stuff. So since Z helping down there, what is gaslighting? Give me an example.
So
of gas.
gaslighting, you want me to tell you what gaslighting is?
Yeah, you
Okay.
already helping and stuff. So.
Okay, so gaslighting is when you make somebody believe a reality that you want to make them believe, but it's not reality. So, for example, if we're talking in the sense of a relationship where an abuser is using gaslighting on a victim, and I'm not just saying it's men doing it, it could be men or a woman doing it to the man, either way. The way they would do that is by making them believe that they have no life or nothing aside from them.
Correct.
Like if you leave me, you're gonna be nothing. Or there could be threats in their mind, like all these. You're gonna be nothing. Or there could be threats in their mind, like all these.
Personal explanation of gaslighting.
I'm about to say I don't know about that one.
Gas- So much further than that.
I know.
But
I'm
gaslighting
just giving a
is-
small explanation because I didn't want to go.
I,
on a tangent.
well, just to make it simple, right? From gaslighting is basically like, say if just like they had the show where it came from, Let's say if a person was cheating or something like that, and they got caught cheating. Basically, the dude is convincing them that they wasn't cheating in a way. So he like, nah,
Exactly.
that's not what you saying. That's not what you said. That's just
Well,
No, no,
and
no.
that's
yeah,
a
So
but it's
rare.
more or
That's
less
a
making it
rare
feel like
look.
it's that
That's
person's fault too.
no,
yeah.
because
That's
that's one,
yeah.
you're using a specific situation. I'm giving you another situation. Cheating is different. I'm talking about purely gaslighting, like no cheating involved, like nothing like that, just pure gaslighting. That's what
Got
I'm
it.
talking about.
Yeah, I think, but this is all to roll back to Quarter's point about emotional abuse. So let's just stay on that, right? Because
I
by
just want to say
saying,
real quick, Z, I hear you, right? But the example he gave kind of summed it up for no matter how you use it, right? It was, though it was very specific, you can kind of place that in anything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whether it's me telling you, no, I didn't. You see me move the remote. I'm like, no, I didn't move the remote. You never see me move. I
Right.
don't care
There
how
you
you
go.
use it.
Hello, how
hmm
are y'all?
Could I also answer what the prompt says in
That's
the purple?
perfectly said. Yeah, right after GT go,
Okay.
and then Johnny, you the last one that came up with hello.
You said my name right. I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, no. So we went from gaslighting, and we got a good understanding of what that means in a relationship, correct? So from that's part of the umbrella, or a part of a stem from emotional abuse, correct? Is that what a quarter? That was what you said, right? Emotional abuse can lead to gaslighting within relationships. What's another form of emotional abuse that is simply a real deep uh, uh, problem that we have in modern days relationships and marriage?
So like
Games.
there's
Games.
yeah, but
Wait,
there's like
what?
neglect, right, which is kind of what I was touching on first. But then there is like love bombing, which is the opposite, and what goes along with that, or the umbrella of it, is like helicopter. I forget the term exactly for it, but someone who is like the anxious attachment, right? Somebody who is overly dependent on other people.
That's the opposite way. That usually be the person with their issue that they got with somebody else. But um, okay. I guess we done with that emotional stuff though. Um,
I didn't hear what you said there, Laugh. What were you saying?
no, I was just saying that was I don't know, I forgot what I said. But we gonna let's get Z in and then Johnny, and then I don't know if my baby here. She can come in whatever she wanted. But go ahead, Z.
Okay. So should you stay for kids? Why or why not? So yes and no. So the reason why I say no is because when you marry your spouse, you're marrying them for them. Because at the end of the day, the kids get 18 and they leave, right? And then you're with your spouse forever, like until, you guys are unalive one day. But like, so it should be about you guys together. Because what if you guys find out you can't have any kids, right? So the prime reason shouldn't be about kids. Because I've seen it with my grandparents. They've been married for 78 years, right? Their kids grew up and then they just live the rest of their life together, taking care of each other to this day. Okay. And they're almost 100 years old. So seeing that made me realize in marriage, the prime focus has to be the wife on her husband and the husband on his wife, right? And obviously take care of the kids and stuff like that. But if they're just together for the kids, there's going to be a divorce by the time the kids are gone. It has to be a partnership together first. Because at the end of the day, that's a mother of your children and that's a father of your children.
facts.
Yeah, so that would be my stance on that. And then obviously, I
I'm
don't
glad you
believe.
cleaned that up at the end because I was confused a little bit. Because when you said, "What if they can't have no kids?" I'm in
But
my
yeah, that
mind.
threw me off a little bit. Yeah,
Then
she
they
had
don't
that
have
in
to
there.
worry about whether or not to stay for the children.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. No, but that's what I mean. Like, that's what I was trying to say is just either way, whether they have them or not, like, they have
Yeah,
to be
but
there
this
for
talk
each
about
other.
children though. That's the reason why you ain't have to throw that in there because it's literally talking about staying for kids. So this people that already got kids already.
Yeah, but yeah,
But I like
number
at
one
the
should
end
be,
what you put down. I like what
no,
you put down at the end though.
yeah, number one should be for the partner. And then in the yellow, having an argument to
We
things
not
like,
yeah, we ain't doing all those.
oh, you're not doing that. Okay,
We
okay.
want everybody to talk though. So yeah, we
Okay.
gonna do piece by piece. Let's get that was a good one though.
Johnny.
But Johnny, what you got for me? And then I got to get a rest because I don't think some other people didn't really answer it. Because we was talking about something else. Go ahead, Johnny. You can start the talking then.
If I had to do my life over again, no. You do not stay for the kids. at all. I don't care what your spouse is. No, 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 no. I wound up staying for the kids because I believed the same thing Z believed. I wound up going to prison.
Mm. Well, you think everybody going to prison because you did?
No, 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 no. I'm just saying. No, you got to assess each situation is different. Like, absolutely, because when abuse is involved, it don't matter if it's emotional, physical, spiritual, it does not matter what it is. You got to assess your situation. But then my situation was different because I grew up in a bad household, so I was looking for the perfect relationship. And I thought that everything I've been through in my childhood, I was supposed to expect in my adulthood because that's just how I was raised. And then one thing led to another because I had 2 stepkids and then my son out of my husband. But then come to find out, I realized, it was not, it wasn't worth it. They would rather me be happy and stable and beneficial with me being strong on my own than them seeing what I'm going through every day. That's just it's the same. It's not just a woman. It's the same thing with a man. You cannot stay for the children. You cannot, because they will see things in that relationship that you do not want them to get accustomed to when they get older. Like, let's just say a woman, because women are abusive emotionally, physically. I mean, I have seen that. But you don't want your son to grow up thinking that, hey, this is normal. Okay, you are a mom and you have a son, which was my case, and the mom is taking all of this, but you don't want your son to see that that's normal. You don't want your son to take on that aspect. That's how you treat a woman. That you've got to break away. So staying with the kids is not an option when it comes to certain things.
So, Johnny, do you think they should divorce?
Wait,
Yes,
before you do that, yeah, we're gonna do that in open panel.
Okay.
correct.
And
Okay.
your stuff be echoing, Z. You gotta mute.
There is no way that a child should grow up thinking it is okay to. It don't matter if it's what gender it is, because women abuse men. It don't matter what gender it is.
Boy.
There is no reason for a child to grow up and think it is okay for.
Dysfunction.
Correct. There is no way for that. And a child would rather you see be happy and stable than to be in the chaos. Because on a point of view where I grew up, my father was abusive as shit. I'm not gonna lie. And so I thought that was normal. So I got with my son's father, and I thought that was normal because I thought everything was the woman's fault. But then I realized, even after I got out of prison, I realized that was not the case. I'm not raising my child to be this way. So then I started, which luckily enough, my son was young enough where I could still sculpt his mind after I got out of prison to where I taught him not to be the way that his father was. So it's generational. The way you gotta you can't stay for the kids. You just can't, because you can be miserable and the kids catch up. They're so smart, and you just can't stay for that. It don't matter if it's physical, mental, physically, spiritually. You can't do it. There's no way you can do it. Not this day and age.
Sometimes it is more dangerous.
Correct.
Oh,
Well, hold on, y'all. He is gonna open it up. So just he do want to just get through everybody
got me
first.
as such a good mod. I like this man. I love this guy, man. All right, go ahead, Ray, my baby, and then we gonna get Can't Fix You, and then we gonna do open panel after Can't Fix You.
All right, appreciate you. Hey, babe. Good
Hey,
to see
babe.
you.
For sure, for sure.
All right. So, I think the issue is when people do try to stay for the kids, they are not attempting to actually change anything about themselves. They're literally just saying, "Oh, we're gonna stay for the kids," but they're not using the children as a motivation to improve their actual situation and their communication. Like, most of the time they're not. Oh, Johnny, can you please mute up? Thank you. Yeah, most of the time they're not seeking outside help, and so I think when it comes to, yes, abuse, I don't think, especially physical abuse, I don't think anybody should stay. But also, I think sometimes there are different times in people's lives that may change them for a moment, and we have to kind of assess if this change is going to be temporary or if it's going to be like who they become, right? So, somebody may lose a loved one, right? You may have started off with a good relationship and they may have lost a loved one, and then now they're taking out their anger on you. The whole thing is to really try to exhaust all your options and to really look into helping each other through those situations. I don't think we should be so quick to leave people, because that's really what you signed up for. Every situation is very different, but I think people are just so quick to leave without doing the actual work. And so, yeah, that's all.
Nice, nice. Can't fix you, dude. We got open panel right after that.
What up, bro? Shoot, hey, I ain't been here for a minute, man. So I kind of forgot how the rules go. I don't want to step on nobody's toes. So you know, what I mean, like just real quick, what are your rules you got here?
There ain't no rules. It's just just reading the room. That's all. You
All right,
follow.
10-4,
It is
okay.
one. Just be respectful.
Oh, okay, 10-4,
Oh, yeah,
appreciate
I
that.
thought that's a norm. Shoot.
I mean, yeah, hey, for real though, hey, that's needed because some folks put
I
them.
guess it is, right? That's sad when
Yeah.
that's got to be needed. Though. That's like being in a relationship and telling them not to cheat. Like, what the heck? But whatever.
All right, let's see. Should you stay for the kids? Why or why not? Yeah, like honestly, I feel like you should stay for the kids. I mean, like I tried that my first and second marriage, and it didn't work out. I mean, like just basically expounding upon what Rachel here was talking about, like how people tend to grow apart. I mean, and like that could easily happen when like there's like basically no baseline except for the children. So I mean, I think it can be possible as long as I mean, both parties know how to like I mean, like if it's legit for the children and strictly for the children, you just stay out of each other's way. I mean, but like let's be straight up, like who the hell gonna do that? Let's see. Having agreed to.
Oh yeah. Okay. There we go. We be doing one at a time. There we go.
Oh, okay.
All right. So open panel now. If you want to expound before the open panel, you can expound. But after you is open panel.
Oh, okay. All right. So then I just do one and then let it rest until we get around
Yeah,
to the other.
everybody did. Yeah, everybody did one, and then we gonna go to the next one after we do open panel.
Oh, so you do got rules.
I guess so.
All right. We'll shoot. Yeah. All right. Well, yeah. But that's yeah. I'm laying it.
Oh, why
Oh,
she left? Jennifer, she need to come back.
yeah, because I definitely want to
She need to
address
come back to open
She like,
panel.
nope, it's open panel.
We
Y'all
got
ain't
some
getting me.
questions for you.
I definitely have some questions for her.
Come back, Johnny.
Johnny had 5 apples.
Right.
And her husband took 2 away. How many she got left?
15 years in prison.
Oh,
Y'all fucked up with that.
that ain't right. That ain't right.
Well, hey everyone with the 50.
What's up, Naya? You
What's
already
up,
know
Naya?
every praise, cause
Oh,
you are God. That's my high. That's my high.
Hey, I'm curious about who this bougie goddess is pointing that question at. That's what I like to know.
The
What was the
reason
question?
marriage isn't working is because you lack natural resource. Let's bring them up, goddess.
I done already sent the
Bring
request.
her bougie self up. What up, Mr. K in the building?
Lack in the village too.
Mr. Fuck Your Feelings in the building.
knocking the boots.
Go ahead, Naya. What you got for me?
Um,
Until bougie come up here.
should you stay for kids? Why or why not? No, I don't think you should stay for kids. I
Go
don't
ahead and tell something, young auntie.
because like I'm gonna say this from personal experience, not my marriage, but as a child. Now, do I believe that you should go fully through the divorce? I believe that you can have separation in marriage with the kids and know how to work together. But I believe that you should separate the kids from that environment. Nah, that doesn't mean go all the way through divorce. But if you get to that point where y'all in two separate households and y'all can't figure out then and get a time to, know each other, because kids can I want to say mess up the relationship, but sometimes I've noticed that parents can be so involved with kids that they forget each other who create the kids. So if that don't work after you do a little separation and the kids still see that y'all in a positive environment, sign them papers. But I don't think you should stay for the kids if it's to the point where y'all toxic and you showing the kids the bad side of everything. I don't think you should stay.
So we talking about, okay, I like we getting somewhere a little bit. Go ahead, Rob, and then we open panel now.
Yeah,
every time I'm about to do an open panel, somebody come on. That's funny. Go ahead, Rob.
yeah, I got an opinion here. So I tried to save my marriage just for my kids, but that was a mistake. My kids are just like any other woman that I've been with after my marriage. They only want unalive presidents. Their love is conditional. What can you do for me is what everybody wants. Pretty much at the end of the day, just keeping it real.
Let me find out you Johnny brother.
Yo, I was gonna say that. Johnny, is that you?
Who is Johnny?
I'm messing with you.
Who is Johnny?
Man, that's too funny.
That's all you got for me, Rob, man. Otherwise, we're going to open it on up.
Before we open it up, I just want to throw a little twist in here, right? Just to take the direction a little bit deeper. When we're having this conversation, we all know that, or I hope we all believe that if there is a DV or physical abuse situation, they should leave. Let's try to take that dynamic out of the argument and let's keep it based on everything except for violence.
Good thing.
Let's see how that goes.
If that's the case,
I did a good
100%
investment
you
in
stay
the
your
new
ass out.
mod, man. The new mod, man. Good investment.
Yeah, I've had bottles and everything else thrown at me, and I have never hit a woman. That's just me. But growing up, listening to bands like Nirvana, NWA, I kind of admire the black dudes like Ice Cube and stuff, that, the way they treated women. I can't even deny it.
You said you admired that?
I don't. I've never hit. I grew up in Georgia. I live in Atlanta still, but I've never hit a woman, and I've been beaten on by myself by pretty much every girlfriend I've had.
Okay, we're going to open discussion,
But
right?
then you listen to but then I still respect the dudes like Ice Cube, I went to her house and she tried to leave, so I grabbed the bitch by her nasty ass.
Hold on, how did this turn into
and what you know, she started talking shit, so I reached back like a pimp and I slapped the
Oh,
hoe.
nah,
All right, look, hold on. Before he goes any
Boys
further.
in the hood.
Hold
hard.
on.
Yeah.
Look, we know you know the song. We appreciate it. But I just got a couple things that I found wrong with this, first and foremost. And please stop me if anybody thinks I'm going too far.
Yeah, why do we appreciate it again?
However, first we started this off with, I appreciate the black guys like Ice Cube and NWA. I, for one, as a black male, do not appreciate that shit. Nor do I think that it is something to be inspired by. However, to each his own. I think that you may have some deeper traumas with your ex-wife than you may believe that you may need to look into.
Yeah, it's more ex-girlfriends, but I got mixed emotions. Like I said, I've never hit a woman, but then I hear about, I listen to the gangster rap that I used to listen to back
Need therapy.
and
It sounds like a woman you choose.
it's like, is that the way it
Stay
ought
away
to
from the
be?
addicts.
Or
Okay, stay away from the addicts, and you should stop getting beat on. Okay, dude. Like, really,
I'm surprised he's
yeah,
getting
I mean,
because he definitely giving
yes,
women
I have
more.
had bottles thrown at me, and luckily no
What the
girl
heck
I've
do
been
you be
with has
doing?
any
so
kind of
stay off
Hey,
the
I can ask a
bottle, but
man this
stop
because it
picking
ain't
up
gonna be
women in the
called
bar.
victim blaming.
Okay.
So
You're talking a lot about what
hold up,
happened to
y'all.
you.
Hold up, y'all. Hold up. I was about to say I'm just gonna ask him this quick question though, because somehow you can't ask this question to women. So, what do you be doing? Because if every relationship you go into, you getting bottles and stuff thrown at you, what do you do?
just don't give in and let them take advantage of you and your money, because all they want is
No, he's asking
unalive
what.
presidents. And
I
pretty
think the
much you
question
got to
is, what are you
just,
doing to cause this to happen to you? I think that's
and then
more so
they'll
the
end up
question.
cheating on you with a younger, better looking dude.
Johnny
And
brother.
that's the way it goes.
What the shit?
Hey,
Yes.
y'all asked for Johnny to come back up.
This can't be real.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
better.
Johnny
I'm not
J.
gonna lie. Hey, Rob, and I'm just saying this because wholeheartedly, bro, I care about you.
Thank you.
And it sounds like you're allowing yourself to be a stepping stool for women who weren't interested in you for you.
Yes, that's happened before. And that's
No,
why
it sounds like it happens repeatedly.
that's why I now, well, it's kind of changed since I was in high school. I didn't last long. And then when
Rob.
I
Oh Lord.
got into my 30s and got a divorce,
Is he talking sexually?
yes,
What the
and
hell?
I thought I had ED, but then I went to a clinic and I was lasting 3 hours. And that was like longer than I wanted to last. I mean, that's like 2 hours and 50 minutes longer
I just want you to know you got to
than I
pay
wanted to last.
therapy after this.
So you got to
He said trolling.
find a happy in between. Just trying to keep it real here.
What the
Do you have Mr. Rob? Do you have any addictive any addictions?
I used to be,
Oh, okay.
and that's one thing that girls will take advantage of you is to support their habit.
No, we were talking about your habit.
Well, no, I'm
His habit
sober
is they
for
habit.
4 years.
I know, but when you were with your girlfriends in these bad situations, did you have an addiction?
Yes, and they did too.
Yeah. So that contributed.
And that played a major role because I
Yep,
wanted to
I
get
could tell.
sober.
We getting somewhere. See, my baby know how to ask the right questions. See what I'm saying? She be getting me. Sure.
Some things are understood and don't gotta be explained.
Yes, if they are, if I'm giving it to them in multiple different ways, and they're still gonna go cheat on me with some younger, better looking dude, I've got a right to be
Not
pissed.
younger and better looking. They could have picked one or the other.
What in the actual fuck am I hearing right now?
No, but I mean, in all seriousness, Rob, I get where you're coming from. I get what you're saying, and the day that we're in right now with this new age tech and social media and whatnot. But it's going to be hard out there, man. The dating market it's not friendly right now. It's really not, man. Women, they're not going to settle. They're going to try and get the best looking, the best successful one, and it's hard out here, man. You're not alone. You're really honestly not alone, bro. This is a crisis that that a lot of men are facing, bro. Especially young men that are just turning 18, graduating high school, and that aren't even, established yet, bro. So you're not alone.
So, Rob, I'm hearing a lot about what's happened to you, but what about the things that you've learned along the way that you realized you were doing wrong?
Yes, I learned that I need to just nut in her hair and throw her out of my
What the
house
what the
before
fuck?
I get involved?
I mean, I knew we were spiraling.
All right,
I
man.
knew
I
it was
can't,
going
man.
No,
We
nowhere.
love you.
no,
I knew
no,
it.
Ah,
I
man.
fucking knew it.
I can't
God
do
damn.
it. We ain't getting nowhere. He just saying anything from this point
wait.
on.
Have Ice Cube said that in his song? I'm confused.
All right, man.
That confirms
There's
that.
another box for y'all, man.
Oh,
What in the shit?
oh, Jesus.
Don't follow me, Rob, until you sober up.
Bruh, I feel like I'm in the middle of a social experiment right now.
Yeah. So sober for 4 years, my behind.
The facts. What the heck?
We ain't been 4 seconds.
Like, we just gotta pray for folks like that, man. For
Hey, he could be sober in one and still struggling with 3 others. Who knows, man?
Well, you're so right.
I just look at it. That could be one of our
But are
brothers.
you still sober?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What the heck was that? A
he
dog pointing at
huffing,
us?
he huffing for spray paint right now. Anyway, God dog.
Let's let Tom go.
Off him or did he leave?
What was we talking about before that happened?
That's why I said we got super derailed. I don't
That
know
was
what.
a whole damn event.
Man, it didn't even sound like he was being receptive or anything. He just was talking. That's
He just
all.
need to get it off his chest. That's all.
That's a fact, but this ain't that type of line.
We know. You
That's
got
like a
to
channel full of commercials right there. That's why that got
Hey, yo.
the commercial on why not to do anything.
for real.
Hey, man, we can laugh all we want, but y'all better thank the Lord or thank whatever spiritual being you guys, believe in. That person, Rob, is not you guys right now.
That's why I be trying to have
No.
compassion for people for real, cause I be like, man, I could have been that. You know what I'm saying? So I be thinking about stuff like that.
I also believe in shame. Like, shame will bring you a long ways. People look at you crazy. It's probably because
Yeah, you shame behavior. You don't shame people.
right. I mean, but it's like
It's necessary sometimes.
shame is definitely necessary sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, you talking about putting in
Behavior, you kind of shame them at the same time.
I mean, I feel like that's definitely where shame should be applicated. When you talk about like, where he going to apply this and that right there. Nah, homie.
Right, we are talking about like the kind of stuff that we normalize. So
Who the hell normalized that? Oh, I don't know. Maybe that's his middle school generation. I don't know. I feel y'all making me feel old. Cut it out.
Don't worry, I'm right along with you because I'll be like, what the fuck?
All right. Okay. Cool. So it's not me. So.
it's normal in his circles, apparently.
Ooh. Hey, y'all should have asked him where he from before he dropped, so that way I never to stop.
I know he come from where all the girls and him do hella drugs.
I think.
I mean,
Well, that'll do it. That'll do it. That'll do it.
No.
Oh God. I thought we was going to have a great conversation about kids and families and the dynamics of breaking up, getting together, and we just
ain't no better conversation than one that got a wrench thrown in it.
There we go.
And he was on topic at first, but God, dog, he just.
I mean, okay, but Johnny's brother.
God, no.
Hey, Rachel, and people say I'm funny. No, you're funny.
I'm just saying, okay, these are real situations, where people they think they're staying for the kids. That's what I was saying. Is like people are like, yeah, we stay for the kids, but they didn't change anything about themselves.
Hey, I don't mean to be foul, but you can tell nobody stayed for Rob.
Rob stayed for them. Y'all didn't hear his story? I allowed them to abuse me in multiple ways, and I stayed for my children.
I'm talking about his parents.
Man.
Not another night under the trailer.
I'm talking about his parents. His parents didn't stay for him.
I just had one question that I never got to ask.
My God,
I just want to know.
I just thought that.
I just want to know how long Johnny went to prison for, and what she ended up doing with her husband. Is he still here with us, or?
I was actually curious about the same.
I'm so happy the kids ain't here to hear this conversation. What about the babies?
No,
Well,
I'm sure they hear from him too. I'm sure they hear from him. The way he talked about the babies, he probably sent them a good message about how he feel and how they take money from people.
Well, the thing is that your mother ain't shit, and and we had you. I don't have very high expectations for you.
I'm about to use back up here again. I'm about to be like, what the heck?
I loved her wholeheartedly, but she loved my drugs and stayed.
Hey, you know what? How about this? Rob and Johnny are prime examples why the parents need to stay.
Oh, you guys, okay. It was
Daniel's
funny at first.
debunked. Rob is debunked.
It was funny at first, but now it just feels bad.
Felt like we bullying from this point.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I'm lying. Tell me I'm lying.
Now we got the accent. Come on now, guys.
Imagine they talk about black people.
Well, now he did say it.
Well,
I'm gonna leave him alone.
Actually, he did talk about.
Daquisha said.
Wow, yo, like that is diabolical. Like my dude was sitting here talking about all kinds of crazy, wild shit that he would be doing or whatever that he would like to do, and then he turned around and started blaming it on hip hop. Like, bruh, is you dead? You serious?
He said he looked up to the boy.
You know, I just never built up the courage to smack her.
Never built up.
I wasn't even trying to laugh at that.
To grab a girl by her wig.
I'm trying my best not to be mean. Y'all just be saying anything.
Sometimes
That was actually funny, though. And I tried to build up the courage to.
Not even trying to be funny. Not even trying to be funny, but no lie. He is the guy that you pull up to the light and you be like, "Is he banging Q?"
Right.
Oh my!
You look at you like, what you know about that NWA?
Throw up gang signs at you and everything.
What's up, gang? That's my twin right there.
That's my twin.
Sheesh.
Hey, y'all funny.
Hey, spot me $2 for a glizzy.
Oh, not the spot. See the. If he's still watching, hold on, y'all.
Who snuck up out of here?
God, my face hurt. This shit funny.
Jesus. Wow.
Whoa. What
No,
question we on?
Snoop,
We
go
just
ahead
on
and
that-
pass that
we on-
sticky icky.
Oh my! We on the first one. You do the first one, then we gonna get. You can start the second one. Then after that, we already did the open panel. That was a wonderful open panel. Oh, never mind. We got another person coming in.
Yeah, why everybody? You talking about like a reference relationship?
Oh no, we ain't on that one. Not that one. We on just the.
Oh, which one you on?
The purple.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. You said should you stay for your kids?
Oh,
Why
okay.
not?
My bad.
You know what I'm saying? You talking in regards to reference to relationships?
Yep. Relationships. Oh, yeah, basically that. Marriage, whatever. It is. Cause some people stay together or get together because of kids. So I think that the angle I was coming from is that because some people let me put it this way. Some people end up having kids and then they get with each other or whatever. Stuff like that. Or some people would just be like, I just want to stay because we got kids together. So yeah, one of those two. People getting together because they got kids or people staying together because they have kids.
Is the relationship done? Fuck, I'm gonna stay with you for? I ain't gotta be with you to take care of my kids. People be holding on to shit that'll never, you know what I'm saying? That'll never refurbish itself, that'll never fix itself, all because they stand for their kids and be miserable and shit. I'm not gonna stay for somebody and be miserable. I can be happy and still take care of my kids at the end of the day.
And the church say amen.
That was my spiritual.
Kids are a big commitment, so.
All right. So let's get a hate me in. What you got for me on a purple prompt?
Things I'd hate me too.
Yes. So, should you stay with someone for the kids? I think you should try to work it out for the kids. Of course, it's not going to always be successful, but I think if you all have kids involved, it's worth the fight. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Okay,
Very
okay.
good point.
Oh, expound on that, babe. That's a good one. You don't think they stay?
Um,
I
so
said,
some
babe.
people would end the relationship or divorce out of something petty or something that was just brought up in the heat of the moment. So if there are children involved, I think you should at least try and weigh out the pros and cons. You should come to a more logical standpoint on the relationship as to what you'll be losing if the relationship ends, or the cons of staying. I think you should just put more thought into it, why you came to that thought to begin with to end things. Where did it stem from? If it could change, if both people were willing to work on whatever the issue was. I think it should be a valid fight if there are children involved. If it wasn't that serious, when you just come to your senses and get out your feelings, then it could be worth it for you all.
Mm.
Well, shoot, I'm kind of feeling what Mr. Wait, let me make sure I'm saying sorry, Mr. Fuck Your Feelings. Yeah, shoot, like yeah, because see, he's like, I could actually raise the children better on my own. I mean, and like that's a healthy way of looking at it. I mean, especially like when you see emotional drama, but then like there's other people on the other side of that, who've been raised in single parent homes, and they're like, man, I'll do whatever it takes. So what I mean, man, both ideas are selfish. I mean, but yeah, I mean, I just kind of just want to add that element into that.
Mm.
Oh, babe, you wanted me to elaborate on what I said?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, I don't think people are truly staying for the kids, because if you were staying for the kids, like, you would actually look into the things that like benefit the kids. And
Mm.
you not talking to your partner all day is not something that benefits the kids. Like, I don't know. Like, why would they have this idea that, like, and also, like, if you care for somebody, it doesn't matter how much you don't like them really, but you already cared for them. So it's like you should be able to be cordial. But some people are living together talking about they staying for the kids. Honestly, they really staying because they don't want to they needed somebody to help them pay rent.
Mm.
They staying because they don't want to go through this divorce. Because if it was truly for the kids, like, they would do everything that they need to do to look at how their actions are affecting the kids.
There you go.
Mm. That's a good
I
point.
remember my second wife, her pet name was Ashy Larry. Now, that is hilarious. I mean, yeah, that's my pet name. I used to call her Ashy Larry. So, now, I mean, look, I know it sounds like I'm trolling, but I'm legit, like, I'm being dead ass, and like, that's no environment to raise children in. I mean, like my daddy used to call my mama Ashy Larry all the time, and they would laugh about it. Like, yeah,
I don't think
like
I don't think that's a bad environment to raise them in. Long as it's conducive to love. Like, that may be an inside joke y'all have, right?
No, that
But
wasn't
also,
I did not like her ass.
yeah.
Damn.
I'm just being straight up.
What the hell?
So I got a
Yo.
question. I got a question for y'all. If staying for the children is the end goal, right? And you're truly just staying for the well-being of the children, do you think that you can truly show the children the proper care and love that they need if you are mentally unhappy?
No, I don't
Well,
think so.
maybe you mean unstable.
No, I
Because,
said unhappy.
well, because unhappy, happiness isn't something that you can have permanently. It's
Mm.
It's not supposed to be.
So how
Happiness
about
is a temporary emotion.
say, hey, straight? Hey, is it cool if we go ahead and swap the idea and or the word of happy with effective? I
Sure.
mean, okay, yeah. So, all right, same
I mean,
question, different
you
word.
and her can swap it whatever you want to swap it with. I
Okay.
mean, long as we have the same understanding of what I mean.
I mean, yeah, I'm just passing through you because you're a moderator. Like, look, I ain't stepping on nobody's toes, okay? But
You
At the
must
end
be
of the
in
day,
the
this
wrong
Kev house.
areas and
What
stuff. You
Kev say
seem
go. I
like
don't run nothing.
oh, okay. I mean, hey, even still, what I mean, hey, look, like I'm trying to respect the host and the moderator. I ain't trying to hijack shit because what I mean, I do got one of them personalities. I got to be careful with that. But so like just the overall being able to run an effective house. I mean, like I cannot be effective if I'm not in a good state of mind, and it's solely because of the individual I have to surround myself with. So yeah, nah. I don't see it where I can actually effectively be an effective parent while working with someone who I truly detest.
How
I
does
can
it get to
respect that.
that point of like detesting somebody you once loved?
I'm gonna answer from my
She had
own
an
personal
extremely
experience, right?
social, yeah, she had an
So,
extremely sociable vagina.
well, I
Well,
mean,
damn.
those are definitely key factors. However, for me, right, I think when we meet somebody, right, we tend to meet the person that they are in that moment, right? And over time, they say, especially when you're in a marriage, you should often try to relearn your partner because people change every 3 to 7 years, right? That goes for your likes, your dislikes, so on and so forth. So with that being said, people sometimes get attached to who they met and not who their spouse is.
Mm.
So it can be one of those situations where I met you and I loved who you were at that moment. But as we evolved and you began to change, who you are is no longer conducive to me, but I'm complacent in who I'm with or where I'm at.
Now, more or less, I agree. But then we're also missing out the fact that
Oh shit.
The fuck?
Oh, what
so of
the?
course people change. Oh,
Wow, chicka, wow, wow.
Oh no. Oh, you can go ahead. You go. I think he got.
Wait,
Go ahead.
we're
Got a phone
all
call.
full of ADHD. Go ahead, Quarter.
Got to.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah.
okay.
My ADHD went crazy for a second. I was like, hold on, a second, that threw me off a little bit.
Was that a phone or something? I don't know.
I thought
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
you,
He had got a
boy.
phone call.
Okay, okay. Cool ringtone. But um, so people change. We know that bit. But then the hard part is whether or not that person was that way all along and we didn't know.
Mm, that's a good point. 'Cause y'all gotta
Mm.
remember, people do put on. You gotta remember, man, how most because we talked about this earlier in the live. Or I was in earlier. It was like people will hold or will cover. I told people this. I was like, people will cover up a facade, and you wouldn't know the real them until it gets to a situation where they have no choice but to be the real them. And then, like basically, like what she's saying, she had a point with that. Like that, that's actually true. If you look at how a lot of different, what I'm saying, relationships kind of end, or how they, the dynamics of them are, it's because they don't properly know the person that they're entwined with, or the person that they're interacting with, because that person
Mm,
put up a mask for so long. But every mask or every veil has to fall.
right, and which is exactly why me and Ashley Larry didn't work out.
I don't care what nobody says. You didn't see somebody because you didn't want to or you didn't care to. People expose themselves with little stuff all the time.
I mean, that's kind of wishful thinking, though, right? Like believing that you can always see through the disguises somebody has.
Yeah, if you actually pay attention, yes, it's not wishful thinking. It's active listening. It's being intentional. A lot of people go into these relationships and they think about what makes them feel good, and they're not going into it like really trying to research a person.
That's facts.
Go in, hey, to add to that, they go in with something they go in with they feeling something that feels good and paint a picture or a narrative on a person because that's what they aspire this person to be, but in reality, that person is the complete opposite. People will try to construct you or mold you into what they want you to be in their mind and get what you expecting that the creation that they have in their mindset is what reality is going to play out. But it never really works like that all the time.
Yeah, like we all have a fantasy in our own heads, right?
I 100% agree, but that's when I say people fall in love with the idea of people and not the actual person.
Mm.
I think that's why a father in the household that has his stuff together and becomes a father, right? To especially a daughter for women is crucial because he's a good indicator on whether she's making the right choice or not. Because unfortunately, as we can see with this topic and in the society that we live in general in America, women were left to their own devices when choosing a man. They don't make the most greatest first options.
Mm. Yeah, but so there it kind of goes back to like something I was explaining to one young guy who, like, we have conversations. Shoot, he was talking about how he didn't like making tough decisions in his household or whatever because he didn't like how everybody in his house is like seems to be upset with him. And I'm like, whatever, that's just honestly part of being the man of the house. Like, you don't make decisions that's gonna make everybody happy all the time. So sometimes you're gonna have a house walking around you, whatever, everybody pissed off at you while you just sit there and eat yourself a bowl of Cheerios because ain't nobody cooking for you at the present time. But is it effective? Does it actually make the house work? Or does it keep everybody safe? That is what your goal should be. And in the end, like, even though everybody's not happy immediately, it actually pans out in the future for everyone towards the benefit. But that is just a part of being the man in the house or an effective man in the house.
Hey, let's get to the all right. Let's just get to the juicy one now, man. Because I be forget we be getting so deep, we be forgetting about the rest of the question. All right, so let's do the having an agreement to things like strip clubs, open relationship, poly, etc. So y'all can fill in the blank with that, etc. How's it beneficial for them and the kids? Let's start off with straight facts. I'm gonna get on him because he don't want to make me think about this question.
I knew you was coming this way.
A few of y'all, I said a few of y'all made me think about this. I said I'm gonna start off.
I said I hope he called me last.
You lucky, Sean would have helped you out too, because Sean was in here that day too. I said we gonna talk about this.
You know what this feel like? You know when the teacher used to tell you, who would like to read today? And you put your head down and they call on you?
Yeah.
All right. So I haven't said this in 2 days.
Leave me alone, Quarter. I spelled it wrong. My bad.
This is a two-part answer. Have an agreement to things like strip clubs, open relationships, and poly. So for me, you know me, I think that these things, if they're agreed upon and are done properly, they work. It's a proven fact that they do work, right? A lot of people have their own ideology on it, but the truth of the matter is it's no different from any other relationship, right? Like if I'm in a monogamous relationship or if I'm with 3 women, I should still be doing the same things, right? Now, as far as is it beneficial to them and the children? Yes, in different manners, but yes. So I'm just gonna speak on the poly part, and we'll get to the strip clubs because I like strip clubs, and that's how we got here. But as far as the poly part of it, right? There are a lot of benefits to being poly. Poly is not for everyone, but there are benefits to it from the financial standpoint of it and the family standpoint of it. Financially, it is more feasible for us to reach our goals, buy the homes that we want and things like that with more incomes and, better credit situations, right? As far as the children go, they grow up in a true family dynamic. And what I mean by that is everyone in this household loves each other as they should, right? My brothers and my sisters, regardless of difference of mothers, we all grew up together. I knew his mama loved me like my mama loved me. I knew our father loved us all. I knew my mama loved, like, you know what I'm saying? There's nothing but love that they're that's being introduced to them. However, that does not take away from, like I said, it is still a relationship. So there's still bullshit. There's still arguments. Some people disagree. Some people. So it's still all of that. But I just feel like there's more love and more help.
Well, of course, there's more love. I mean, if it's polyamory, that's literally what it means. More like lots of love.
Rachel said more BS and more arguments.
And I told my current wife. I told my current wife because she was asking me about it. I told her I don't care how much she begs and pleads for it. We are not getting another wife.
Hey, Rachel, believe it or not, the Smex portion of it, I know it seems like you have more Smex, but you actually don't. It's still the
They
same.
don't. Mm-mm. Same as a regular single.
You just select which you want to bust it.
I mean, sometimes it's not always that way, though. You don't always get a selection.
You catching it tonight or you catching it tonight?
What you choose today may not be feeling you today. You may have given her an attitude, and you know what? She don't feel like being
Right.
bothered.
So it's variety. It's kind of like a backup plan.
Straight facts.
I wouldn't say a backup
Flashback.
plan. More so than I would say I own two businesses at once and I love them equally.
Yeah, that sounds good.
I would say I prefer that to cheating.
Right. That's basically what it is. I mean, look, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to judge. I promise. But I'm saying it's just mainly for people who do have a difficult time staying monogamous, and so they can just have the option to cheat, and it's okay.
Or it's for people that I love you, you love me, and we love her.
Right. But if you ask
Like
anybody,
the intro to Barney.
ask anybody that is in a poly relationship if they think that men are able to be monogamous, or if it's in their nature to be monogamous, they'll give you an answer.
Real quick, just to
even with
just to
that though,
clarify,
Rachel, you
are we
know,
talking about open on the men's end and closed on the women's end?
however you want to define it.
Correct.
But
Yeah,
Rachel,
most of the time
you
it's
know,
closed on the women's end.
you know, like it's not always like, you know, I don't believe in the whole it's in my nature, but I don't believe in that bullshit. Like you can say what you want to. We not fucking animals. You have self-control. Like, however, I think that it is natural as human beings, men and women, to be sexually attracted to someone. Now, I don't think that whether in a poly or a monogamous relationship, that should be a determining factor. I
Straight
think
facts.
that if you're dealing with someone, you should have some type of emotion for them.
Okay, do you believe that monogamy is natural?
Do I believe it's natural?
Yeah.
I believe it's a choice.
So poly is natural then?
You said what?
Is poly natural?
I believe it's a choice.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but straight fact is trying to answer it right around. He know what I'm talking about. Majority, you might be the whatever. Majority people who get into those relationships, you know what I'm talking about. They don't believe monogamy is natural.
But I also think that, you know, every person has their own belief system, right? So I personally believe that if there was supposed to be one man to every one woman, God would have made one man to match every one woman.
There you go. There you go. Speak your real truth.
So that's
However, since we are outnumbered 3-1 and women want families and marriage and love,
You're not outnumbered. Oh my
5-1.
God. Y'all stay using it. Do y'all look up the numbers?
from time to
Yes,
time,
5-1.
Yes, they've been using the same numbers since
most of these things don't change.
1980 or something. Bro, people have kids. It's not the
It was
same.
like 30-1 or something like that.
You said 30-1.
No.
Like, on my pussy.
They
I don't know
are
where it is
spreading
from.
misinformation. It is not 30.
Look, 30-1. I'm slacking on my pimping.
Hey, shit,
Oh
hey.
my
Man,
God.
what?
Last time I checked.
My thing is, so let's ask. I want to
Have you
always.
checked? When was the last time you checked?
I think it was like AOL or something like that.
Hey, I always ask
He
though, since
said the
they
last
say
time I seen it, it came in and said, "You got mail."
Right.
oh my, with that little CD too, you gotta yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, it should take me a whole day to download them statistics off of Napster. Mm-hmm.
I
But no.
wanted to.
So to clarify my answer though, I don't think that monogamy or poly are normal. I think the normality of both of them is procreation, building a legacy. Outside of that, I mean, I feel like do what you do. It's normal for us to procreate. Now, how many people you choose to procreate or love, that's subjective.
Do you believe there's love behind that though? Or is it lust?
I do, and I can only say this because I've done the poly thing. So I was 100% in love with both of these women. I love them for different reasons, and I love them in different ways. But I was 100% in love with both of these women.
So my thing is, what I don't understand for that one though is that how, especially men in America, right? They barely can keep one. What make them think they can keep two or more than one?
It's
Because
possible.
there's an imbalance of
You know,
women
my
and men.
nightmare would be something like, you know, if one of them asked me, "Hey, so whose is better?" Like, and they both
Ask me
stand.
that.
I think that'd be my nightmare right there. Like, wait,
Don't
what?
ask me.
No, see, this is why I could never do it. Because why y'all even think about that in this process? We should all be in one combined joint goal. And we want to talk about who's better, who's not, who got this, who can make me do this. No.
Then what that look
But
like
people
the
ask
child?
that though.
What's that?
I said people ask that question: who's better, or what do you think
So
this?
at that
Da,
point,
da,
you're
da.
not.
And this is be my reaction every time. I just look at them
Do
blank
y'all
face
be
and in my
marrying
mind,
robots? Like, say if it was a poly thing, it's
not
like,
robots.
do they? Yeah, because it got to be that one that got to be like that sacrifice in a way. Like, all right, that's the extra girl. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that.
I don't know why people think
Wait,
like that.
straight. Did
I
they?
do be like that.
Do they love each other?
Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why it's not like that. Let me tell you why it's not like that, right? Because how do I put this?
Straight. Do
Anybody
they
that
like
I'm
each
dealing
other?
with, right? Anybody that I'm dealing with, if you are just an extra, that means you mean nothing. So why would I bring you into a lifelong or what should be a lifelong situation? That's like bringing Boo Boo to the toilet. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't make sense. To me, if you don't truly have feelings for that girl, you should never introduce her to the woman you truly
What
have
make
feelings
you have feelings for him?
different things. The same way you fell in love with Rachel because of who she is, how she is, what you love about her, her personality, her look. Those same things. They're just two different women.
Mm-hmm. But that'll be. But I'm giving my all into one though. How the heck do you do two? I don't get that one. I never understood
It's
that.
not the same way I told you the other day. You can have two children.
Somehow, I don't know. That's what I always got.
can
Like
have
somehow,
two
some men got this superpower where they can just give all they love. I mean, give a bunch of love to multiple women, and
It's about balance, Kev.
it's already heavy to do one in reality though. I don't, and I know these men ain't better than me. That's my thing. I'm not.
What's
Not to put
heavy
it
about
that,
it though,
but not to
Kev?
put it that way. But not to put it that way. I ain't trying to put it like that. But it's like the thing is, it's a lot to take care of one or sacrifice yourself for one. And we talking about two girls doing two different things. Even though
Hey,
you're saying
but
they might have
Kev,
to
it
align
don't
and
sound
stuff,
like you can't.
barely.
It doesn't sound like you can't. It sounds more so like you don't want
That'd
to.
be more of a
No,
job
no.
too.
I would want to.
Hold
That'd be
on. So one second. I'm sorry. Let me just say something real quick. Because Straight Fact said that what would be the benefit of having that other person? There's plenty of benefits, right? You have more people to take care of your kids. Like you were saying, it's a village, right? You're looking at how they can help in supporting this village. So you don't have to love that person. But also though, what I see happening is that it's not that they are loving each one wholeheartedly, because that other person is missing something that the other person provides. So they don't really have to love the parts of them that they don't really like.
Ooh, Rachel, I got a question. Like what you just said, you said that one is has something that the other one doesn't provide, right? And so, if that be the case, don't that mean that the man himself is missing something? I mean, like
Then you gotta find two submissive women. Women barely trying to submit
It's
today.
literally, yeah, it's like
Yeah,
trying to find the whole woman. Like it's
it's not
two
as hard as y'all
separate
think
women
it
that make
is.
a whole. Yeah, because you're not really like everybody is just giving whatever you're not giving to the next one. Like
Well,
And
again, if
that's
I
not
can,
it's
true at
not that
if I
all.
can,
hard.
if I can
That's
reference,
not true.
if I can reference,
Everybody's gonna be giving their full 100% effort towards this relationship. Nobody's gonna be slacking. Nobody's saying, "Oh well, because I can't cook, that's why she here." No, that's not how this works.
Uh,
Our goal is to make each other better. So if
yeah, if
you're
I,
slacking in an area, me and whoever else our partner is, our goal, just like in a monogamous relationship, is to pick up where you slack.
yeah,
yeah,
that,
to
Does
give
one
to
have
give
a
to
voice
give to
over
give
the
credit to
other?
what Straight is saying. I mean, this is a prime example that's going on today in this modern world. Like the second, most, if not upcoming, popular and converting religion, Islam, next to Christianity. Look at their I can't think of their Bible name, but I mean, look at how it's more acceptable to have multiple wives in that religion,
Ron,
and how that works. You know what I mean? And for thousands of years, it's one of the most populist and most converted, if not following faith based, and it seems to work out for them even to this day.
why do people keep bringing up the conversion rates, but they apply it to the like to whatever religion they're trying to make a point with? Because I heard somebody else say that. Wait, no, I'm just saying it has nothing. It's not just about what you said, but I heard this before where somebody's like, yeah, more people are converting to Christianity. It's just a weird thing that I just thought of. But
I'm saying because how Islam is becoming more even more, especially in America, it's becoming more, it's growing, like the faith is growing within the country, but outside of the country, obviously the people in America that I don't know about, Islam is a very, very hard,
yeah,
fast growing, and
but there's also people converting from Islam to Christianity. That's what I'm saying.
True.
I don't know
yeah,
where
but the
they're getting
rates
these stats.
the rates of Islam growing in America is far superior and fast growing more than Christianity, way more.
where does it
Yeah, where
say
did you
that
get
at?
that stat?
Because
Where did you
I
get that
also study
stat?
things like this, and it says that Christianity, Islam, and Judaism are the three largest religions, and they are all rapidly growing. So who's to say that which one is growing at a
Right.
faster rate?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, are people just pulling this stuff out of their like? Oh, it seems like it.
If you're not involved in that scene and in that realm, then you're not going to see it.
So that's a
But
bias
that,
then.
No,
that
but
wasn't
that's
the
the
point.
thing.
That wasn't the
That
point of my
literally proves my
example.
point. That's what I'm
That's a
saying. If a Christian is looking through their lens and they're like, oh yeah, I've
Right.
seen so many Islamic people come over here and
But that's not
convert.
the
They're like,
point.
oh yeah, it's
That's not
the
the
most
point I
rapid
made.
growing.
We call
What
That's
it
I'm
not the
saying
reason
is,
why I mentioned that. I'm saying because Christianity, it's all about more being monogamous. It being in Islam, it's more susceptible and a practice of having multiple wives for a man. So that's why I'm saying it's not that uncommon from what you
But
guys were talking about earlier.
that all
what I'm
depends on the
saying
study
is
of
your
Islam that you factor,
statement.
because there are Islamic chapters that do believe in monogamy.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying
didn't
is
know that.
it's just like a spread of misinformation. Like,
Mm.
if you're gonna say something like, really not just based off of like what you see, you know what I mean? Like have something to back it up. But it's okay, GT. It was just something that I realized. You weren't the only one that does this. A lot of people do this. Um, but going back to straight facts, shoot. Oh yeah. About like why people choose polygamy or whatever like that and other religions choose it. A lot of them will tell you it is about the community. A lot of them, it's not even just about the love.
They
It's
feeling
really,
good.
it's not about feelings most of the time. It's really about procreating, like you said, and building a community where everybody helps one another. You know what I mean? And if you can find somebody that is willing to be a part of that community and be someone that is likable, most of the time, like, the love is, I mean, I guess you can grow to love them, but you know.
I
So
get what you mean too.
in the poly community, and GT can vouch for this. In the poly community, they have one thing that everybody says, and that is your house should be built on love. Your foundation should be built on love, right? So you're not supposed to bring random people into your home just for procreation. Yes, there are men who do it, but you're not supposed to do it. You're supposed to have a connection with everyone involved. Everyone should be connected, and that's what makes it last. Now, if I'm just bringing a random chick in here, we may switch 4, 5, 6 different girlfriends in the last 4 or 5 years because they're just like what Kev said. They're just extra. They don't really serve a purpose outside of coming to handle a specific service.
But let's be real though. A lot of people tend to do that off their fleshly wants. It ain't really to do it for a purpose of getting a deeper connection with God or whatever religion that people believe in. They're not doing it for that. It's just a flesh thing and say, oh, I can get more money out of this, or I can get more smecks out of this, or I can get this. It's all about what they can get. It's not about trying to build. It's not actually trying to build up with your significant other or whoever it is, and until the end of time or something like that. It's just about what they can get out of it.
Yeah, you
Agreed,
gotta
but
remember,
that's
you
just
gotta
like
see how
with
the dating
anything,
market
though.
is right now, bro. The
Hold
dating
on.
market is bad for men right now, bro. It is.
Not only that, but just like with anything, if people can get over, they're gonna get over. You feel what I'm saying? It don't matter what you're talking about. So yes, there are a lot of people that use this in the wrong way, but those are the ones that we look at that don't last and or end up, like we say, having multiple partners, and now they're with this person and now they're with you. Guys are doing shit just to do shit with no actual destination. You guys are just traveling down the road and picking up stragglers along the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, but when we're looking at in general, right, the average man, like the
Yeah, just
average
one day
18,
time,
going back
dog.
to the average 18-year-old right now, in 2025, the average 18-year-old is going to be next year, and between that and 21, right, as a man, as a young man, adult man, I would call him a teenager still. Like, not a lot of them are pulling that right now, bro. They're not pulling polyamory. They're not pulling multiple women, and they can't be honest. Like most women cannot accept honesty. And even if they're like, hey, I want to be with you, I want to settle with you, I want to, have a relationship, but I also want to let you know I want multiple women as well. Most women are not going to go for that. Let's just keep it 1,000. Like, most women are not going to go for that, bro. Like, and not a lot of men can really do that and freaking get that on lock. It's just not possible
That
man,
go
anymore.
back to what Straight Facts was saying. He was saying about that. He said it ain't as hard as we think. If you look at the internet the way it is, like you will literally have to have a submissive woman to even get something like that going. Like all of a sudden, what the heck? Let's be poly. Not
You
gonna
talking
all of a
like
sudden,
a
all
poly
of a sudden,
relationship?
huh?
Are you talking about you would have to have a submissive woman to have a poly relationship?
Yes, you will have to have two
Um,
submissive women that's selfless.
I'm gonna be honest, it's not about the submissive part, fam. It's about the synchronicity, the connection that y'all all have. Everybody in that is equally yoked. They're equally loved. There's no one above the other. That's what I meant by balance when I kept saying balance earlier. Like, bro, it's about balance. You have to know how to balance everything. You can't put one over the other. That causes jealousy, animosity. Same difference as opposed to, you know what I'm saying, when you're in friendships and things, if you choose a friend that this friend's better than this friend, and you know what I'm saying, even if they are, but to actually announce it out like this friend's better than this one, it causes a hatred and animosity. So
Yeah.
everybody, you know what I'm saying, everything's balanced. As long as everything's balanced, you'll be good. Like, it's no problems there. You'll never have, you might have your days, you know what I'm saying, because everybody has a day. However, on that same note, if y'all not balanced, it's not gonna work out.
Yeah,
And I
that's
think that's what I was trying to convey when I said, we can have multiple children and we say we love all of our children. So what would be any different from you loving a partner? Why wouldn't you be able to love multiple partners?
Yeah, but you're not staying with your children for the rest of your life, though. So the thing is, eventually y'all gonna break apart too with your children because they gonna have their own life also. But
That don't mean you love them any different.
huh?
That doesn't mean you love them any different.
Yeah, you are. Oh well, I don't know how to explain that though, but basically, yes, you're gonna have. It's a. I guess it's a different type of love when it comes to your children and your wife. That's just a little. That's gonna be different. It's like
But this isn't a
different love with
question
your
about the
mother.
type of love. It's the question of capacity of love.
Yeah,
Able to.
and to tell the truth, I don't believe it's no. Me myself, I don't think it's love in it though. I just think it's more of a pleasure thing. That's all it really is, and
Yeah,
that's with anything though. Because like I said, people can barely love one person or at all. I mean, at this point right now, and to all of a sudden you have the power to do two. They getting hurt off one person, and now you got two people. You got two different attitudes, two different periods, two different pressures, two different families that might have changes and stuff. It's like we can barely do one, and somehow that's what I'm saying. I don't know if people are looking at the bigger picture. That's why I was never for that poly stuff or whatever, because it's like it just doesn't make sense. And every person I talk to about this, and they don't even last. You know, they be back single for the most part if they did try it,
facts.
or if they're gonna do it. So it's like that's why I can never take it serious, because it's like it sounds good. They be saying, "Oh, it made it work, but we single again." But that make no sense. So it's obvious it's a problem. I even had a cousin,
I get where you coming from.
a cousin that had a bunch of wives. Guess what? How many you got now? It's like one.
But
Went back to
hold on.
one again. So
Everything
it's
you
obvious there
stated.
got to be some issue it got to be an issue in that
Hold
situation,
on.
because people, it's like making a plate bigger than your eyes, like a big eyes and not bigger than your stomach. Basically, that's what that situation is.
But
So people
Kev,
be
but
thinking they
Kev,
ready for that stuff and they
everything
not.
you just stated, tell me it does not fit for a monogamous relationship as well.
It can though. That's what I'm saying.
Okay,
But a
and that's why I
person,
stated,
but how
and
do
that's why I
somebody?
stated there's no difference in the relationship. It's still a relationship. You're
Yeah,
gonna go
but
through the same shit.
I feel you on that. But my thing is, how the heck did somebody convince themselves? That's just like a lot of people tend to convince themselves that you barely can handle one. That's what I'm getting to. You can't handle one, but you saying that you got this all of a sudden this power or it's in your nature and or belief, whatever, that you could do too. That makes no sense. You got to take baby steps, my people.
But who's to say you can't handle it? Nobody
You
can say
can
that but
first. You
you.
got to handle one first. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and then one thing that for men, right? This is strictly for men in today's age, right? In this modern society that we live in right now in America. I'm gonna keep it 1,000 with all you and men in here. It is very destructive and a bad idea for the man to fall in love more of the women than the women to fall in love with the man. It's not gonna work. The woman has to love you, as a man, way more than a man loves a woman. That's the only way it's gonna work. That's the only way it's going to work. It's
I
destructive
don't
for
know,
the
because
man to fall in love with
look,
the
I have
woman
an
more.
18-year-old daughter, and I told her vice versa. I told my daughter, you don't never love a man more than he loves you. Period. And that's just how I feel about it.
I
As a
believe
man,
that's true.
as a man, I should be the one that has the overwhelming love, right? Because there's more expected from me. And a lot of things that we do as men, we do depending on how we love or care for something or someone.
Yeah. I think
that's
I
a
will look at
struggle.
it this way. I think I do get that term though, and then I guess I'm experiencing this now, because I be feeling like I be want to match my baby love, but I be feeling like she just loves so much stronger than this, but I'm gonna love her regardless. But it's just like, dang, it's like I can really feel that she love me so much, and I think that's a true statement though. I think it works more, because like I'm gonna put it this way for the average woman, right? Because if you show more love to the average woman nowadays, they dang near almost not interested in you, and they be looking at you like they almost dang near walking over you type situation, because they will have to be more interested, because regardless, the dude is gonna, a lot of these dudes, especially if you're a good dude, you're gonna sacrifice yourself for them off rip. I don't think no top, and I'm doing live on that too. I don't think it's no top love there, sacrificing your whole body and self and your life for your whole family or whatever. But that's a whole nother thing. Overall, I actually have to, and I've been hearing that lately. I do actually believe that, and I feel it though, because it's like, I would say that you got to but it got to be with the right two people also though. It got to be with it, because it's either end. It can be taken, it can be manipulation type of thing though. But I do kind of agree that I think the woman, especially to dealing with today, they will have to have more of the love towards the man than the
Yeah.
man can even match type
Yeah,
situation.
because women have more options than men do. Dudes are hitting up women, even the average chick, mid chick, left and right, bro. Because men are having a difficult time in the dating market right now, being socially awkward, big, fat, whatever the case may be. They're like women have all the juice and the attention and the value right now, especially at 18, 19 years old. That's when they're at their greatest high value. They're supposed to be, at least, you know what I mean, more pure and whatnot. And it is up to them and hopefully a father figure in their life to choose the most accurate, best guy that they can. Because women ain't going to settle for less. I'm sorry. Like, they're just not. They're not going to, like, I get what you guys, some of y'all are saying of, like, it needs to be equally yoked. Well, I'm sorry, man. Men and women are not equal. Like, that, like if that hasn't been debunked, like, thousands of times because we're in these conversations and topics right now, that I don't know what it's going to take for folks to understand we're not equally yoked. Like, that's just the reality of where we're at right now. That's why everybody's freaking struggling right now, bro. Trying to figure out what's the
I'm gonna
best
say
way
this.
to have a
I'm
lasting
gonna say
family.
this, and I'm gonna just speak for myself because I keep hearing you men say that men are having the most difficult time dating out here. And first and foremost, for the men that are having a difficult time dating out here, I hope that you find somebody. And I feel sorry for you because I don't have trouble dating. And I don't mean
What
that in
about
a bad
marriage?
way. And I'm not, look, I'll tell you right now, I'm the first to tell you when we put if you put me on a scale of 1 to 10, I'm going to tell you, I'm a solid 4. I'm a solid 4 for sure. But I don't have difficulty dating. There's not a shortage of women out here. Like I've never had an
Yo,
issue.
bro, I don't mean to cut you out, but the world doesn't revolve around you. I'm talking about in general for all men.
But that's what I'm saying because I keep hearing this. However, most of the men I know are dating. So where's the loss of dating?
I think dating and commitment is two different things. I think some people are dating looking for commitment and some people are just dating for fun, right? So I think when someone is saying like it's hard dating, like those people, I think they are dating looking for a commitment, and it's difficult in these dating scenes because no one is really looking for commitment.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if the men are saying that and the women are both are saying that as well, my loss is then who has the commitment issue? If men are finding women that are not willing to commit and they're doing this at a rapid rate, and women are saying the exact same thing, who has the commitment issue?
Both.
It's the people that you're
That's the
meeting.
problem.
No, it's the people that you're meeting. And when
That's
you're
true.
meeting these people, you're not upfront at the beginning of what you actually want and what your intentions
Real quick.
are. Y'all sitting there, y'all going on dates with people and getting to know these people, and you have not had a serious conversation with where you see this is going. Hey, if you're looking for marriage and they're looking to have fun, the problem is that y'all don't know exactly what the fuck y'all want. And when you meet somebody, you're looking at them and you're like, oh, he's cute. Maybe he wants to get married and have a white picket fence instead of asking his stupid ass. And the same thing with the women. You're looking at her like, oh, she cute, she got a fat ass. Maybe she wants to get married and have it. She just want to be a hoe, a 304. That's your problem. You're not going into a relationship, into a situation when you meet somebody. Before you get my number, I'm asking you my questions because you don't need to know my fucking name. You don't need to know my damn number. None of that shit is your business unless you see, hey,
Okay.
I do want to get married. I do want a commitment. That's what I'm out here searching for.
Oh yeah, to
So, okay,
respond to
now we
that.
can go on and we can move forward. I'm
No.
not wasting your time. You don't need to take me on no date if you don't see yourself getting married. You don't need to. None of that is what I'm looking for. So if we're playing games, you need to go play with them. You're not finna come up here and play with me.
Okay. Cammy, translation. Hold on, translation, Cammy. This is Cammy's translation. I'm gonna translate for her.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I think the host was trying to talk though.
Oh yeah, right. They don't.
Yeah,
I'm
you
gonna let you
can't.
go. I'm gonna let translation go in a minute,
Okay.
but I was about to say real quick and no matter of fact, go ahead and get it out because hopefully you go out to say what I'm about to say. If you don't say what I'm about to say, I'm gonna say what
Can I
what I
go ahead
got.
and say hello
You,
to everyone
what's
and
up?
thank you all for having me
Hey,
How you
Philly.
on the
doing?
panel. Thank you so much, guys. My name is Tamil and I'm from Kentucky and I'm 38 years old.
Oh yeah, you ain't gotta do all that though. Man, this ain't that type of loud though. But good to meet you though. I'm I
Hey,
got you. I
I like
got
to
you
be
right after.
transparent.
You never know.
What's
Somebody might be looking for love.
Sorry, GT. I had to let you know if the host is
My
trying to talk,
apologies.
y'all
Yeah,
gotta.
that was my fault. My fault. I didn't realize. My fault. I was just wanted to say, Cammy, to you real quick. I'm gonna translate your woman needs that you're speaking right now, right? Because what I'm hearing is all the dudes that are hitting you up, and I know you getting hit up every day. These ain't the dudes you want hitting you up.
No,
That's the
that's not.
problem.
That's no.
That's
That's
not.
not.
That's
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 not
what
what's
it
happening.
is.
That's not what's happening to me, Pooter. But I'm saying that that's how I got out of that situation, dealing with the little goofy little games. What?
If the right man was hitting you up, asking for your number, you would definitely give it.
All right, so
But
let me.
that's not what I'm saying though. I'm saying that the reason why there's a disconnect is because no one's asking the proper questions. You
Yeah.
can't speak on my life. You don't know what's going on over here, Pooter Butt. I'm engaged. I'm fine.
All right, so yeah, all right, cool. Y'all going? I don't know what's going on, but I was about to say also what I got out of what Cammy said is that, and which is true. Okay, I'm gonna mix both of y'all stuff in. So what makes it hard is because people don't know what they want. That's what it is, and that's why they can't find the type of people because they don't even know themselves for the most part. So I'm gonna mix both of y'all stuff in together though. So that's what I kind of got out of it though. But I don't know. Now y'all got personal, so I don't know what happened on that one though. But let me get
No,
let me get a new
social
voice up
media.
here. Let me get a new voice in here because yeah, we don't want no more poodle butts and all that going.
Oh, the Pooter butts is coming.
The Pooter Butts is just how I address people. It's
That's
not
good.
no insult. I'll call women Pooter Butt. I'll call men Pooter Butt. I don't know your name. Your name is Pooter Butt. Fuck out of here. Sorry.
You won't only be Pooter butt though. You will also be Stink. You will also be Sugarfoot.
Right, don't
Yeah.
call me no damn Pooter butt girl.
I call you Sugarfoot, whatever it is. I don't.
Okay, there you go.
I'm gonna call you
Yeah.
I'll
Sugarfoot,
take that
Pooter
over
Butt.
other
It just,
than
hey.
My poodle butt sounds so nasty though. It's just stunned like it stink. But, go ahead.
Right.
Why your butt stink?
Exactly. So you know when you call somebody Pooter butt, it ain't right.
No, I call people. I call my
Well,
nephew Stinker Man. My baby don't stink.
What the
Oh
heck? That don't make
Lord.
sense. So now you
oh,
gonna say somebody why they butt stink and then you gonna say stinking, but what the? Okay, I'm
That's I call him Stinker Man. He don't stink. But hey, if I call you Pooter Butts because I don't know your name, like I don't call y'all call him Straight Facts. I call him by his nickname. It's Turtle. Like I've never called that man Pooter Butt a day in my life. I don't call Hood
you
Nerd
don't
Pooter Butt.
So
you don't
you
just
I
think
read
call that nigga
you don't know how
Cam?
to
Nerd.
read
So
names?
you right? Come on, Cam. You really think a grown man is gonna be okay with you calling him Pooter butt?
You would be listen, if let's say Rachel, you are a man,
Oh, she
okay?
can read names now.
I can't read names because I'm talking to her. Let's say that you're a man. You would hate to be my boyfriend because my ex's nickname was Muru. Muru.
I
Your
get that, but
nickname is finna be out fucking landish. So Pooter Butt, it just is what it is. Pooter Butt. I wasn't trying to sit there and read his name. He made an assumption, and he wasn't you weren't finna make an ass out of me. I'm finna make an ass out of you. I'm not
oh,
stinking.
there
So
you
you
go,
just there you go. She told
Cam.
her herself it
No,
finally
you
came out right. I'm about
really,
to say she went from
girl,
saying it wasn't an
wow.
offensive thing to now right.
It's not Pooter
We
Butt.
knew
You
the
tried to
deal.
make
We
an
knew the
ass out of
deal.
me.
Right.
He made an
We knew the deal
assumption.
already.
He made an assumption that I was single and that I am looking in the wrong
That's why
places,
he
and
became
I'm
a poodle
not.
butt.
So
That's
hold
why
on,
he
Pooter Butt.
right. That's why he got the Pooter
That's
butt
why he got the poodle butt.
nickname
Right.
and not the Sugarfoot.
All right. Not his actual name that you read
That
and
is
you talking
Pooter
to him.
Butt is not an insult.
Cool. Ain't nobody falling for that no more. We already got it out of here.
Turtle, is Pooter Butt an insult?
What the
In
good is
this
when you say
case,
what you say when
in
you get
this
triggered.
case,
When you
it
get
is.
triggered, they get turned to
No,
In
cook.
this
look.
case,
So
it
look.
is.
In her defense, she does use it right
Quit it,
regularly.
poodle butt.
However, I have seen you cuss people out and be like, "Look, Pooter butt, ain't nobody."
I was about to say it's obvious we ain't that slow, man.
It's
But
not. It's not. It's listen. First of all, because it used to be listen, bitch ass nigga. So now, I call everybody Pooter butt. Like, all right, Pooter butt. I don't know you like that. Relax, Pooter butt. That's it. It's me being nice because it used to be listen, bitch ass nigga. Don't fucking play with me, hoe. Your mama's the one. Now we gonna let God lead me and my
please,
son to better
hey,
places. So
please
we
tell
gonna
me,
appreciate the
hey,
Pooter
That
butt.
please
goes
tell me,
back, babe.
please
That
tell
goes
me you
back
do
to
this.
intentions.
What is that?
I was
Thank you,
saying
Naya.
that goes back to intentions, right? Just because you covered it up and wrapped it up in a different name your intention was to insult him.
The pooter butt is not an insult.
So
But
let
But
me
how
say
did
this
it
then.
impact him? Is the question.
What? No, I'm gonna see this though, because I don't.
facts.
You don't. Do you do that? Is this just an online thing? I hope.
No, I call people in public pooter butt too.
I highly doubt that because you would have
I
probably
was
got your
out last
you'd have probably
night and
got
the
your
dude
head
was trying
snatched
to
off a
talk to me
long
and I
time
was
ago.
like, "What's up, pooter
You
butt?"
you're not gonna do that in person.
I bet.
I'm calling that bluff.
Okay.
You're not about to call them a
Where
BAN.
what state you live in?
You not about to call them a BAN. You not about to call them
I would no
I'm
in
saying
my
you
city.
capping. You
In
capping.
my
No, there's
city,
no way. No,
in my
'cause
city,
even
you
I'm
call
in
a
Detroit.
you
I'm
call
in
a dude
Detroit
a
though, but I'm just saying
BAN.
in general, everybody, we smart enough to know we're not gonna talk a certain way in certain things. So if your people in your area let you talk like that, maybe they just soft
To
though. But
call
that
you
most
pooter
definitely
butt or
that would not.
BAN.
No, what I'm saying is that we know. I feel like this is an internet thing because there's no way you're getting away with saying all that in real life. You're just not.
You from
Unless you
Shit.
got,
Hey,
Whatever
not
makes
to,
you
not
feel
even to be
got
better.
funny.
your back.
Hey,
Unless
not to be
Whatever
funny.
helps you
Kev,
feel
she
good
actually
at night.
is. She actually is doing this shit in real life.
Thank you.
I
but
I
somebody
do.
must be protecting her then.
No,
No,
I
she.
do.
This is just who she is.
No, I do believe that she does use it, but there's a difference if you're talking to somebody that you know or you're friendly with, and you're like, "Haha, pooter butt," right? There's a different intention behind it. You didn't like the way this man was talking to you, and you call him pooter butt, and you don't even know him.
I'm gonna let y'all think what y'all want. We just gonna end it right there because we gonna go in a circle. But
All right,
Turtle
cool.
just told you that I do speak to people like this in public.
Got you.
So y'all have fun with it. Take that how y'all want.
Got you. I was about to say it just sounded too dangerous and real. But I guess if that's what he's saying, you live dangerous like that. That's cool. All right, go ahead. Miley, what you got for me?
Who's Miley?
Millie, Modi.
Oh, I was gonna ask what the conversation. I seen the questions on the
You can do the
panel.
question. You can do the question. We do it on we on the first two. You can do the first two.
Having an agreement, things like.
The purple one and then the first one.
Oh, we going to a script club together. Yeah, we in there. I'm cool with that.
What's the benefit?
The fact that that's something that he likes, and I'm gonna go with you.
Do it benefit the kids?
Fuck them kids. Shoot.
Wow. I guess we learning some stuff. I was wondering if it was people like that. Okay, cool. So it's like I get it's like a pleasure
My
thing.
daughter's 21 and my son is 18. Fuck them kids.
Oh,
All right.
Okay, that's
Ellen
interesting.
said,
I guess in this point, it's really fuck them adults because them grown motherfuckers.
Yeah,
Man, them some grown that.
So what do you get? So the benefits, right? Let's talk about the benefits then. So what's the benefits out of, I guess, the strip clubs and all that?
Spending time together if that's something that he likes to do, and instead of him going by himself and he asked me to go, I'm gonna go because that's just showing selfishness from him. Like he's asking me to go with him because it's
So would
something
you do an
that
open relationship then? Since you're going that far, let's go to open relationships. So you would do that for him?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, you all in. I like that. I'm trying to see if I can catch you. Okay, all right.
Absolutely.
You a real rider on a lava. Okay, I couldn't even
Now
find
here's
it.
the one though. What about Polly? If he wanted to bring another woman into your relationship,
Well, you basically said that.
I mean, no, she said open, meaning you go do
I'm
you.
just saying, I can
do
know
me,
she
and
gonna
we
say
come home
yes to
at
that
night.
next. I mean, I knew she gonna say next to that next. I mean, if
Like,
she's doing
shoot.
everything else, she gonna say
She
yes to
may-
that.
Because
Hey, she
there's
may-
certain things, because that's one thing that we learned in therapy is that I don't have the same love language as he does. So I can't give him everything. I can't be that person that he wants me to be because I don't understand that. I'm not there. So if another lady can bring in the and do whatever and bring in a different situation into your heart, because my concern is you.
Okay. So you sticking you put your feet deep down in there. Okay, cool. Okay, I got you. Let's get Hood Nation in then. Let's see what you got for me. Hood Nerd, I mean, my bad. Oops.
It's cool, brother.
What's up,
All
my brother?
right, I'm all
You
right.
the first two. You got a purple one and the first prompt.
Would you stay together for the kids? Nah, I don't think I'll stay together for the kids. Nah.
Oh, my brother, trust nobody in here too. I just noticed that. My bad. Oops. You next at trust after that.
Let's see. What are the benefits of? I don't do the strip clubs, so I don't know about that. Open relationship, that's a no. I don't have no problem with poly. Benefits will probably work out for the kids, just depending on whoever it is that I'm dealing with.
Mm. So we talk. So let's get to it now. Since I like it that you said that too, though. So, because I know we talking about probably they get to get clothes, extra clothes, and get all these outside things though. So what does it does to your kids' mental when they see
I
two?
don't think it
girls and
affects the kids' mental at all. It'll probably be the outside kids'
You don't think
mental
it
that
affect
will
the
be.
kids seeing two girlfriends or two boyfriends in the house?
No, it depends. Well, it depends on what age.
Interesting. So
Yeah, I
y'all.
don't think so either.
Because if
As
you're
long as
talking
you
about
I
if
like
you're talking about like very
I
young,
love these type of people that put their mind inside their kids. I love it.
as long as you
yeah.
have
Because
that
if you're talking
conversation
about like
with your
very young
kids.
kids,
Yeah.
they're not gonna see it as a bad thing. Now, if you talking about like teenagers close to grown, they might look at you sideways, be like, "Oh no, I don't know about this."
Kids are curious.
So it just depends.
They're curious. You don't think that they're gonna be asking? They see a regular mother and father everywhere else, but then all of a sudden they got mother, father, father, or father, mother, mother. They ain't gonna question that.
Oh, now wait a minute. I ain't bringing another man in here.
I'm just saying, some polys is like that. I guess you can
There
do
will
the
never.
two beef and one tacos. That might be a poly.
I don't think it'd be much different. I mean, it's just like if you ask a child who's in a home with their mother and father, who is that? That's my mother. So when you ask them, well, who is that? That's my mother. And who is that? That's my mother.
It's a difference.
It's
A
different.
difference.
But
Because the only
babe,
reason.
is it
Oh,
is
go ahead,
this
Ray. My
open
bad.
panel? No, because you forgot trust.
Well, let's get Trust in. Yeah, my bad. Yeah. I got stuck up in there. Okay. My brother Trust, what's up, man? Welcome.
Hey man, I'm in my 50s and I'm just sitting here listening to this shit. I was about to drop. I done seen this shit fuck kids' heads up to see two women in the house. I done seen this shit fuck kids' heads up to watch their grandmother turn like that. I done seen this shit. Y'all, who's the oldest in here? Because I'm 52, speaking from experience. And y'all, I start host. I appreciate you for allowing me up and all of that good shit, but this shit is mental health, and I'm trying to figure out what the hell kind of mental health therapy did she take? Because I fuck with the mental health therapy too. And that's not what the hell, like this shit is, TikTok is done turned into a mental health department, and everybody on the panel is the patients, and the host is the motherfucking therapist. Like, are y'all fucking
Please
this
make sure
shit
y'all
is
send them a
crazy.
check at the end.
I already get the check from this type of topics and prompts and titles. My
Oh, I was
parents
talking
was the
about
first
Kev. He
two
the
people.
therapist. Send him the
Oh,
check.
well, yeah, I'm just saying, I get paid to talk to the therapist, and therapists get paid to talk to me, so we both doing good. But this shit is sad what I'm seeing on social media, especially this topic right here. Not the prompt, but just to hear what y'all got, the rebuttals,
I know it hurt.
the
I know.
responses. This shit is mental health. This shit is sick and twisted. Y'all, I'm gonna be honest, you sound like a bunch of brothers and sisters who haven't even lived life yet.
Well,
Now
I'm
I see
sick.
why we calling these kids YNs, and we done went from thugs and
Like me
hoodlums
and
to
Coach.
YNs. Like this is sick. I've watched this shit turn fuck kids up to look up to see their grandmother with another woman. Fuck the kids up. And I had to pull the kids to the side to educate them, to help them understand what the fuck was taking place. Y'all gotta be out of y'all goddamn minds, man. Hey, host, I'ma drop because I don't fuck with this kind of crowd.
Oh my. Okay.
Like, y'all need to check yourself into some real fucking
Like
mental
me
health.
and Coach.
Real shit. It's crazy as fuck.
Damn.
I'm
I know that's
motherfuckers
right,
are
Granddad.
crazy.
Listen.
Hey,
Y'all done made,
this
hey,
passion too. I feel the passion.
y'all done, listen, y'all done
Play with
disciplined our
that type of
elders.
shit.
Man, we ain't used to do that
And
back.
that's okay because everybody's not the same.
Not
He
older.
upset himself. Nobody upset
He sound like
him.
an
He
old
upset his own
YN.
self.
No,
I said
like, hey, but
disappointed.
y'all gotta really understand where he coming from, though. He come from a different time. You feel what I'm saying? So
And
he
and
come from a time. He come from a time where all of that was taboo. You know what I mean? It nowadays it's normalized.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna lie. He sound like he was a YN in his past life.
Look, that's why he said we went from thugs and hooligans to YNs. They the same thing. They the
I
same thing,
totally
just a
get it
different name.
because my grandmother looked at me dead in her eyes, and I was raised by an 80-year-old woman. Thank you, Lord, that she took me, and my grandfather was still in the streets and doing whatever he was doing. So I'm not gonna say that it's just young people and what they're doing. It's always been that way with women and men. So for him to say that, maybe he hasn't experienced it.
Again, he come from a time where those type of things were kept in the closet. It wasn't okay.
Exactly.
It wasn't okay for you as a woman to say I liked women, or as a man to say I like men. So you got to understand where he coming from.
Yeah, but he could have just said that.
Why you have to understand where he's coming from when he's not willing to understand where other people coming from? I think
Because
that's the problem with old heads
him at
is
this
that
moment.
they so judgmental. How you gonna bridge the gap between the younger generation, older generation, when all you doing is looking
Somebody
down
gotta
on
be
the
the big
stuff that they
person.
do?
Somebody gotta be the big
Thing,
person.
they not looking to bridge the gap. They looking to correct where they went wrong, right? So what it is he's looking at us and he's saying, I remember a time where this wasn't okay, and now it's spreading across my community like a wildfire. So yes, for him, he's looking at what used to be normal and seeing abnormities. That's
John, meet my new mod.
that's understandable.
Got another view now.
But you gotta evolve. Okay, well, okay, I
Heck,
agree with that, right?
shift it for Jesus because everything is abnormal.
Mm,
Everything.
Here's my thing when we talk about. I guess since we want to go that route, I say everybody be hypocrites at this point. All of us be hypocrites because
Absolutely.
you can't judge somebody or going to the strip club when you doing so-called ungodly things in your own house. You're not even married. I mean, what is the difference when we're looking at these things? What is the difference? If they both are wrong in some sense, right? So your wrong is not greater than the other person wrong.
Yes, sir.
I'm about to say that's not called a hypocrite though. That's just two different
Yeah,
sins.
but I think, well, the thing is though, like somebody saying they're going to the strip club, it's not like they're literally saying, "Nah, I'm gonna continue to do this. I'm not even trying to stop doing this.
I know,
I
but
don't even think it's wrong."
if couple, okay, well, let me say this:
I
a
like
couple that is married going to the strip club, what is it? That's to me that is perfectly fine. A couple that is in the house having smekes with each other that's not married is not fine. So the person who is having smekes that's not married could judge a couple that is going out having fun. When you're married, there's no thing that you can't do as a married couple.
Yes, it
But
is.
but
You
hold
are
on,
not
but
allowed
you
to
pointing.
watch or nog porn, and you are not allowed to bring someone else into your marital bed.
Yeah, and you pointing out someone else's sin doesn't make your sin any better. Like it's still your sin.
But I
No
think
sin
that was
is
his
greater than
point.
any other
But
sin.
that
That's
was
why
his
you
point
don't
of
have
pointing
to.
it
I
out.
don't understand that.
A
But that
sin
was
is
his
just
point of
sin.
pointing it out is that his sin and my sin are two separate sins, but they're still sin.
But why act like? But why
Yeah,
purposely do it though? The difference is one of them trying to change it, the other one saying, "Oh well, you're doing it, and I'm going to stay sinning on my own, even though I know it's sin." That's
right.
Hello.
Strip club is not a sin.
See,
Okay,
exactly.
but 9 times out of 10, you're lusting after another woman, which is one of the biggest sins. Like dang, they're cheating. You looking at booty clapping when you can do anything else. So we know there's lust behind it. We can act like we ain't seeing looking at that, but we know it's still
People
lust.
say one of the biggest sins, but the Bible says no sin is greater than another.
It's not.
So
Well,
what do you
that's
mean?
not my point. I ain't what you
Besides blaspheming the Holy
So then, how do
Spirit.
you get one of the greatest? How do you get one of the biggest sins if
Take
no
that
sin
out.
is
Take
bigger
that
than
out.
another?
To
Okay,
take
I
one of the
Take
most
that out.
popular, the most popular sin.
I don't want y'all to know. We're not
Actually,
about
the
to
most
shift. We
popular
not
shit is
look.
lying.
Yeah, look, we not about to shift over there. I don't want y'all deflecting from the whole point I was getting to, though. So the whole point is that where the one of them is trying to justify a sin, and one of them is in the midst of correcting sins or not taking up for a sin. So we know that it's sin, but y'all saying, well, y'all do it, and I know you flat out like, okay, I'm gonna make a commitment. If I gotta do this sin to make my partner happy, this is what I'm going to do. But I don't want to get to the sin part. I'm just trying to see that what's the benefit of like how's that helping your if it's so many things you can literally do in your relationship than having it being open. Is all these things just fleshly things? Are y'all really doing in a relationship for God or just to be pleased? Or if y'all even in a relationship for God, I want to ask that first.
Okay, well, hold on.
Can I ask a question first?
No, I just asked the question. Somebody gonna ask me a question.
Well, all I'm doing is I'm caveating back on what the older gentleman spoke about earlier in your concept of how you looked at what he had to say.
Okay, go ahead, my brother.
So all of y'all seem like some very knowledgeable people here, but do you guys believe in wisdom? Because he's a gentleman that may sound like he's old, but he spoke and said something earlier about he watched kids go through stuff from two interacting females. So you can excuse what he said and you can kind of ignore it, but in most cases today, that is the problem, is that you don't have enough more of you younger generation listening to guys that's older or women that's older about life itself. That's why he made that statement and said, y'all sound like y'all haven't lived life yet. Life is not about a gamble to say, this is how I feel today, or this is what everybody else is doing. So when you have a gentleman speaking like that or a woman speaking like that, maybe they're giving you some insight on some things that you don't see.
Yeah, I actually agree with him.
I agree. I agree with that, Ward. But however, I agree with that, but it's also how you come about it. So the way he came about it makes some people not hear the message.
Thank you.
I understand that, but he's only speaking from passion, and most
Yeah, I
older
can
people
consider
will
compassion,
speak from passion. That's what they'll do. They'll speak. It sounds like they're speaking at you, but they're more speaking from passion because they want you to hear what they have to say, and hopefully that you comprehend and take it, as wisdom. That's why he was sounding
I
the way
agree,
he sounded.
but
Okay,
Rachel, this one for you, Rachel. I agree.
Yeah.
However, did his what is it, intention meet the impact?
No.
So
Yeah, no, but the thing is,
He's talking about yesterday's
Pat.
topic.
I knew he was gonna do that.
Yesterday's
I knew he was gonna do that. Just
Maybe
real
not
quick,
now.
just
Maybe
Warlock.
right now it's not.
Yeah, no, I didn't even have a problem with his passion or none of that. I really, honestly, he was just talking so fast. I really didn't even understand like one point that he made.
I can
Like,
say it though.
what was
But
one point that he made?
Can I say something?
Yeah, no, but can somebody just answer one point that he made?
I'm about
Because I
to.
really just
Yes,
really
ma'am.
do want to know.
So he was talking about the difference between YNs and thugs and hooligans. All they did was change the name. Y'all motherfuckers is still the same.
that's not the point he made.
No, I'm about to say I heard this
She
point.
said one point. She said one point.
Well,
He was talking about the difference in the generations. He was talking about how children have to see their grandmother with another woman. I sell insurance, and I had to deal with a man whose wife left him for another woman. So I've seen the backlash, the repercussions of all those things. Our job is not to judge. Our job, especially as somebody, if we're bringing religion into it, we're not supposed to judge. We're supposed to lead with love.
But
Nah, that's
So
a
I
lie.
can't control what the heck you got going on. That's not my business.
The
'cause I
Bible
don't have to
says
do
use
that shit.
the Bible says use discernment and to judge.
Right, we both
Okay,
a judge. I was about to say, I don't know where
spoke
they get
about-
that from.
He spoke
Okay,
about
but
You're
when he came
supposed
up,
to, you can judge lovingly. That shit wasn't lovingly.
he spoke.
okay, but when he came up though, what was he telling us to do?
He spoke about
It
something.
wasn't. I'm gonna say.
Hold
Let
on.
me say.
He made a
Basically,
statement. He
it
really
had
did.
nothing to
The
do with.
host is speaking. The host is speaking.
I'm about to say. Thank you, thank you. So it had nothing to do with the topic of what we was talking about. What he was just basically talking about, he was talking in disappointment because he didn't like the answers that he was hearing, and then he was comparing his old lifestyle to, because I guess he took what he took out of. He thought we was talking about like the community. You know what I mean? He took that out of it and thought we was talking about that, and we was really talking about two men and a woman with poly. Basically, we was talking about poly though. So he thought we was talking about, he said I seen a woman talking to another woman, and the kids was confused and all that other stuff. So that's what he was getting out of it, even though it wasn't nothing we was talking about though. So that's what he was talking about.
Can I ask a question? This question I'm gonna ask is this. He spoke about the one thing that he brought up is more important, and you all started it off talking about the impact of having on kids. Okay, so he spoke about the fact that the impact that he's watched have an impact on kids, and he said it was a mental health problem that comes from that. And now, it's easy to say that you was a person that dealt with some insurance with a guy who old lady left him for another woman. But you said you failed and you saw some of the impact, but you never said anything about if there was kids involved.
There
And
were
that's the
kids
most
involved.
important.
That's the impact.
Well, there you go. The most important thing is his question, his answer, the impact that it has on our kids.
Mhm. Yeah, I had that.
Again, we get that, right? But when you come
Yeah,
up
Kev
here,
was saying the same
we get
thing.
that. But when you come up here, you say, "Well, I'm listening to y'all, and every last one of y'all sounds sick, and I'm disgusted."
Yeah, he
We
messed
no
up when he
longer
did
hear
that. Yeah,
we
he
no
messed
longer
up.
hear your message because you came off first off insulting and judging us. So now your message is being washed out and watered down.
I can feel that though, but I was
Because
about to
I
say,
ain't eating no coochie, so who the fuck is sick, motherfucker?
yeah, but that's why I said we just don't. We gotta start. And I understand a lot of people tend to listen with their feelings and stuff though, but I guess I trained myself to actually listen to see what was his whole point though, so I could take myself out of it, because I know a lot of y'all probably, because he was just, I could tell where y'all coming from, because he was just straight up sounding like he was attacking the panel and stuff or whatever, or whoever was speaking on it. But it's just like I just wanted to hear his main thing he was getting to, and like I said, what he was getting to, it just sounded like he was ashamed of how today's generations is and all that stuff. And then he was just hearing what y'all saying. He just didn't like y'all answers and just was tying it to whatever he was projecting. That's all it was.
I can't
But
agree.
I
it's
wish he
okay.
would have said.
I
I wish
can't
he would have
agree.
said exactly what the answers that he was so bothered by. Like the whole point is to have a discussion. Like I just really didn't understand that.
He
Like
wasn't bothered by nothing because he came up here talking about something that we weren't even talking about.
But he
I
was
can't
bothered
agree.
by something, and what he was bothered by was the fact that we were talking about having multiple women, and
Yes.
having multiple men, and them being interactive with each other. That's where he was disgusted at, and that's why he said these same children grew up watching their grandmothers convert into these things, and then men like him had to explain to them what was going on.
Yep. I'm about to say I heard.
can't
That's why I
agree.
said I heard that part too. Yeah, that's crazy.
I
so,
can't
so he's
agree.
upset we're having the discussion?
I can't
Because
agree.
I heard
No,
oh, go ahead.
You
he
all.
he
Let
was
me. Let
disappointed.
me.
He was disappointed in the fact that what they was talking about, that poly thing. That's all it was. He heard 3 different things. 'Cause I guess he been in the comments for a minute, and I guess he took out what he wanted out of it, and he started talking about. It's like I said, he started projecting from what he went through about the confusion and stuff. So what he took out of it was confusion, with the kids and all that stuff. So he just took what they said and just was talking about his personal things of what he seen, was confusing kids and stuff.
Hey,
That's what.
can I let me ask a question real quick. Let me ask a question.
I can't
So
agree.
what
I can
wasn't it
agree.
poly in the Bible also?
No, God was never for it. It might have been in the Bible. Everything was in the Bible. Shoot, I mean,
Everything
saints
that's
in the Bible.
everything described in the Bible is not prescribed. That's what everyone has to understand, because that's in the Old Testament. In the New Testament, Jesus said one man, one woman.
Preach. I like Cammy. I like her. I'm about
So
to. What is,
you
what,
can't
I'll be a
you can't
butter.
That's a
say
What you say? A
that.
topic.
butter
That's a
butt.
topic. That's a
Hey,
topic that
you
we
Butter
need
got
It's
to
butt.
a
Somebody.
pooter butt.
Butter butt. I'm about to be. All right. I like her, man.
Okay,
Okay.
that's a topic that can be discussed because you have to go back and get a little deeper than what that book you're reading about and where that book comes from. But I won't get into that. I can agree
Like, I
that
gotta take my follow away now. Dang.
his way of coming in could have been a little too much and too compassionate for y'all. I can agree with that because at first, a few minutes ago when I first came on, it was like, hey, we finna move on to something else, and I just wanted to kind of have my say about how I felt about what he said, and you gave me an opportunity. So I can agree that his way of coming in could have been a little too compassionate for a lot of y'all. But take it for what it's worth. If it's something that is worth looking into and thinking about, and we don't do enough research and self therapy within our own community because we're too busy a lot of time with being a part of what's going on. And the kids is the most important thing. We have to keep that in mind. Changing generations is the most important thing.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can I
Yes, sir.
say something else? Let me just say something else real quick. This is where I get confused on, right? We could say something is Old Testament, right? But sin is Old Testament also. That's nowhere in the New Testament. So how do you pick and choose what you want to follow from Old Testament and then what you pick and choose from the New Testament?
So can I explain it? Jesus came to fulfill what was said in the Old Testament. And then he also came with a group of new laws. So just everything, like I said, everything that's described in the Bible is not prescribed. So you still follow the Old Testament like Deuteronomy. You still follow that because Jesus did not come and say, yeah, no, don't do that. He also came off because in the Old Testament, you used to be able to divorce your wife for any dang reason. In the New Testament, you can't do that anymore. So you're really not, your only reason why you're allowed to get divorced is because of adultery. In the Old Testament, your wife could get too fat, you could leave that bitch. She could laugh too loud, you could leave her. You could just not want to be with her no more, and you could leave her. In the New Testament, that's no longer, you can no longer do that. So you have to follow both books. I get it. Some people don't believe in that. That's fine. Keep that to yourself. I don't want to hear it. So that's why you have to read the whole
Down before
Bible.
I get started.
I know that's why I stopped you already because I already know what you gonna do, Turtle. So you have to read the whole Bible and understand it and study it for yourself to understand. So that's up to you. If you
Could you
don't
give a
believe in the
scripture to
Bible,
back up? Could you give a
I want to
scripture?
ask a simple
Hold on.
question.
Wait. What you're
Okay.
saying sounds good, but I'm really asking, could you give a scripture to back up what you're saying?
you want to give me like 5 minutes because I can pull them up. I don't know them off the top of my head, but
Yeah, that's
they're
fine.
all highlighted in my Bible. Give me a second. I'll
Sean
be
does
back.
this.
I'm gonna
Sean
ask
be
a,
doing
I'm
this
gonna ask a
every time.
question, and this may not come across to a lot of y'all the right way, but I'm gonna ask this question. I want you to think about what I'm asking. Okay, our ancestors was brought over here on a ship. When they was brought over here, they was not allowed to read. And so during the time of our ancestors, which were slaves that was brought over here, they was worshiping a God. And you got to remember that book was introduced to our ancestors later as them being put in slave for over 100 years before we was allowed to read and understand the Bible. So I'm going to have you all to think about who was our ancestors serving prior to the good.
Sir, you do know that before you even come with this with stuff that you're saying, because it sounds like you're not a believer, and that's perfectly fine.
I am a
But
believer,
but
brother. I
but
am a believer. Trust me, but I believe
what
in
you're not a
God.
believer in that Bible. You're not a
I
believer in that
believe in
Bible.
God. I believe in God based on my experience in life. I'm
Yeah,
not
that
talking about.
okay, and
I'm not talking
okay.
about the good book. I've read
That,
the good book. I understand the good book, but I'm asking a simple question: who was our
no,
ancestors
you
worshiping?
doing what that last dude doing, right? Because you got people
No, I'm
up here
not.
that believe in the
No, I'm
book,
not.
and you
Tell me.
trying to tell us that the book is
Can
not
you
real.
tell
So
me?
what purpose
Can
do
you?
you have?
I didn't say that.
You did. That's basically what you're saying.
I said who was our ancestors worshiping prior to the good book
You
being.
got an Ethiopian Bible that's
That's not what we're talking about. I'm
but you
asking you a
asking what did
question.
we
But you,
worship? You
Who was
asking
all
what
right,
our
do we
cool.
ancestors?
So, gentlemen,
Hold
I
on.
don't
Who
mean
was
this.
our ancestors?
Hey, hold
Yeah,
on,
I
hold
was
on.
about to
I
stop
don't
it
mean to
too.
break this up. I don't mean to break this up, but we are way off subject. You know, we all believe in what we believe in, and other people's beliefs are different than others. So we're not gonna get into that because I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't believe in neither one of you believe in. So let's just let's keep it neutral.
So that means we shouldn't be having no conversations about what's right and wrong and what that's just stupid to me. Okay, so y'all just
No,
proved the
I'm just
point.
talking about because now you're not talking about what's right and wrong. You talk about
No.
beliefs
This is my
because he
point.
believes one thing and you believe
I
another.
know, but this is my point. Well, and I had this conversation with Kev on this panel all the time. If this is the case, even when you go with people that believe in the book and we have different opinion on what the book says, how we interpret things. So we shouldn't be, no one should be telling someone what is right and wrong because everybody morals and how they look at things is
Subjective.
totally different.
Yeah,
So
that's
what's the point of telling people they're wrong for doing something because they don't do it the way you do it? What is the purpose of it?
I mean, I've been said that. I told people morals are subjective.
yeah, that's sad though. And that's why it's so confusion out here. But
No, I agree. I understand it. I agree. I would have said it a little more
I notice
calm.
everybody morals is based off their flesh though. That's what's some funny stuff. But when it comes to like following certain things or having some self discipline and stuff, that's when I just notice the different groups. So funny stuff though. But sheesh.
And another old man off.
Oh.
I gotta quit
Hey,
scaring
the
people
elderly
off,
gonna come
man.
here hating us.
Y'all stop bullying
And
our
I'm about
elders
to
so they
pull my
stop
mama up
hating.
because my mama is like gang, man.
Hey, I told you we got the YNs, we got the YONs, we got the ONs, which is the old niggas. You know what I'm saying? You got the young old niggas, and you got
Man,
the young
listen,
niggas.
Y'all keep
because
bullying our elders.
everything's different, babe, and there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with it at all. And everybody has to understand that everybody's in a different space.
Yeah, but people, I'm starting to think that it ain't the YNs that's the problem. It's them old niggas that's the problem at this point because I'm starting to think that it ain't the YNs that's the problem. It's them old niggas that's the problem at this point because okay,
And hey, honey, we go through it, and I'm like, what are you talking? Like stop.
I'm gonna
But my
just say
mother, it was in a
every
different
generation gave
generation.
way to what we are now. Every generation gave way, but the older generation, they started off with the epidemic. Y'all know which one I'm talking about. And
Mm-hmm.
then my generation, we started off with continuing that and bringing in the gangs and so everything just built up, right? From way back in the
Yes,
gap
yes.
when before they was gang members and everybody was pimps. You feel what I'm saying? Like it was just a build up to what we are now.
That's why I'm like, I watch my granny give dollars to
Who this requesting up? Is this her mama?
the
No.
ladies,
Oh,
and
this Warlight.
now
Yeah, welcome back, young man.
Warlock,
y'all.
you gotta hold on 1 second. Kev's phone died, and so
Uh-oh.
I don't know, like it's showing that he's kind of gone, so it's not letting us let you up. So just give him a minute. Y'all can continue.
and I want to say the scriptures that I think is Cammy Baby putting in there. We read all those in this live already before, and we're talking about divorce and all those things, and we read all those. So it gives reason for divorce, but the person don't have to unalive in order for you to get a divorce. Also,
No, I'm talking about a
No,
widow. So technically, in the Bible, if you really read it, a woman is really not allowed to leave her husband if he commits adultery. Technically, that's what the Bible says. I'm leaving. Fuck you, nigga. But a man can leave his woman if she commits adultery, and then if her husband passes away, she is allowed to remarry. In the Bible, a divorced woman is technically not allowed to remarry because it's actually she's still connected to that man, and it's adultery if she does that.
I agree with that 100% because that's what the Bible says. I want repeat
That's
that
what I'm
at all.
saying. So that's why I said that's why I put it in there like a widow can't remarry. So my father passed away. So my mom and my pop's marriage is legal because my father passed away.
Okay, so you talking from a woman perspective of
I
like
sent you the male one too, which is Matthew 5:31 through 32. Is and then I also sent you Ephesians 5:21 on down is the rules for your household.
Hmm?
I want to talk about it.
No, someone said, "Well, great Bible study." It's
Hey, we have. Hey, we talk about the Bible. We
Look,
we gonna talk about the
I'm in
Bible all
my
the time in
Bible.
this
I done
live.
had to
Oh
go get it
God,
out.
Welcome
y'all
back, brother
amazing.
Kev.
Yo,
Yeah,
My
listen.
baby.
my baby.
Goodbye.
Mm, take
So,
it
wait, but
down.
Bitch,
listen.
hey, for Christmas, I'm about to buy y'all a portable hotel room so people can stop telling y'all to get a room.
Oh, stop. That's funny.
Who missing? Oh, that was an old man. I forgot.
They all online lusting after each other and stuff.
Oh,
Mm,
That's
mm.
love
who's
right.
he?
That
Oh,
love
wow.
right there.
Warlock.
All that love that do.
Warlike. Request up. But
All
I
that
do. I'm
love.
sorry, boo. Oh,
What do y'all believe?
what were you saying, babe? Sorry.
Oh no. No, I was saying he was
You ain't talking about
he
nothing.
talking about nothing.
I do want to say something on this
Only
other
meant for
part.
one person. I don't see how these dudes do it. All of a sudden they got powers nowadays, but we'll take that.
So on this poly thing, real quick, for the children aspect, once upon a time within subbing and stuff like that, I noticed I had a student in the class and it was very friendly and very touchy and this and that. Not inappropriately, but it was just very like I just felt something was different in a way and stuff like that. And then somehow the conversation came up on the poly conversation and stuff like that. And some of this group of teachers was having discussion on how they noticed that when they have poly, if the parents are poly, how the child come out is very different. And then this recently, my classmate, she is a para and she had a student. She was like talking to me about and stuff like that, how the student was. Student would give her a kiss on the cheek and stuff like that, randomly run up behind her. Like it was just like little stuff. She was like, I don't know, it's just little stuff that's like they're just way more friendlier for what she noticed as well about poly students. And I ain't saying it's a bad thing, of that, but saying how it can affect the child. If so we're saying that little children don't notice it, I think it causes a friendly environment if they're in a good environment. But I think long term wise of questioning, how we said if what they see is that right comparing parents. But as a child, I think it just brings a little more friendliness out.
My mom's a school teacher, so I'm gonna completely totally disagree.
Hmm.
That's not true. Kids be friendly because they're friendly, and kids be sexual because they have been sexualized. So my mom is she's about to be 61, so she's been a teacher for a very long time, has 2 master's degrees, is a special education teacher. She has had students that are not actually her students ask her on a date. Their parents were not in poly and like get mad. She's had students run up and hug her from behind and put their whole face in her butt. And
Whoa.
they were not in poly relationship. Their parents were not in poly relationships.
Would
So
that be
a
called a
child,
pooker butt?
huh?
Oh,
Would that be
Don't.
considered a
Is
pooker
that a
butt? Would
poodle
it be?
butt?
Mom, listen, okay. So I had to go to the gym to get a fat
you
booty.
know what?
My mom has that shit. So I don't know what that little boy was thinking, but he sure was fucking happy.
It
Shit.
was a pooker butt. That's a literal
It's a
definition right
pooter
there.
butt. First of all,
Okay. Pooter,
pooter
my
butt,
bad, my bad.
not puka. But
Smoking that pooka.
so that has nothing to do with it. And I'll go. Never mind. I ain't going down there. It's a little bit too late. Them niggas might be doing something. But if it was a different time of the day, I might go down there and have her explain that to you. So it's more reasons behind it, like why. But children, especially if that's where they fall. My mom 5'4", she not that tall. These kids now, I don't know what the fuck they be putting in them chicken. Them kids be big as hell. So that might just be where they fall. Kids are friendly because they're friendly, and she may notice maybe they're friendlier because of that, but I highly doubt that shit. Like some kids are friendly, some kids are just not, and a lot of kids don't understand boundaries, especially at such a young age.
No, I can see where you're coming from on that. Only reason why
Yeah.
I say that said that example as well is if it was just two of us, discussing it because we was new to teaching, but then we was a discussion with other teachers, like I said. But I get what you're saying as well, though.
What's
Is
Sean doing? He
anybody in
must have
church
a
in the
big
morning?
scripture.
Hmm?
Yeah, I gotta
Mm.
go in the morning. But Glory, I don't have to sing. I had to sing for the last two Sundays, and I'm tired as heck.
You
I
be
gotta
singing
see.
like, "Hey, bitch ass nigga," you know you wasn't saying
Why would I sing that in church? Don't play with me.
And why would you sing it on her, child?
Because hold on, I didn't call nobody a bitch ass nigga. I said I used to call people bitch ass niggas. God is working on me. I am a work in progress. I am not
Hey,
perfect.
shift it for Jesus.
I am not perfect. I have come a long way. I've come a
Oh
very long
Girl, you better
way.
shift
A
it for
mighty
Jesus.
long
What
way.
Timberland man said? Creed in me what?
A
A
There
clean
you
clean
go.
heart.
Okay, what she got
heart.
going? Okay, she is in the choir. Okay.
Oh, don't get me started. Y'all be
Yeah, I
Okay,
knowing.
gotta
my
say,
bad,
do
my
y'all sing
bad.
on her? Cause we can end this in song. Cause it's 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 12:34.
Oh, she counted the numbers.
Oh, absolutely, baby. I
I'm crying because I just looked at it like, oh, it is.
I was thinking you was counting the boxes to make a mass choir.
Yeah,
Like,
Yeah.
right. I was
It's
wondering what was
1,
going. That
2,
threw my
3, 4,
brain off a
12,
little
Wait a
bit.
35.
minute, cause I ain't no soprano, so don't put me in that.
Oh, I'm a first soprano. I got you. You an alto?
I'll go to tenor.
I'm an
Oh,
alto.
I
It's more safe
I
for
don't
me.
put it. Can't go that low.
I'm a
Child, alto be too
bass.
deep.
I'm a bass. I know.
Oh, there we go. We got it.
Mm-mm.
We got the whole
Do,
choir.
re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do.
Okay, yeah,
I
that
love how
wasn't.
you jumped off key on that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the part that was about to tear me up.
Oh,
That
I'm
little.
always off key. I'm the one
Oh
that
Lord,
gets
we
in
can't.
trouble every time.
That means
Oh
we gonna have a
no.
regular Baptist choir if we got people out key.
No, we don't. Who's? Not in my church, baby.
Are
They
you
don't play that.
Baptist? You Baptist?
Yeah, I grew up Baptist and they didn't pay that either.
What hymn y'all gonna sing tomorrow?
We not singing no hymns tomorrow.
Well, y'all ain't no true Baptist. You gotta
You
keep
got
it.
Girl,
you got
it's
to
2025. The
What
hymns
mean?
are gonna put the hymnal down.
you got to
Baby,
hit
let
the
me
Put
go.
the
hooker.
hymnal
Take me,
down.
no. Take
We
me to
finna
the
sing some
cross.
Ricky Dillard. We not singing no hymns no more.
Oh,
All them devotional. It's done. It's
listen.
over with. We're not doing it no more.
Cool. Every Sunday,
No, girl.
devotion time. Let me tell you.
Yeah,
No.
that's
You
What
gonna get
that's
girl,
your
how old is
scripture?
your pastor?
when the deacons is up in the front.
Let me see. My pastor, he probably about 60.
Nah.
But listen, you
He
hey, you
needs to
can't
let
teach
it
no
go.
devotion.
I think you need to let it go.
Nah, let me
All
tell
the
you.
deacons
Listen,
don't get to
everybody
sit in the
start
front
groaning.
row. At my church, 18 to 35 sits in the front 2 rows. That's who you trying to save. Them men you saved. Go sit your butt in the back. Go in the back now.
But
Let these
you
young
gotta keep them
people sit
included
up
too.
front so that they get the word. This who I'm preaching to. This who needs to be saved. You're saved. Why are you in the front row?
You can't
Nah.
leave out them saved folks. Now I will say this: we do have a diverse. Instead, we'll do hymns, but them
Yeah,
3
we will.
songs we gonna sing now. They ain't gonna
Oh
be.
yeah,
Yeah, and nobody finna be off key.
See, my church they little too. I tell them we commit to sin every Sunday when the pastor get up there.
No, no.
You be like the
It's
choir
a
sound
choir
good.
auditions at my church.
See, my
Anybody got
church ain't
time?
ready for that. My church should be that's too mean. I say See, they
No.
want. I be like, well, I cannot accept your position. Y'all don't want that.
See, I love that. I love the hymns. I can
We like
can
the
do that.
hymns too, but we finna freshen it up, liven it up. And we not singing them every Sunday. No.
Let me get a good knit across a charge. Blessed assurance. Let me tell you.
Yeah, we can
Blessed
do that when it's time for communion.
assurance.
You
Yeah,
get a
that's my
hymn on
song.
communion Sunday, first Sunday of the month.
We need that every Sunday.
No. We gonna have fun at church. We gonna sing a song. Catch the Holy. We gonna sing some new
Okay,
stuff. We not.
what's your favorite? What's your favorite song to sing at church?
Girl, I'm in the choir. I be tired. I don't
I know
have a
Nigel's
favorite
favorite
Man,
song.
song.
listen.
No, you don't. Kev.
Every praise, cause
No,
you are
please
God.
don't. I'm so. Listen.
Every
Every word works up
No,
with
Lily,
one
don't
accord.
Yeah,
join on
y'all wouldn't
this.
make it into the choir. They gonna be like,
God,
thank you for
my
coming.
Savior.
Listen.
Oh, I
No.
wouldn't have did that.
Listen.
Yes, he is.
No, cut it
No.
off. I'm sick of it.
Yeah.
Sick of
Oh,
it.
I just snorted.
I
Oh
truly don't
man,
like
that
that
was
song.
funny.
The one we just sang,
Lily find it
the
so
one that
funny.
got
I don't
me,
like that.
we sang I Surrender not I Surrender All. We sang another
I know
song
what
called
you
I
talking about.
Surrender. And that one, child, I had to
Oh,
go
I
to the
thought you were gonna
screen
say
and
I
get
surrender.
myself together because I was so about to start shouting and running around the church. I had to get it
Yeah,
together.
surrender that BA then.
I haven't said that. called him a pooter butt, and y'all are offended. Goodness, Jesus Lord.
Cause that I surrender all, man. That's my song.
No, it's so old. Listen, it's too old. We get it.
How old is your pastor, Kim? Let me ask you
My
that.
pastor is 54.
Oh, my pastor is 77.
Heck no,
Oh.
But we have a mega church.
I do too.
See, I ain't in no mega church. I got
What church? What church you go to?
Me,
Yeah.
Consolidated Baptist,
What state is that in?
Kentucky.
No, I don't know them.
What about you, Kim?
I go to the Word.
What state?
Ohio.
Oh,
my
My
mom went
pastor is
to,
R.A. My pastor is R.A. Vernon. Y'all know my pastor.
wait a minute, my uncle's a pastor in Ohio,
Which state? Oh, which
in
city?
Waukegan.
Oh no, I don't know where that's at. Oh no, that's a little bit away from Cleveland. They got a campsite out there.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, my uncle is a pastor out there. All
Mm-mm.
three of my uncles are pastors.
well, my church ain't mega. It's a little small church on some dirt, you know.
Yeah, that's why
I
y'all
like
singing them.
them.
Listen,
I like
hey,
them.
Nah.
that was. Cause trust me and believe. Let me tell you, that him gonna hit every time.
Man,
That
listen.
him gonna hit. Listen, you sleep on him.
At the cross, where I first saw the light,
Listen, you
and
gonna
the burdens of my heart rolled away. See how you fix it up? You change it up,
Listen.
and people are at the cross.
Oh my God!
At the cross.
All right, let's hit this
I don't
one.
want to hear all that. Mm-mm.
Baptize me, Jesus, with the Holy Ghost. Switch it up.
No. Baptize me, Jesus, with the Holy Ghost. How? Baptize me, Jesus. See, you gotta fix it. It's too slow. It's too slow. It's too
All right,
fast.
Okay, I'm gonna hit you with
You ain't
another one.
fix it. You sped it up.
You're supposed to, cause I'm about to go to bed. It's 10 in the morning. I'm tired.
You said, speed that track up. Hey,
Beat it. Add some bass. Add some funk behind it. Bounce, bounce, bounce. Add a little bounce, a little something, baby. I've been here since 6:30 in the morning.
see, that's the
In
thing.
practice and rehearsing. I didn't get no sleep last night. I
Oh,
had to
God
do my
bless you.
hair, pick out my outfit, make sure my outfit. And you want to sing this slow old hymn?
Yes.
No, we're not singing that slow hymn. We had sound check, had to get my inners put in, and you want to sing 3, 4 slow songs? No.
Why you saying 3 or 4? Let me tell you first. That's why we confused. Cause ain't nobody going to my church at 6 o'clock. I will get that.
But see, because you're not on the choir. We gotta be
Wait.
there.
Now let me help you out on where I'm
We
at.
got 3 services.
Hold
3.
on. Wait, let me tell you my position in
We
church.
do too.
I am the musician. Also, I am head of the choir stuff like that. So I don't get me wrong. It's just we're not gonna be there at 6 o'clock. We
What
only got
time
one
your
hour.
services start?
11 o'clock.
See, we got 9 o'clock service, we got 11 o'clock service, and we got 1 o'clock service. Baby, I'm not singing that slow song. I'm sleeping.
You only singing one
No.
slow song. But teach a song.
Speed it up.
We got 8, 11, and then 1.
See? You're tired. You don't want to sing that slow song 3 times.
Well, ain't nobody told y'all to sing 3 times. Y'all better tell everybody come at one time.
It's a mega church, boo. It's a mega church.
It's a
That's
mega
different.
church.
You gotta have 3
Listen,
services.
y'all better
And then my church has multiple campuses.
Man, and that's why I ain't finna hold. I could not do no mega church. That's one thing I could not do.
And that's the thing. It was kind of confusing going from the small, sitting on the hard benches, and then going to this big old thing. It was like, whoa.
Yeah, see, I didn't go. See, my childhood church was really, really large. So I've always been in a big church. It just wasn't a mega church, but it could have been if you wanted to do that. And then my now church is a mega church. And literally, like, it's the same. It feels the exact same because I've always been in a large church my whole entire life. So same
See,
thing.
I haven't.
Speed that hymn up. The only hymn that's not sped up is what's that? His Eyes on a Sparrow, because it don't adjust that song.
Oh no, you can adjust
Sing
everything
it.
else.
No, you don't
Because
adjust
see,
His
we
Eyes on
still
a
had
Sparrow.
at the smaller church, we still had the little thing up that said how many people was in the attendance,
I know that's
and
right.
Oh, and
and,
did you
And the
tithe
Sunday
this week
and
school.
how
and all
much
that?
money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Nah, I ain't that old
And,
school. Now my church ain't that old school.
No.
oh, mine was.
Man, my grandmother's church, I used to, my great grandmother, not my grandmother, my great grandmother's church, they be like, your tithes, all your business, all in the, listen.
Mine
No.
was.
They be
Yeah.
like,
So,
everybody give a love offering. I'm not giving no love offering so you could tell me that how much I tithe next week. Don't agitate me.
No, we don't do all that. And we don't do it. I will
Person with
say,
all that. I tithe, my money come out my bank account automatically, sir. God gets it first. My bills come
man, I
second.
just cash app it.
oh, see, I cash out down. See, that's how old my church is because it's somebody number, not the
Man,
church number. In the Zelle, I said, God dog, y'all. But see, it's one thing I can say: being at an older church, it is hard for older people to let go of their positions.
Yeah,
oh.
see, and then there's no
Ooh.
progression.
Oh no! So like for me, I put like this. So with the music department, I'm very much hands-on, musician and stuff like that. Like I tell them, I only come as needed because I said y'all don't want to grow. They offered me to go be over the whole music department, but like I told them, I said y'all don't like change. I'm not gonna waste my breath.
Yeah. But see, now all the songs that's coming out, you got elevation worship. You know, that's oh God, that's little YT stuff. You gotta blacken that up now. Like, see, it's all this music. Listen, we gotta change. There's a lot going on to change it so that we'll have the saints going off and start, like that's a lot. It's a lot. I'm
Man, I'm in
tired.
Kentucky, and we had this lady come from Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
No, Georgia. Sorry. And I was like, I'm moving to Georgia because
What
I
church did
need
she
her
go
in my
to?
life.
She go to
She was in. Hold on, I can tell you.
the
But I was like,
2019 church.
man, no, she was like, she was probably my age. But honey, if she didn't preach, I was like, oh Jesus. Because see, here in Lexington, in Kentucky, women weren't allowed to be in the pulpit.
Oh.
So when she came down here, I was like, oh, and she's black. Yes, God.
See, my pastor and his wife are both pastors. So they both my pastors, but you know what I'm saying? Like they're both pastors.
Oh,
Their
no.
son is a pastor.
Yeah, my pastor's son is a pastor, but he's in Michigan now.
No, I'm just playing.
But that lady, man, I wanted to wrap her up and swaddle her in clothing because she told it like it was. She told it like it was, and I loved it.
Yeah.
But down here in Lexington, you won't see a pepper minister female.
My church, we have two women.
Yeah, my first lady get up there and tell the whole listen, Satan be mad.
Our first lady don't move.
I'll be
from
like,
her seat,
hallelujah. You better tell him.
Our first lady don't move from her seat.
Oh no, my first lady get active. She get up there, she'll stir that spirit up real good. She'll get that church going off. I'll be like, that baby, she's anointed. Hallelujah. Lord, that family is blessed. Glory be to God. Nah, my first lady get up there and get active.
I can't take you serious. I know that you dead serious.
Like my church. Sorry, my church. It holds 4,000 people at once, and we have 3 services. So when I say it's a mega church, it's a mega church.
Ours is like 2,500, and then we supposed to be adding a balcony soon too.
So my church holds about.
I'm trying to go to your church because you already laughing.
Let's see. I would say we could do about 400.
I'm there.
Listen, but like we're so yeah. I mean, we having some
That's
good
one of
church.
them churches where everybody know everybody.
Oh
And
yeah,
the
it's
pastor
family church.
stand outside and shake everybody's hand.
My
Yeah.
and
pastor
walk
still
out.
does that. My pastor still does that. After every service, him and his wife stand there and it be a line of people. And I hug them later on. I hug them early in the morning. I'll be like, all right now. They be like, I'll be like it took me like when I first started going there, it took me like 6-7 months before I actually like met my first lady.
Wow.
See, that's
I had
all
met
like
my
small
pastor
changes.
because I was in the choir. I had met him a couple of times, but her, I was like, I've been meaning to. I'm like, but I can't stand in that line. She was like, I don't understand how they do it. She was like, cause I'd be ready to go. I'd be like, I bet.
Oh,
But I catch her on the off, off Sunday, or if I have to sing 1:00, don't be that packed. So I catch her then. But
no, see, my church, we just waiting. We just gonna go in the pulpit when church over. Hey, how you doing? What you? And the pastor is my uncle, though. I will say that. But yeah,
See, we ain't allowed to. Yeah, we can't do that.
you do not go in that pulpit. Security take them around the back doors, around the back aisle to cut, and then everybody go stand in that line when they dismiss service.
no. Now we do got security though. I say that.
You got
I
to
know. And you know what? And I'll be honest with you, beautiful ladies. I just started going back to church and I was like, why do they have security?
Oh, people.
Like, what is happening?
Because remember that little YT man that busted in that church and pew them
Uh-huh.
9 people. Ever since then, churches have been on it. Like, oh yeah, you ain't busting up in here.
I was so like shocked, and
Yeah.
they got like people to direct traffic and
Yep. My
do all
church has a
this.
parking team and
I was like, oh my
development
God.
committee. Yep.
My church has everybody parked for themselves.
No,
Man,
like
that's
they
what
just
I
direct
need
you
right
where
now.
to park. Unless you're old, then they'll like park your car. But they'll come out to you if it's raining. They'll come to your car with umbrellas and stuff.
No, what's called? Nobody's outside. You got to usher at the door.
No, man, we got about 40,000 of them. But
No, we got a good. How many don't we got? 4 every Sunday.
oh shoot, girl, we got
Hey,
at
is your
least
mega church?
17.
Is your church like you can sit where you want?
Yes, ma'am.
Really, mine isn't.
Well,
That's the
everybody
only thing I miss
knows.
about my childhood church is like going and sitting down wherever I want. Like, no, I don't do that there. Like, they just direct you.
Oh yeah, so it's kind of like your church. Like everybody knows where each family kind of sits, so everybody know that family sits there, that family sits there, and then everybody else is at the back.
Yeah, nope. The only people who have assigned seats is like the first lady and stuff. They all sit in one. Obviously, his family sits in one section. Everybody else is just grab filing, and they be like, they sit you by row. Unless you're
Girl,
like,
look
so
look
where
my
I sit,
church
if
up,
I'm
and you'll see how big it is, and it's 3 services every Sunday.
Well, so
that's how mine is.
I got a question because I thought about the ushers. How y'all feel about close them doors?
We laugh, we joke about it all the time in my church. He jokes about because my pastor knows him, so he was just like, "That's my boy," and he said he didn't agree with it. Like, but he jokes about it like it's offering time, and we be like, "It's off." He be like, close the doors." Like we joke about it all the time because it's like we understand like that what he did was wrong, but we finna make fun of you, sir, because why did you do that?
Y'all believe it was wrong?
You ain't gonna close.
We
First of all,
can't even
God
go out
loves
the
a
doors.
cheerful giver. A cheerful giver. You cannot force me to tithe.
But I'll say
Tithing.
this. The only reason why I say it's a difference from if you would have said you have to give the dollars. Okay, cool. I think that would be this and that. But knowing the environment that only reason why I guess you say my perspective did shift was because of the fact of when I knew the environment that he was in, and I had flashbacks from the time that I done been to big conventions and people was just up. Like that's just the only thing. That was just my only thing. Like before I even read his statement, somebody said the statement is said their point of view from being there. I said, oh well, we got money out here on this table now. We talking about raising some big money. I don't want no doors open at that time and people just getting up. So
But
I
see,
put
you can again. That's what God loves a cheerful giver, and I think that people don't understand that tithing is not mandatory. Once you understand that, all He says, tithe all ye 10% into and God will open up the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing. All you're doing if you don't tithe is losing out on those window pouring out in blessings. That's it. You're not. It's not mandatory for you to tithe. That's what
yeah.
people don't understand.
So
So you cannot force me to give you no money because I'm not cheerful now that I'm doing it. So therefore, I'm really missing out on them damn blessings. You got me fucked up.
I got okay. So my guess
And
where I'm having.
also,
You said
but
what? Kim?
and I was just listening to you. But I was saying also the tithes was for towards the I think Edom. I gotta remember who it is. Basically, it was for the poor people and all that stuff. So the people or the certain people that had the tithe anyways. I don't think it's for us anyways to do it, but the church kind of mixed it up for the tithe things.
But
But
I
even if
guess
gifts of joy and love, that's what they're called, gifts. You can't force me to gift you nothing. So but again, we just joke about it. But I'm like, child, please, he'd have never got a single red penny out of me.
that's all I was just about to say. I think that's the thing of I think I have a different perspective if it was a thing of you better give, you better give, you better give. Now closing the doors, you could just sit down when they pass around that plate. I ain't finna hold you. I think that's
You
what
don't
my
close no doors on me because you don't know the trauma I've been through, sir.
no, but I get the reason to closing doors. I ain't finna hold you. If it's that big of a like what we're talking about right now, how big our church is, and it's times that and people just getting up, moving around during offering, I think that's like a safety thing too.
I mean, see, our offering now is it's at the end of service, and when you walk out, they have people with buckets, and you just throw your tithes and offering in the bucket. But most of the people just tithe on their phone, like I said, mine come out automatically on my bank account, like.
From
It's
the
all
video.
on the Tithely app, and it just come right on out. Ain't got time.
Nah,
So
from the
you're
video.
holding on to that money because I know take the time, Lord Jesus, thank you. You know I'm cheerful about it, but just take the money before I even look at it and get to calculating how I can spend. Now take that money on up out of there.
Lord,
that's yours. Have fun. Glory be to God. Thank you.
Nah,
And see, I agree with you with what you're saying is like it automatically comes out of my bank account and or I'll give it when I can. But don't say close the door.
like I said, I get where people come from on that. I just think do I think he could have handled it better in a better way? Yes. Do I also understand why he handled it that way? Yeah, because if you got people walking around, no, that's too much money to be playing with. If that's your goal, that's too much money to be playing with to have people in and out at that time.
You can be your goal, but like, see, my pastor says nobody moves, nobody gets hurt, and we know it's a joke. But if we're doing this right now, hold on, nobody move. That's it. It's a nobody move. I'm glad you're awake because your ass sure fell asleep on me, nigga.
Ooh, how you gonna talk about the Lord and then say that? Oh,
because my brother
I'm about to
pissed me
get you,
off.
girl.
Don't get me. I know I'm wrong. But fell asleep on me. Rudeness.
But
Rude.
Naya, what do you mean?
Hmm?
What do you mean by that?
On what part?
When you said you agree because nobody should be moving.
Oh yeah, I agree with I believe he could have done it better, but I get what he was doing, right? Like for what she said, if her pastor's saying everyone sit down and stuff like that because it can cause harm, yes, but that's what he could have said. But closing the doors in that moment and stuff like that, it's just I don't know. I think of in that moment, I think of the worst. I ain't finna hold you.
All right, tag me in, coach, because my church, everybody stands up.
Yeah, and he told
when
the
it's
people
time
come
for
up to the
offering.
table. That's
If a song playing, people be up. But also, tithes and offering is the time that you could drop your tithes and run to the restroom real quick.
I do it every time.
I can't.
Well, y'all
But
church
yeah,
too
that's
big
my
to do
break.
that. But, I mean, not y'all church is really big to do that. That church, well, God, dog, you put an offering up, everybody pray.
Oh
because
yeah,
it's a
you can't even
song.
move till the usher tell you. and come
Yeah.
to your pew
That's how it was
section.
at my childhood church, but now we just slip out. Like it's enough space that you can kind of like get past people, and they used to drop it on the altar, and then if you like tithe with your phone, some people would go and put their phone on the altar and pray over it real quick, and then go sit back down. I never did none of that because my tithes was already gone, and he just prayed over tithes and offering, and also sometimes I would be singing, but that's besides the point. But I had to pee before service. Ain't got time. I just pee before service and just don't drink that much.
Girl, I take my whole cup.
Oh wait.
We can have our cups in the sanctuary now, thank God. Water bottles and stuff. But
Well, now
Yes.
I will say if the drummer in training don't make it and I have to show up. Yeah, the musician drink, but like, nah, we don't do all that. Or unless it's like the choir. But just in the crowd, nah.
Oh yeah, I gotta have some drink.
Mm.
Cause I be singing with the choir.
See, but do y'all have the choir, like your church, Naya, your choir probably got a choir stand, right?
Well, not yeah, we old, but we ain't that old. We got a choir stand.
That's what I'm saying. No, but that's what I'm saying. My church doesn't have a choir stand.
Oh.
My childhood church did, but we don't have a choir stand. We just
Y'all
come
that
onto the
praise team
pulpit.
generation. Your church
Yeah.
praise. I
It's the
can't.
deacons.
Let me tell you, I like praise team, but give me a good mass choir.
But we have it. We have mass choir.
I want them every Sunday. Not
Nah, we don't have it every Sunday. Nah, we have like once a month because
no.
Because see, we have one campus already up and running, and then we're opening up another campus. So the choir is getting split up. So I'm on a praise team at another campus. I'm not on a praise team at the main campus anymore. They moved me to another campus. So now they about to have another one, and they was asking who's going there, and they opened it up in the hood, and I was like, yeah, I don't do the hood now.
No,
I was like, don't ask me to move there because shawty, I can't. I don't do the hood.
You said, "Shawty, I can't."
I can't go down there. I'm scared.
Give me some Ricky Donald. Oh, it's James
Ricky
Fortune.
Dillard.
James Fortune when he was first starting with his mass choir, because he praise and worship not too.
Yeah.
Give me. I like, man. It's something about that mass choir. Like right now, I feel bad.
Ricky Dillard give you that.
That's what I said. Give it to me. Give me.
We do that, but see, that's the thing. Never mind, because we is in the STEMs generation and all that stuff now.
And that's
Is it okay if I show y'all my church right now?
Yeah.
I'm trying to. Okay.
Oh, I guess you asking Kev, not us.
Oh yeah, because
I'm sorry. I just wanted to make sure it was okay.
Yeah, let us take over.
What happened?
She said she wants to show us her church.
Oh, all right.
Kev just chilling. You on the game? Kev, what game you playing?
Mind your business.
That's our mass choir. That's our choir stand.
I can't see.
Oh, you can't. I'm sorry.
Did you green screen it yet?
Oh, and they be having all this on the dang on it.
Do y'all see it, or am I my phone?
Oh, your camera on?
Did you turn your camera on?
There you go. Now
Okay,
flip it.
boom.
Now put your screen on. We see that big old TV over
No,
there. Do your
it's on the
thing.
TV.
Oh,
She
it's
about
on
to
the
show
TV.
us on the TV.
We got what? Oh,
Yeah, we don't have a choir stand no more.
Mm.
Glow, yeah, all matching
Oh,
in
you got
white.
the curved TV too.
I'd
Okay.
like to be in the
Yeah, it's the curse.
one more time.
Don't.
I'm so glad.
Yeah.
I'd like to be in the service
But it's
one more time.
huge.
Yeah. Old school, nice old school choir.
Listen.
Yeah.
Hey, do not pass me what? Let me tell you.
Do not.
not
Well, it depends
pass
which one
me
you're
that.
talking about.
Uh-huh.
You talking about the fast one or the slow one?
I'm talking about the fast one. I'm looking
Do
up.
not pass me back. Do not pass me back. Do not pass me back. Do not pass me back.
Pass me back.
Do not
Yeah.
pass me back. Do not.
Listen.
Yeah. Old school, nice old school glory.
Man, listen. We
Listen,
about to get ready to go and praise the Lord in the morning.
that's a good offering song.
Mm-hmm.
Da, 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 da.
Listen, doom, doom. That's my favorite part. I love when they come on, drum, come on, doom, doom.
Man, and I was so excited when they got the guitar. Like, yes, because we never was able to have any of that in our church.
Really? My childhood church, we had a saxophonist, we had a bass, we had the other guitar, drums, the piano player, the
He's only the organ.
player. Nah, we had all of that. We had a whole like bandstand, and now my church has that as well. But let's see.
Oh, look at my mama up there.
At my church, for about let me see, since I was about 8 to I'll say 20, me and my daddy was musicians. My daddy played the piano and I played the drums. Then he quit and I went to school.
Girl.
Then I came back home. I played one more year and I told him I gotta resign. What they say? They say PRN. I'm a DRN. I drum as needed at the church. But I be very much more hands-on in the choir more than anything now. Then they want my dad. It's hard finding musicians. I ain't finna hold you. But yeah, we just had two good instruments and random guitar player that my daddy would pay randomly. But I know y'all got them 9 o'clock, 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock services. I think we should have a benediction and close out and call it a night.
I'm crying.
Okay. What benediction?
See the dang screen, bro. I just went to go look up to see, my church, blah, blah, blah. I realized I was on the wrong page. But I'm just sitting there looking at the screen, and why the freak do I see my double chin out? Like, why that angle, bro?
No.
Now I have to go take a picture of this and be like, bro, me and my sister standing right next to each other, and we singing, and I have a double chin. Don't play with me. Why would y'all pick that picture?
Because the churches don't care about that part.
I care about my double chin.
But
What is going on here? Why is that the note? My Lord. I'm fucked. Ugh.
You said my Lord. And she said I'm fucked up.
I am just so disappointed.
See, this is why we need to sing them old songs.
I swear.
That wasn't gonna change the double chin. The double chin was still gonna be there.
You get hit in the spirit, and sometimes you just fall out. And you didn't got to worry about that. You look down at the ground. You ain't got to be in it no more. Get yourself a little. The mothers get you a little cover. You know what I'm saying? That.
All right, we had the cover too. Listen,
I feel like
I went to
somebody's
church.
soprano on here.
I'm a first soprano.
Who's the alto?
I do both.
See, I can't get that low.
Let me tell you, we just had friends and family, right? So I don't want to be like I told the church. Y'all not that dedicated for me to put my time, the energy into telling y'all. I don't want to say telling. I will help out, but for me to be a leader over it, I'll give advice. So we still sold out. Very good old school song. I told the director, get the crowd to sing it. Now keep in mind, this is my cousin.
I am so
Listen, my heart is fixed that we was
my mind is made up.
We was into it. I told the director, get the crowd to sing it. Now she my cousin, she goofy. She working on herself, right? So if she decides to do keep out, we ain't got no man up there to do tenor. You know what she does? She gets funny. She said sing tenor on the spot. Oh. Wow. I did it, but Lord have mercy. The people who could read my face and my family,
like y'all.
They was dying laughing. I said, don't do that no more. Because I said to the crowd,
altos.
Not me.
They said that at church, we need altos, or we need somebody to sing altos at my childhood church. I looked at them like they lost their rabbit butt mind. They told me, come on, Cam. Cam who?
Listen,
She
It was
said,
like
"Can't
you can do
move."
it.
so
And my aunt was a choir director. She like, get down there. I'm like, I can't. This is as low as it goes. She said,
Oh,
go
see,
on
I
back
can
to
go
soprano. I'd
low.
be like, see, stop playing with
so
me.
this the thing. My daddy have 4 children, 3 girls, and he let me say, I always called him the Michael Jackson and Maddie Clark
Hmm.
because if my daddy left the house up the road, he said, I need y'all to learn this song by heart and know all the keys. All the keys, all your notes, have all the parts. My dad, somehow, I don't think it's very common, but somehow all 3 of his children are sopranos. It's only one of them.
Wow.
It's only one who is like Cam, who cannot go lower. But that's because when we was younger, it took her the longest to. We just made a decision never to give her the low parts, so we never trained her voice to go low. We said just take it too long. Pick this
Listen,
part and go on.
they
Look,
tried.
just give her what just give her what she know how to do.
No, they tried. As a child, they tried. They tried their darndest. Like I said, my aunt was the choir director. She tried her darndest. And she was like, her voice can't. My mom could hit. My mom was a soprano. Like, she's an alto now because she had her thyroid removed. But my mom used to hit Millie Ripperton high notes. Like,
Oh wow.
we can't go down there. I'm like, Lord God, I can't. If my what I'm gonna do if my thyroid needs to be taken out? Cause I'm screwed. Like,
I don't
Oh wow.
I
listen.
can't. I first when I say I'm a first soprano, I mean I'm a first soprano. Like, remember the song, maybe Holy, Holy. That's where I sing.
Listen, let me tell you.
Lord
I
God,
mean,
like I'm singing it that loud.
so it's this. So I have.
And mine is oh
Boy,
Lord,
let me tell you. Listen, if you're Baptist, you better know it.
how excellent,
How excellent,
how excellent,
how excellent.
how excellent,
I can't hit it right now.
how excellent. Yeah. Is
Thy
thy
name,
name.
there's no, I searched all over and I thought. See, I can't go that low. I see voice cracking, sound a mess. Mm-mm.
Yeah, see, I'm low. I'm very low.
My voice don't belong down there.
She said my voice don't belong.
I love being down there. It's this mass choir that they trying to make in my city, and he asked me. The director asked me to be in it, and he don't like me. He loved me,
Oh,
but he don't like. No, he well, that's the whole background. I thought he didn't like me.
well, that's
Anyways,
he
he
like
don't like.
you.
Huh?
He love you, but he don't like you. It's okay. I tell my kids that every day.
I
Because
my little brother that he gets so mad, and I'll be like, boy, I don't understand. I love you, but I really don't like you.
I know why. But listen, I understand why. Cause like how I'm soprano, but let me tell you, if I ain't got to do it, let me tell you what I ain't gonna do.
Yeah, hey,
Hey, let me tell you,
50 for Jesus.
I got you. We can do all, yeah, nah. But one thing about me, Naya, we doing warm ups. It was one practice I went to. No, I never forget. Cause I thought me and him had beef, but we didn't. I guess I was imagining things, but anyways, not my business. But it was one practice. We was doing warm ups, and I didn't warm up in soprano because I was like, I felt tried because when his members said something to me, she was like, not soprano. I said, and that's okay though. I felt tried.
And I would have said no. I would have got you in the alto.
Nah, let me show you. Like, I still didn't warm up in that, but when we did a song, oh, his face lit up. She said, oh my, I am so, don't say sorry now. Don't do that. But let me tell you, I will go to the deepest of deepest notes. I tell my daddy, hey, start below. Let me be good. Let me be better.
Yeah, my mom. Yeah, I'm more of a Tony Braxton type of deep, low,
I love it.
Brandy. Yeah.
I love it. But if I have to start, I'll do it. But let me tell you what, I will. It's not that for myself. This is the thing that I can say. Within being in a Baptist church, that's just like I don't know if y'all seen the other person in here earlier.
Hmm.
I'm so Baptist and churchified. Their name was Quarter. I thought it said Quartet. I said, oh, look at the quartet. I was
We're gonna start a quartet.
like, I love them
Baptize
churches.
me, Jesus. Yeah.
Listen, what's the Lisa Knowles and the sister just came out with promises. Oh, my Lord. Give me a good quartet. But the thing is, when you're at a country church like mine, like I said, I'm on dirt. My church is on dirt. If you don't,
I love it.
let me tell you, you wear some
And
heels.
where are you located? I'm sorry, you don't have to tell me the city. What state?
Oh, you good? I'm in Florida. I'm in Florida.
Oh, really? Okay.
My church in Fort White, small little church. Listen, only one high school, one elementary, and one middle school. Now that's not where I live at, but
You in
Oh,
North?
wow.
I'm in North Florida, the part people sleep through to go to Disney World.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, y'all, you gonna sleep through this
How
part.
far are you away from Jacksonville? I was about to ask.
Oh, me and Jacksonville, we cousins.
Oh, okay.
We
Well,
about an
I
hour.
might come
You say
visit
we
because I
cousins.
be in Jacksonville a lot.
I'll say about an hour away. You gonna see my if you come. Say you hit from Jacksonville to Tally, you gonna see my city on 75. You gonna see it getting off on 10.
Okay.
So we
Oh,
live small
wow.
village church. Oh yeah. Like, but the thing is with my church, no, not Ocala. I'm about an hour 30 from Ocala. I'm close to the Gainesville. I'm like the point of the L between Jacksonville and Gainesville. If you look at the map. But
My
don't listen.
nephew goes to a HBCU in Jacksonville.
Oh, I know which one he go to.
Yeah.
I know which one he go
Yeah.
to. Cause I used to live in Jacksonville. I went to UNL. But me and that interstate told my behind up. I said, hey, I gotta come on.
Shoo. That's what he said. He
Hey,
said I can't keep staying down here.
it's crazy. My freshman year, my freshman semester, my first semester, I had 2 near-death incidents, near unaliving incidents within the span of a month.
Wow.
I flew. Oh my God! To God be the glory. But
I'm telling you,
I
because we done
literally,
flown him out 4 times in
oh,
2 years.
listen, I literally flew from one side of the interstate, headed east, and ended up as if I was going west. Semis and everything was coming at me. That was my first one. A month later, I decided not to drive home for a whole month. I finally get back on the interstate. My whole tire with the rim flew off of my car and caused a fire up under my car. If it was
Oh
not for
my God.
God letting the fireman get off of work early to his family and a dump truck driver pulling over to let that fire extinguisher out, I said, oh, look at God. Put the people in the right places. And
Wow.
I had just got back on the interstate after filling up my tank full of gas.
Ooh.
Full tank of gas.
Oh, I would have been fired up. I want a refund.
Listen,
I want to refund.
let me tell you, after that, I said, Mama, I got to come back home. But to God be the glory, I'll be finishing school in July.
Hey, and that's what my
Man.
nephew said. He said I'm coming back home. He just moved all his stuff back home.
It's
That's
like,
crazy.
it like, the road is so crazy over there, even when I was living over there, because just off of the August to December, I see so many cars on fire on the side of the road. I'm like, Jesus, like it's just like no. And also it's like I didn't live on the side of Jacksonville that was crazy like that. But it's still like I want to go home. This is too much. Even with I told my mom and dad, I said even if it's a great job opportunity because I'm in school for healthcare administration. I said I don't care if Mayo Clinic hit me up. I'm not going.
Man, listen.
Not going.
I told my nephew, hey, I'm gonna need you to just come back closer because I can't do this every 2 months when you in your feelings and something's happening and taking flights and I can't do it, baby.
One of the people that go to the same HBCU that I know of, the same one over there.
Mm-hmm.
They drive all the way from Jacksonville to Alabama in one city to see their people. I'd be like, oh baby, oh no.
See, my man, listen, it would take my nephew 12 hours to get back to Kentucky.
Oh no, that's about the same amount of time they do Alabama. and they drive that 170. I remember one time they stopped by my city to see me. They said, "Can you give me a 5-hour energy drink?" I said, "Ooh, that's nasty." I said,
Oh no.
doing it, and they'll leave late at night. I said, all them deers, because like I said, I'm in the country part of Florida. I ain't got too many palm trees. I got pine trees, not palms. That's what I got.
I know that's right, girl. I know that's right, girl. I got weeping willows, honey. I ain't got no pine trees either.
Listen, I ain't got no palms. So I said, all them deers be running out. That's not, boy. When people hear Florida, they think the sunniest side, baby. Let me tell you. But I will
No,
say,
I don't even want that. We got a different type of heat in Kentucky.
Yeah, y'all
Y'all,
is ruthless. I hate driving down there trying to get to Atlanta. I'd be like, oh, here we go. This is the devil's hot belt. It's hot as hell down there. Yeah. No. And then I'd be scared. I remember one time we was driving and it was so hot. My mom like, okay, we're gonna stop at McDonald's and get some ice cream, right? We stopped at the wrong McDonald's. Lord have mercy. We got out the car, went inside. Somebody's eye was in the middle of their forehead. I was like,
whoa.
ooh, this the wrong one. They was looking at us. My mom was like, we just gonna get right back in this car. I ain't got time.
Not the third eye. No, you got to get that done.
No, it was no for real. No, I'm exaggerating. They eyes were they was somebody was somebody. That man was inbred, and I was scared. I was like, it's time for me to go.
And people say that, well, people in Kentucky, in Lexington, always say that crazy people come from Florida.
hey. Listen, it's not the fact of where I ain't gonna say we because I don't claim the crazy spirit. However, just think differently. That's it. Just think
Yeah.
differently.
Oh, I do. I like the
My
Florida people.
granddad is from Florida, and y'all crazy.
No,
That's why I'm a little touched by an angel too.
listen. I just believe that Floridians have a different perspective.
Yeah, but this perspective is
Of
not it's
course.
in your DNA. And now I'm touched by an angel because I feel like I should be a really nice person, but I'm really not because
See, but I'm very nice.
yeah, you missed it.
You are extremely nice.
You are. You missed it. I'm not. I don't not my uncle's the same way. My mom, she's kind of nice, but if you make her mad, then I'd be like, see, that's that little stuff that's touched by the
See, me and
angel.
your mama, me and your mama, see, me and your mama, me and your mama might be alike.
See,
Me and your
y'all
mama.
good at masking it. I'm not good at masking it.
Hey, you just got hey. Talk to me the wrong
Your
way.
mama might be alike.
Hey, me and your mama,
I'm
we might, I
not
don't
good
know.
at masking it. It don't take much. I've come, like I said, I've come a mighty long way. Because I used to be like, if you piss me off, you just piss me off, and it didn't take much to piss me off. So my
I
family
get that.
just called me, she's a drama queen, but it was like, no, like I act like, and they're like, she act like daddy. She act like daddy. And you like,
Who your kinfolk? Cause shoot.
Who your
they in
kinfolk?
Jacksonville. You know the Blaylocks.
No, because if you would have said Madison, St. Pete, Fort Lott, okay, I would say okay. I don't know about
Right, they
that.
all in Jacksonville. My great great grandfather owned funeral homes, and remember back, well, you don't remember, but back then they wouldn't give people like, right, you remember back then they wouldn't give people embalming fluid, like,
Oh yeah.
yeah, okay. And so my grandpa made it, and that's the embalming fluid that everybody uses now, but he went blind from
Oh.
making it. Yeah, he went blind from making it. So
It's not funny. It just threw me off guard.
it does. It throws everybody off guard. So like the hell, like most people just bury them. No, my grandfather was like, we gonna figure it out. Fuck y'all. Y'all ain't gonna sell it to me. I'll make my own. And he did. And so they owned a bunch of funeral homes back down there.
I got a question.
Yeah.
How do y'all do funerals? Where y'all at?
What do you mean?
I love this girl.
I'm crying. It's so. What do you mean? It depends. We don't do. It depends. We don't do crowning
So
ceremonies
that's what
like
I'm
y'all
saying.
do.
Like, you know, when they be singing down the aisle, trumpets and all that.
No, we don't do all that up here.
See,
Oh
that's
yeah,
It
we don't do
depends.
all
It
that.
depends on the person. So like
if I pay
some
for it.
No, it's not about the money is
Stop
not the
laughing.
issue. See, it depends on which one. Like my grandmother's funeral was we didn't crown her, but it was kind of like a little mini concert, like mini, mini. But my grandfather, I sang at his funeral. My papa, I sang at his funeral, and my cousins, my boy cousins crowned him. So it just depends on where you go. But my papa was in Atlanta. He was down south.
Oh,
So
see, y'all about to
up
say
north
that.
is different. See, I didn't think it was nothing weird because I've been going to southern funerals and northern funerals. It's just different. Like, so we up north, they don't believe in that because they feel like you're supposed to get God's supposed to give you the crown. Like, you can't earthly crown nobody. But down south, y'all believe that it's okay. So it just depends on where you're at. Like, my uncle passed away, and his wife was a choir director. She threw a full blown concert for his funeral and stuff like that. And it just depends on who passes away. Like, sometimes they be at funeral homes, sometimes they be at churches. It's all about for real, it's all about the after party up here. Like, oh yeah, if they young, oh, we finna get toe up. We finna be dancing and drunk.
You see
But
how? Go ahead.
if
My bad.
no, you good. Go.
You see how you say it depends on who it is.
hmm
When you say it depends on who got the body. Now who who gonna do it right?
Man, listen.
Hey,
Listen, there's people up here that can't touch. Like my family, they real close with. I said Prince Funeral Home up here in Cleveland, Ohio. They couldn't touch my toe. Like, they do a horrible job, and I hate the way they do. But my family, my mom's side of the family, love them. I hate them. My grandmother, my mom they was like, oh, we're gonna take her to Prince. My mom said he can't touch my mama, and we went to Boy. So we went with my mom's dad's side of the family. We all go to Boy or Gaines. Them other people can't touch my family.
oh listen, I already told my people who to take me to.
Yeah, don't. My
Listen,
mom know.
Ed and Brown's Funeral Home.
You
Let
see,
me
one of my best friends is a mortician, and she did my grandmother.
tell you, them folks right there, they'll have a saxophone, a trombone, and a trumpet coming down at it. Oh, Jesus, my God.
And
That
see, ours is just like a church service.
We have a church service too, but it's a little bit more singing. And you're not supposed to, like, you got one sad song, but I don't like funerals where all the songs be sad. Like, first of all, ain't they in heaven? So why is we sad? Like,
True.
why are we sad? Like, my mom like, so what are my songs? I'm like, your songs are upbeat, ma'am, because I'm finna be happy.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, especially your exes are, I'm free, praise the Lord, I'm free.
no
Because
longer
I'm like, ain't nobody finna be crying. Like, I'm gonna be sad, but it's not finna be because we singing some slow song like, "Ah, she's good." I don't want
No,
to. I
I
hate
feel you
it.
on that. I
I'll say
definitely
this
do.
though. I'll get a slow song before the pastor preach.
The eulogy?
Yeah, the eulogy. Before the pastor, okay, we can do a slow song. The only thing is though is this. We gotta shorten that family line before they march in and sing. That's what I don't like. If that line is too long, let me tell you what we're not gonna do. We ain't gonna make no medley. We're gonna play a track. I asked
We
them
gonna
to
play a
recommend.
track. See, we talk. There's music playing, but it's like, what's that? They speaking and stuff. They be like,
Are you
from the
talking about the
body.
wake?
Not
That's
like
what we
when
call
the
it.
procession in. Is that the procession?
Yeah.
When you coming in, they talking. So it'd be a lot of people, but we view the body and they saying
Well,
scripture.
how long is the scripture?
I don't know that funeral scripture. It seems long, child. It seems
No,
so
cause
long.
cause
They are with the Lord. Cry not. Da 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 da. I be like, Lord, please hurry up and view this body. It's 700 people in this darn family, y'all. Like,
no, I get tired of the people. No.
I'll be like, listen, I'll
This
be
is
ready
my
to
sister.
go, especially on my mom's dad's side of the family. I'll be like, my grandfather had 8 children. And for whatever reason, my mom is the only one that said, yeah, like, I'm going to stick to 3. Everyone else was like, I'm going to have 7. I'm going to have 5. So then they all married and got kids. It'd be so many people. I'll just be like, please, Lord. Like, I'd be like, one day I'm just gonna walk in and sit down. Like, I don't have time. Like, this line is long, these heels hurt. I'm over it. No, mm-mm. I'd be tired. Like at certain funerals, I'd be like, I'm wearing flats. You know, you need to wear heels. No, it's too many of y'all because y'all don't know how to stop engaging
Man,
in activity and
listen.
having
That's why I
children.
was just showing y'all my sisters. Like, that's just how simple it was.
See, no, but
Oh,
then
that's
see,
right.
my family they have pallbearers and they be like honorary pallbearers. Bro, he's 2. Why is he an honorary pallbearer? And what is an honorary pallbearer in the first place?
It
What
mean
is
that he was
this?
honored enough, but he was short.
He's 2 years old. Like
This is the
he
stuff.
wasn't finna hold. He's not finna
Oh.
hold it. Listen, I be stressed out when it comes time. Oh, she was really pretty.
Thank you.
Oh,
I don't know.
I'm
Funerals.
sorry for your loss.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. But it was just so simple and sweet that it was just like, okay.
Let me tell you. After I did a solo, well, I wouldn't say solo. I was a singer for YT funeral. Oh, I said, but why can't we do this? I said, this is awesome. They requested two simple songs. Amazing Grace and I Can Only Imagine. And only 2 people spoke. I said, well, hold on. Now we got Auntie Flossie, Auntie Donna all falling
Not
out.
Auntie Flossie.
Let me
The scripture is
I
John
do not like
14. John 14, 1-3.
let
That's the
y'all get
one.
in trouble. You believe in God?
Yeah.
Let me
Yep. And then I have gone to prepare a place for you. And it takes them 700 days, depending on who they be like, do not let
It gotta be all
your heart
funerals
be
are
troubled.
different. Oh no.
For I have gone to prepare, and they
a
stop. Because there's
place.
750 people in this line. A
Uh-uh.
place for you.
Oh no.
If it were not true, I'd be like, listen, can y'all please hurry up?
See, you saw how fast I said it. Let God 14. Let not your heart be
Listen.
troubled. You believe in
That's the
God, you believe
entrance one.
also.
And then I feel like they keep going.
No, see, we just keep it. We said that fast, and the choir still saying, "No, Pastor
No.
ain't gonna
They
talk to
say
no
it. The
people
choir
come
don't
out."
sing yet. The choir hasn't sung
Uh-uh.
nothing. Like my uncle passed away. He had got that 3-letter word, and he passed away, and they did it for there. And my auntie Lisa sang "I Won't Complain" because during everything he was going, he never complained, like never, not once. No matter how much pain he was in, he never complained. And
Beautiful.
toe that song up, toe it up. And then I guess it was my grandmother. It was at my grandmother's church, and somebody got up after her talking about some his on, his on. I was like, listen, sit down immediately. Sit down. No more singing for you. And just walking into the procession, he was singing, and I'm like, he sounds a mess. Don't nobody hear this? Are y'all crying because my uncle is gone? Are you crying because this man sounds so bad? Like, I can't. The scripture long, and then they go into the song, and we still standing in the aisle. Then we got to sit down, and people got to come view the body in our faces, which is dumb because what's the point of having the viewing if they're just gonna come up and view it and then come talk to us? Like, why are we doing all of this?
Oh wait, no.
Man.
I recently went to one not too long ago.
Mm-hmm.
They opened they didn't have no wait because the body was in Jacksonville, and the funeral home was like, hey, we ain't gonna come back. Well, the family said they ain't gonna pay for them to come back and forth, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the wait was they was like, we just gonna let everybody view the body before the fact. Why that casket was open the whole time during
They do that too now, and I don't get that because you're supposed to close it before the preaching.
But my thing is that was pointless to even have the wait before the service. If we're gonna do
Yeah,
that, everybody could have viewed it.
yeah.
Man, that should
They
have
did
just
that
been done.
because my aunt just passed
Jesus
away. We
Christ.
had her funeral on Thursday, and it was open the whole time. And then my cousins ended up closing the casket, on a grandmother. But it was like,
I'm sorry for your loss.
she was 96, and there's some, how like there are some people like you shed a tear, and then you like, why am I crying? Like, there are some people that when they pass, you like, yeah, I know I'm gonna see you again.
Yeah, all my family's old as dirt.
It wasn't old, but it was just like she was a God fearing. Like you were walking her house, And if she was cooking, the Bible was in the kitchen with her as she was cooking. And you know how you just let something cook for a little bit and you're not stirring it? She would be sitting down reading her Bible. Like, I promise you, you probably know that Bible, the whole, you can read the, like, one them people that just was a good follower of God. Like, I got my cousins was hurt and they're like, how you not crying? I'm like, because I was like, I cried for like 2 minutes. Then I realized, like, yeah, she probably gonna meet me at Heaven's Gate talking about some, hey, how you been? Like, that's
I
one
feel you on
person
that
that
one.
I know I'm finna see again. Like, there are some people that, like, now that I'm grown, like, I'll be sad a little bit, but it's like, yeah, I'm gonna see you again. If I keep myself going on the path that I'm going, like, I'm gonna see you again. Ain't no sense in me crying. Like, I'm sad that you're gone, but like,
No, I definitely feel you on that one because my granny
yeah.
was 80 and she raised me, so I have very old school values. So I get exactly what you're saying.
And see, yeah, my
Thank you.
cousins was raised by their grandmother, so I understood that she adopted them and everything. Like, I understood their pain, and they feel like they didn't have enough time. But I'm just like, I understand what you're going through, but baby, you're gonna see her again. Like, we know we're gonna see her again. Like,
Yeah.
that's one person that's gonna be up in heaven, like, waiting on you. Like, so
Yeah, I get it.
yeah.
'Cause I listened to I don't I was watching a Tyler Perry movie.
Mm-hmm.
It was the I Hope You Dance, that song. And I was like, you know what? My sisters up are dancing, and I hope that they understand who you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was a shock, but in the same sense, I have to keep going, and I have to continue to do what I'm doing. But as far as my grandmother, like you said, she was 80 something years old. Like it's kind of inevitable
Yeah, at that point.
at that point. So you cry, but you get that done, and you know where they are.
Yeah.
Because I bet your granny was a praying granny.
Oh but that was my aunt. She was 96. My grandmother lived to 89, and my great grandmother lived to 97.
That's what I'm saying. I bet they were
So
praying women.
yeah, very much so. My papa too. Like, I don't have any grandparents left, and it's real sad for me because I'm like, dang, like my kids, because I had great grandparents. I had all 4 great grandparents. So I just
Oh wow.
I'm sad that my kids don't get to have great grandparents. But hey, like, my grandparents were proud of me. That's all I know. They was like, you ain't running around having all them kids like the rest of these people out here. Like, they knew that I wanted to be married and everything. So I don't have no children. So that's the only thing that makes me sad is like, dang, like, I get it, y'all up there kicking it with them now, but like, I loved having great grandparents. Like, I loved it because, like, I don't know, like, I love my grandparents. My papa, that was my baby. Like, that death hurt me so bad, but everyone knew he was sick, and he didn't let anybody tell me that he was sick because he just wanted me to not, like, lose it. But I
He didn't
wish
want
I
you to,
would have, because I was coming down and visiting and stuff like that, but like, I didn't know that he had got cancer again, so everyone was hiding it from me. And he was like, he didn't want me to halt my whole entire life for him. And I'm like, yeah, no, but you're my grandfather. I was going to halt my whole entire life. So I didn't know until about like a month and a half before he passed away. Like, my mom was talking about it. I had came home from work, and I heard her, and I busted in her door like, who? Like, who? Like, who has cancer? Because I know you didn't just say my papa. And my mom was like, oh, shoot.
Oh.
Yeah. She was like, oh, shoot. So I was bawling my eyes out, and then he called my phone, and I'm like, why didn't you tell me? He was like, because I didn't want you to worry. What do you mean? He was like, I was going to tell you soon, but I knew my papa was never going to tell me. Like, I was going to find out at the funeral that he had cancer all the time. I just know how they are. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I never had a granddad, so I don't know what that feels like.
I'm so sorry.
Both of my grandmothers were gone before I was like 5.
Mm.
Well, no, my paternal grandmother was gone when I was 7,
Mm-hmm.
and then my mother's mother was when I was like 14.
Mm-hmm.
So I never really had like grandparents
Yeah, I'm sorry.
like that. And that's I be telling my kids though. I'm like, hey y'all, I want some grandkids. Like I want to be a grandma,
Mm-hmm.
and they're like, hecky no.
But your babies are 21 and 18. Let them live their life. That's what I will say. Let
And
them live their
I
life.
say that, and then my husband's like, you keep telling them to live their life. So what you think they gonna do? And I'm like, I want some grandkids.
Listen,
I get you on grandkids. Like my mom. So my mom had birthed my brother and I, and then I have an older brother that's adopted, and I have a little brother that's adopted. And she had my older 2 brothers. They gave her grandkids, and then it's me and my 13-year-old brother. Obviously, my 13-year-old brother ain't doing shit, but me, my mom don't rush me. Like my brothers are married. She does not rush me. You have all the fun you want in the world. Just let your go travel the world. Let them use that passport. You know what I'm saying? Like you've instilled morals and values in them. Hopefully they not, just running around just loosey goosey with themselves. But like let them enjoy life a little bit. Your daughter is 21. She'll be ready to settle down in a minute.
and that's the 22-year-old.
See?
Listen, let me tell you, I am so grateful my parents not do me like because I'm the oldest. So I am grateful that my parents are not. But it's like it's so what
Girl, it's messy out here. You do not want your child to be having babies
My
with
daughter been with the same boy since she was a freshman in high school. Girl, if you don't give me no grandbaby.
Tell him to give her a ring first.
I mean, of course that too. But
Run that ring first. Then
like
worry about
somebody
that.
pop up and make a mistake or something.
No, you don't want that. You don't want
Not
that to
for
be a
real in life,
mistake.
but you know what I mean.
I'm not choked on my water because
So yeah, just drop the baby off right here. Y'all can go see. But I think that's another thing because my mama was like, "No, I raised my kids." So I think that's the difference. You gonna watch your grandbabies. My mama not doing that.
right. My mama told me if you have a child and you drop it off to my house, bitch, I'll be at your house to drop it off to.
Oh no,
Yeah,
nope,
my mama's not
you
doing
ain't
that.
getting
She
my
was like,
grandbaby back.
My mama is when she wants to see her grandkids, she'll call or she'll be like, "Oh, I'm coming over this weekend," or "I'm coming over next weekend." My mama is not that like, "Oh, leave the baby." That's how my aunt is. Now I could probably do that to my aunt, like, "Oh, auntie, can you watch the baby tonight?" Yeah, come bring them. But my mama not doing
Girl,
it.
my mama got the code to my door and will walk in here and I be in my room sleep and I don't even know she came.
Nope.
My kids told me that today. They was like, yeah, Gammy came in here and closed all the blinds. And I was like, what? Okay. But I want to be like that too.
Because I told my mama, I'm like, especially like, I was like, you need to warn me because I plan to have a healthy sex life with my husband, ma'am. You need to warn me that you're coming over this house now. That's just letting you know. Like my friends know, especially after being abstinent and stuff. Listen, let me tell you something. Do not come over. I need a good 7 months. You need to give me a notice. Cause
Man, my kids won't even come upstairs if they hear it. They be like, nah.
When I got
It's not hearing it.
And we look at each other though, like who's going out first? Like who's going out the door first?
No, I was thinking more of like, we were dropping off children to the house.
Man, no.
A little invasive,
She said they was gammy. Listen, I'd be scared that took them. No. Because what if my mom walked through the door and you don't give me no warning and I'm bent over the kitchen counter like, ma'am, you didn't call? No.
So, are you gonna wake up and get a hold of this shit? Cam, where you at, nigga? You don't do what's up. Don't. I'm hearing y'all conversation. Bent over the counter and shit. Bun
Me
over.
and my husband.
If I'm bent over the
I don't care
counter,
who
that's
it is.
her
You can't
fault. I'll just lock
bun
the
over
bottom
the counter.
lock so she can't.
Yes, I can.
in.
If I'm married, yes, I can.
Yes, definitely.
That's what I'm saying. I'm
Yes.
married.
Hold
My
on.
mother don't need to be coming over my house unannounced because what if I'm bent over the fucking counter?
I just lock the bottom lock if I'm bent over the counter.
And
You ain't
Just
got
can't get
time for
in.
all that. You need to call the phone. Let
Who
me
let
know
me
that
up
you're
here?
on the
Wait,
way.
hold on. Who let me up here? Which
Who
one of
did
y'all?
it?
I
Nobody.
don't know.
Him. Kevin here. He just said game.
Kevin's on the game. Mm.
Who's here? Like, who let me up here?
Kev.
There ain't no way that nigga let me up
I
here.
ain't no
He
mod.
just commented that he was on the game. He just put a comment. He let you up
Oh,
here.
you not a mod on here?
Mm-mm.
Oh, I ain't. No, nobody up here is a mod. So I
Nobody's
don't
up
know.
here. That's why we know he let you up here.
That nigga don't fuck with me like that.
Oh, don't do that. Don't do him like that. Don't do him
Yeah,
like that.
there's definitely been
Why I'm
times
doing
where
him when I
the
say he
kitchen
don't
counter
fuck with me
is
like that?
Well,
Why
I
I keep
necessary.
see
doing
why,
that?
because he came up here talking something. You ain't gonna just say that shit. Just say that shit. You picked up a counter. I see why. We just having a civilized conversation about married life.
We was talking
Hey,
about boundaries and
Was it
stuff.
wouldn't you
civilized? Was
want to
it
do that to
civilized
your
though?
wife?
Was it really civilized though?
It is a civilized. Listen, let's
Wouldn't
be very clear. Sex in a marriage is very
Hey! I don't
amazing
want you to
and
be very clear with me
healthy.
at all.
huh?
What?
Moses, what you eating on?
Shut up.
What you
You
say?
tell me to shut up. What you?
Right? What did he say? What you say?
Hey, sorry. We're good though, man. Oh, I'm on too.
Anyway, I plan to be happily with cheesing every day. Jesus, my, why you so happy? Because God is
Yeah,
good.
yeah.
Hallelujah.
Tammy, shut up.
Don't
Hey,
tell me to shut up. Shut don't go up. Prices do. So take your advice from the
gentlemen,
GOT since we gonna be petty.
to the sir that's in the panel now. Wouldn't you would if you were? Are you married?
No, that's why you know he grumpy.
Wait, hold
Look
on.
at him.
First
He
of all,
grumpy as
who you
Stop.
hell.
talking to? Who she talking about? I'm
Wait, guys.
hey,
Hey,
let me tell
it's
y'all
no
something.
mods in here to control everything, so let's all be respectful.
I was being
You better put them
respectful.
on alert because she acting like she don't know me.
I don't know you.
You
I
been
don't.
to?
Nobody know each
I
other.
don't want
You
to.
been to?
You a
Let's
little
do
too
all.
grumpy
Hey,
for me.
hey. I
I'm
love y'all.
calm.
Y'all
That's
love
the
me.
thing. Him a little grumpy.
But sir, I'm sorry, young king. Um, if you had a wife, wouldn't you like to use your kitchen counter too? If the kids wasn't there, like yeah,
They made bleach for a reason.
not bleach.
Girl.
I'm starting not to like her.
Hey,
Ooh.
no,
You
Cam.
feel guilty?
Your
I'm guilty.
cheeks are too chubby to argue with me.
Okay.
Wait, yo.
He do got fat cheeks. You
Y'all
know he
realize
got a fat.
I ain't said nothing.
You
Me
know
and
he
Natalie
got
did.
them
They
fat
been her
baby
the whole
cheeks. So
time.
Listen,
y'all
Y'all
sitting
realize?
there fronting. You know you want to pinch his cheeks.
listen.
That's that Egyptian coming out in him. It's pretty.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. His cheeks too chubby. I just want to pinch him. Ain't got
Okay.
time. Oh,
Damn,
grumpy.
I'm gonna get the live shut down.
Why would
No,
you do
no,
that?
Moses, just no. Moses, just drop.
I just don't understand why he's angry because we're talking about smacks while in a marriage.
Who angry? I ain't said nothing to you, woman. You've been talking this whole time. All these little exchanges, all that. You've been talking to yourself. I'm angry at you.
You said you came up here and was mad because I said you need to call because what if I'm being bent over the counter? And you was like, why you bent over the counter? Anyway, Millie,
So,
Oh Jesus,
what
molasses.
which church
listen.
services y'all gonna go to? The first one, second one.
Yeah, that might be bedside Baptist. I'm tired.
Nah, I'm going to 11 o'clock.
That be the one that's most packed.
Yeah, we got our own family little rows. That's
Oh yeah, I forgot y'all said y'all sit in sections. We don't got that.
I don't like those assigned seats. That don't feel right.
oh
See, I
yeah.
miss
If you
them.
sit in the wrong seat, you in trouble.
I don't like that.
I miss assigned seats.
No, let me sit where I need to. No, I might need to be in the front today.
I miss assigned seats.
Yeah, we on the second row.
Mm-mm. And sometimes I might need to be in the back row. Mm-mm.
I
Yeah,
wish
I
I
blame
would.
you, dog. We're gonna talk about this shit later.
I wish I would sit in the back row. I think
You
my
hear me,
mama
nigga?
would
That's
probably
she
come back
did to
and
do
get
that.
me or send
I
the
know you
usher
hear
to
me,
come
nigga.
get me.
We're gonna talk about it later.
What?
I'm not talking.
He was talking to Kip. He was talking to Kip.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
Moses.
apologize.
Moses.
Back row just remind me of first Sunday as a teenager.
On the Lord's Supper day.
Yeah, that's all it remind me. Teenager back row. And it used to be a big old little 2 rows in front.
Probably
And
remind you when you were a
everybody,
prostitute.
Oh,
What?
what did he say?
what just happened?
I don't know. I can tell a man that ain't got none in a while because his personality don't work.
Oh my goodness.
It's too early. Lord Jesus.
You
His
said early.
early in
It's
the
late.
morning.
If you ain't been to sleep yet, it's late. Early is when you're up and you went to
It's,
sleep.
I did. I
What
did go
what
to sleep.
happened?
People, he didn't want to talk about Smicks because he ain't had none in 17 months of Sundays. He's angry. I don't know how to help you, sir.
Me either. My husband's in prison, honey. I ain't had none either. We can
I
talk
don't
about it.
know. I'm abstinent, so I can't talk about it. I just listen. I'm
No, that's what I'm
strong
saying.
now.
Me
I'm
too.
past the little dry, like, I don't really need it no more. I'm good. I'm happy. Jesus loves me. I woke up.
Jeez. What
Glory
was
be to God.
that?
Hey, y'all
It's
some
it's breath in my lungs.
my
Get
God.
get her. Get her.
Oh my God.
'Cause
What?
when I think of the what?
When I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
that's listen, Ricky Dillon. When I think that's
Hey,
my
he did
song,
that.
my heart.
You talking about
That's
the slow
my
one, right? The new slow one? You don't like
yes.
slow
When
music?
I think of your goodness, Jesus.
Uh-huh. Listen.
Ah,
Did you hear the choir sing that song and they added for every mountain?
That's my
no.
song.
Listen, let me tell you.
I love me some
Let
for
me
every
tell you.
mountain
But
now.
Ricky Dillon did that too. They combined that. Oh my
Ooh,
goodness.
okay, now I
You
gotta
did.
find that
Now we
one.
go from being bent over
No, no,
the
no, no,
counter.
No, no,
no,
no.
no,
We
no.
talking about marital bent over. Marital bent over is something totally different. That's different. We can be marital bent over now.
Yeah. As long
I
as
was
it's
talking
been
about being bent over
covenant.
as a wife.
Oh yeah. Oh
I
no.
was speaking it over my life.
Millicent, yeah.
I
That.
wasn't talking about being. Oh yeah, I've been. No, I was talking about me, my mom. Come, I'm married. That's why. Like, give me
My
seven,
man, my
eight
man, my
months.
man.
Yeah, 7, 8 months after being at. Don't come to my house, cause Lord, I've been keeping my legs closed.
Girl,
And
my
Lord
mama be
finally gave
walking
me
up
my.
in
I
here
finally
all
got
day
to
long.
say I do.
No.
She don't care. She don't care. She'll probably walk in and just close the door back.
Mm-mm.
You gonna hear me? That's the problem. Don't come
And
over.
she'll be like, "Are y'all okay?"
What?
No, that just ruined the mood. I'd lose my mind.
Right.
I'd be
Listen.
like, you know what?
You lost all
See,
your
and I was in the
privileges.
process of making your
Hey,
grandchild, and I ain't not getting one.
Done lost all your key privileges. Changing the code.
Listen,
Taking the fingerprint off, all that. No.
now I'm
man,
throwing
I
up.
ain't even got no key to my door. She got a code.
That's what I'm saying. Changing
We
it.
have a key and a code, but at the end of the day, ma'am, don't.
Man, she be walking up in here. I didn't even know she was there. Man,
No.
listen.
No.
That's just my mom don't even need to know that I have engaged in sexual activity. Matter of fact, I'm a grown ass woman and I'm still scared. I'm scared to tell that woman that fuck out of here. Let me tell that woman I'm
I
pregnant.
ain't, because I would still be throwing. And she would be like, okay, I'll be back later.
Oh.
Like, that's my mama.
No.
See, my
See y'all in a
mom is
minute.
gonna respect my boundaries. She understands. And again, like I said, like people are like, oh my god, I was so excited to tell my mom that I was pregnant. I'm like, why? You just told her that you had sex. They're like, bitch, I'm married. I'd be like, I don't care. My
Man.
mom doesn't need to know that I do that thing. Like,
And that's
no.
crazy that you just said that, because I was more scared to tell my mom I was pregnant when I was 33 than I was when I was 15.
No.
That's interesting.
See, that's
That's interesting. Because
I'm not telling my like, like you know that I'm engaging in that. Ma'am, who the
When I was 15, of course, when us girls, we 15, it's like, I'm like, yeah, I'm pregnant, whatever. I'm about to move on my man.
I like my teeth.
But when I was 33,
damn.
What does it have to do with anything?
What do you
Oh, you get
mean?
knocked out.
Oh,
Oh,
no.
Let me go home and child
He just
at
told me to pack my
15.
stuff and go with him. And I've been with him
No.
ever since.
See, that's amazing. No.
But when I was 33, he was like, "Are you gonna tell your mama?" And I was like,
No, you finna tell her.
oh, I'm so scared.
I'm not telling that lady I'm pregnant.
Like I
You
was
did this.
terrified to tell her I was pregnant at 33 years old with my own home, taking care of my own children, than I was when I was 15.
Mm-mm. See, I think no, I don't want to tell my mom that I had sex. I'm fine.
Oh, my mama. There's certain things you can't say on here.
Oh, I said something. I meant to.
She said,
My
She
my
said,
mama's old.
oh,
Yeah,
Oh, see, no, see, that's I think
Your
that's maybe the difference because my
but
mom,
she in church, but she gonna tell you the truth.
see, my mom lost her virginity to my dad on her wedding night.
oh.
Oh wow.
Yeah, a little bit different. That's why I'm scared because my mom was so happy but I think because my older brother, he's adopted one, he got a girl pregnant at 18, and my mama fucked him up. And I saw the reaction with my middle brother. He was married though and got his girl pregnant, but we found out like the timeline didn't really add up. So she was pregnant before they got married, but that's besides the point. And she was real excited. It was when the due date came out. She was like, to my calculations, Shorty was 3 months when y'all got married. My brother was like, yeah, but we got married. So
Yeah.
whatever. And yeah, so she was still excited. And I was like, you don't know that he had sex. Like he had sex.
And what is it? What is the stigma of not wanting to talk about it? Because I talk to my children about it all the time. Because
See,
I
I
want
don't
them
want
to know.
because in my head, you're telling like my mom had the birds and the bees talk with me, obviously, and she told me to save myself. I didn't, whatever. But I don't know. I don't want no.
I think it's
At that point, you're telling me what you and my dad have done, or what you and my pops have
I
done.
mean, you hear?
No, I don't.
I know. I'm
she's
saying you
you're
hear.
physically here, not listening to it.
And once my dumb butt, one time I was like, oh, like I was conceived in September, and then I was like, damn, I was either birthday smicks or anniversary smicks. Like this is
That's why right there. When you start looking at the story of the conceivement, that's when it's like I don't want to
See,
hear
that's
about it.
traumatizing.
You're thinking
Like
because
no,
you're overthinking it.
but I can't help it. Like my
Yes,
cousin,
you are overthinking it.
my cousin and her mom have the same birthday. Ugh. You and your mother was on the same cycle. Blech. Like all that stuff, I overthink things, but I'm also in nursing school, so that's probably the problem. All that stuff, it creeps me out.
Oh, I can't say that because both my parents are the RNs. They ain't worried about that. That's you.
That's me, paranoid as hell. I can't. I overanalyze everything. I can't. I overanalyze every single thing, and that's
So
what
when you have children,
I don't know what
do
you're
you
talking
think
about.
that they're not gonna know that you are affectionate with your husband?
That's fine. You can know it, but I don't want to talk about it.
So
what are you gonna tell your daughter?
That's her daddy. I'm gonna tell her to never do it. No, I'm not. I'm gonna be honest with my daughter, but that's also a level of maturity that I have not reached yet, ma'am. I don't want to talk about it. I hate talking. I can't talk about sex with
talk to us if we don't really know you like that.
But that's fine. See, I could talk about sex with my friends. We could
You
get down to the
struggling
nitty
right
gritty.
now.
I don't want to talk about sex to my mom because we're talking about sex to my mother. Like,
Oh, that's the first person I'm going to because she
No.
gonna be like, "Girl, you better put her down."
no.
See,
My mama gonna
okay,
tell me, "Keep your man."
okay. Well, I will say this. Don't get me wrong, Kim. I get what you're saying though, because I kind of look at it different. Like for my daddy, like I don't want to tell you that.
Oh no,
I gotta
don't even bring up fathers.
No, but like with my mama, see, my mama always asks crazy questions. I ain't finna hold. She'll be that person. You can be riding in the car with her about to go get some McDonald's. You done did something before? Where that come from? You know, but it's so it's like, but it's still like I say that's the only thing. Like, of course, she teaches keep yourself okay, good. If you ain't, don't you be lying to me. What you done touch somebody? Like she'll just it'd be random out the blue. Like what? And it'd be like good because like she catch it.
My mom asked me that, but I'd be like, I don't, mommy, no, 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 no. Mm-mm. But I was fine when I was younger. I'd be like, yes, mommy, I did. Like, but she always, but my mom does it like, I think my mom knew me, or does, she knows me really well. So she would ask me like questions like after we just got into, well, it wasn't an argument because I like my teeth, but she would ask me questions after I was irritated with her because she knew that's when I was going to be honest with her because I didn't care. At this point, I'm already in trouble or you're already mad. So yeah, then she would ask me. That's when it came out that I had lost my virginity. She's like, so are you a virgin? I was like, no, I'm not.
Oh,
I got hit, but it's
maybe
okay.
that's why you scared. The way you said it.
Yeah,
It got nothing to do with you. The way you did it. The way pop. Yeah, I'd probably be
And
scared
you know
too.
what?
Nope,
One
I
thing
don't
me and my husband was talking about the other night is like he got upset when my daughter said that she was not a V anymore.
Mhm.
But when my son, it was like, yeah, go. And I was mad.
Yeah.
Cause I'm like, what? How you gonna root for him? But if she does it, it's a total different story.
But see, my biological father died when I was 7.
Oh, I'm
And
sorry.
I have a stepdad. So, and he wasn't there until I was like 17, 18. So my mom had to do all that by herself. So all that, I don't want to talk about it.
Girl, Kim.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
No, not like that. I meant with my mom. Like, I don't want to talk about that with her. Like, you're fine.
You, Lord have mercy. One day when you have a child, the conversation will be so great.
Man, listen.
Listen, my
I
mom
have
said
had
she
to
would
sit
love to
down and
be a
I be
fly
like,
on the wall.
Lord.
My mom said she can't wait because I'm gonna be. She was like, I want to be a fly on the wall. Like,
I do too. I want to sit right beside your mama. You see this?
Me too. Can you put some greens or something so we can eat?
yeah, I'll make sure y'all have a great some food because I'll be like, bitty. But I think, see, I'll be like, I'm just gonna terrify her ass. I'm gonna show her all this stuff. But see, I think I would just terrify her. Be like, this is what happens when you engage in sexual activity without using protection. And guess what? This STD is not prevented by protection. This can still come on you. He can have on a rubber. You can still get them bumps.
Hey, let me say this. I think that was my parents' best thing they could have done was going to nursing school while I was at the age of birds and bees. Because when they was learning about that,
I was terrified.
Guess who else had to be in the book?
Listen.
My golly.
When that stuff, listen, in nursing school, that stuff terrifies you so bad, especially like people see, I think of like spiteful stuff, like, because my mom, okay, so you have to think not, but my mom is 60, she's about to be turn 61. My mom was in Atlanta when that 3-letter word first came out, and the girl got it, and she was laying down with men and then writing on their mirror in lipstick, "Welcome to the wonderful world of AIDS." So that terrified me once. Then my school was very blunt about it. So they taught us sexual education from 5th grade all the way up until the 11th grade. And it was start off basics like, learn about your body and the male body and blah, blah, blah. I had a health teacher. I will never forget this lady, Miss Caesar. Shorty was so blunt. She was so blunt that I was like, I don't even want a boy to touch me. She was so blunt about the STDs and how, like I said, you could still get herpes even if he has on the it could break and then you could still get an STD. You could get it. You're supposed to use rubbers when you're doing oral because you could get it in your throat. What? You can get what in your no? And then when I was in the 10th grade, my teacher was a BLK man, Mr. McIntyre. He traumatized me even more.
When
So
I
are you more scared of what they taught you, or
I'm more careful. Like it's good, but that's why I'm gonna terrify my daughter so that she'll be careful because
oh, of course.
and
But
then
of
my
course, if your daughter sees you being careful, then
yeah.
she's
But
gonna
he
be
also
careful.
was like, these boys don't love you. He was like, they don't love you. They don't even like you. You are nothing but an object. And I was like, dang. But then would you start to pay attention to the girls at school, you crying in the hallway, and they're like, Mr. McIntyre is right. These boys don't love none of us. You're really just an I like, and he really made it like, you be like, he be like, if he loves you, he'll wait on your timeline. He won't pressure you. And he was like, you should give every relationship at least a year and a half before you start engaging in sexual activity with them.
Yes.
He was like, and if they don't stick around, that's because he don't love you. And you realize that these men don't love you at all.
Yes.
They
And
do not love you. So, hey, I look, saved me a lot of heartbreak.
man, and I'm so grateful that and that's one thing that coming from a married woman, and I know it's probably hasn't been perfect because we were so young when it all started,
Mm-hmm.
from 15 to right now 38. But our children watched us, so they know don't bring nothing home that ain't supposed to be here,
Yeah.
because my daughter, she's been with the same boy since she was 14. She was a freshman in high school. I don't know how old you are when you start in high school, but yeah, they went through high school together. They went through college together. Now they both have jobs, careers, all of that. She's 21. He's 23. My son won't even bring a girl home because he know better. Don't bring no other in my crib, because if she ain't right, it ain't tight.
Yeah.
But having children,
Cause you got quiet after that one.
You
It
did. He was like, let that sink in. Yes, ma'am. I'm letting it sink in.
right.
hey,
Cause if you would have kept going, I would. Hey, but you had a long.
You had a pause, like, sink that
because I
in.
had to think
Okay,
about
now.
it, because he already knew. He was like, "Mama, that's why I don't bring nobody home, because they all okay. Thank you for being honest." And that goes back to being able to talk to your children, because he will tell me in a heartbeat, "Nah, she can't. Nah, she can't come over here."
Mm.
And I'm like, "Why?" Because nah, Mama. Mm-mm. She
Mm-mm.
ain't. She's up.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
She's a runner. She's a track star.
Yeah, and thank you for being honest with me before you bring that little heifer in my house.
Oh.
Hmm. See, my mom had the opposite problem. My brothers was very open and be like, "Mommy, this one style, this da 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 da, this," and me, I was like, I need to make sure I trust you and I like you before you meet my mom. And my mom would be mad, but because she'd be mad because I call my pops or I call my uncle, and you gonna meet them first. Because if they don't like you, I don't like you no more. Like before you meet my mom, like so a
Yeah,
lot of guys didn't even make it past the uncle stage,
yeah. We did
pop
the
stage.
90-day rule with my daughter.
Mhm.
Um, and girl, we all pulled up. We had 3 cars. We was 3 cars deep.
Oh. Y'all
Pulled up to
anticipated
this
he was
boy's
only
house.
14, 15. Now, God, dog. Y'all
No,
had to
he
do it like
wasn't.
that.
He was 17.
You so right. I put them as high school sweethearts graduating together.
Mm-mm.
I so
She said 2 years
the,
older. She was 14, so he was
let me tell
16.
you. My
Yeah,
Yeah,
mom.
you better
yeah.
pull it.
We pulled up deep. I'm talking about her great granny, her granny, me, her daddy, her brother, everybody. We all in there,
I ain't
and the
nah.
dog.
Mine is my uncles. They gonna put my pops and my uncles. They gonna pull up, and yeah. And I'm let you know. Like my ex, the only time I did not listen to them, I was like, they don't like nobody. They don't like nobody, and
Oh.
I regret it to this day because that man was verbally abusive, mentally abusive, and then the day I was like, yeah, I'm tired of artists arguing, and I didn't know. that it was abuse, but they all saw it, and I was a grown woman, so they couldn't, they can't make me not talk to him.
Right.
I was like, I'm done arguing with you. All this arguing is for the birds. Like, I'm leaving. Like, I don't no longer want to be with you. Chad, he punched me in my head. I was like, ooh. I picked up the TV and
Oh,
started
wait.
whacking. Because I was like, this man done lost his mind.
I
But,
tried not to laugh when you said.
Chad, you better I laugh now. Like, it's something I can laugh
My
at
sis
now.
picked up the TV.
The girl picked it up off the wall, like literally. Cause like for one, like I said, I have two older brothers, so I grew up fighting boys, and like I said, my mom has 8 brothers and sisters. There's 6 girls and 30 boys.
See,
Baby, I can fight. I can tussle. What is you doing? Like, I can fight. It's only 6 girls. I can fight. What do you want to do? He lost his mind. And I used to pick up stuff as a child. Like, okay, you're a boy. So I'm finna pick up this TV remote and crack you in the head with it. So I don't know what he thought. I picked up that TV. That was the first thing I could grab. I don't know why. I so did snatch it off that wall and got to whooping. Ain't make a time for that.
That's,
He tried to
that's
play.
one thing I'm grateful for. I've never been hit. I've never had a whooping. I've never been in a fight. None of that. So I don't know what it feels like to be hit. So I would never hit anybody else. I don't even.
Yeah, that's a blessing.
You said you never got a whooping before?
No.
That's okay. That's different to hear from someone in your age group. That's interesting.
No, because my mom only got spanked twice.
Well, she did though. She got spanked. She said not a one though.
Yeah, I get that, but it was very light because my other aunts and uncles and stuff like that, it was like, I got told up. Carolyn was not, that's my mom, sorry. It was like, she was not trying to get spanked. Like, she was just good. Like, and one time she got a spanking, and then somebody lied on her. The teacher lied on her, and she got a spanking. And then my grandmother found out that the teacher lied. My grandmother lost her mind. So I just popped my child for no reason, like lost her mind, like lost it. So really, my mom only deserved one spanking. But
I was the one at church feeding the hungry. I'm going to church with Granny because I'm trying to stay out of all this business.
girl, I went to church too and got my butt toe up.
Let me tell you. My God, today, Jesus. Every Sunday I remember the whooping I got from waking up to a whooping. My God, every Sunday I said, is this how Jesus felt when he got whipped? Because I got whipped on Sunday too. I had a whip.
Nope. I was the first one up. You ain't about to get me today.
It was over a cup.
No.
I got Lord,
not
my
to
body.
wake it up to no spanking good, because probably my butt would have slept through it. Honestly,
I didn't see. Let me tell you,
I was a deep sleeper.
Thought I
I
was
fell
too.
off the bed onto
I
the
am.
alarm clock that was blaring in my ear, and I sure didn't wake up, stir or nothing. Like fell, I was in my parents' bed, fell off, boom, onto the alarm clock. It just went off, started blaring in my ear, and was still sound asleep. That they probably knew that my butt was not finna wake up to
I
no
said
spanking. I was gonna be out like a light.
I said a bad word one time, and I said, "Oh, y'all had a hell of a breakfast," and I got popped in my mouth, and never again have I ever been hit. Do not touch me.
So
Do
okay,
not touch
so
my face.
y'all was
My husband even knows that. Like, and that's why I don't hit my kids. And he's like, "You don't even allow me to discipline our son." And I'm like, hitting just doesn't do anything. And he's like, he needs his butt whooped. And I'm like, no, do not hit the kids. Like, because I don't know what it feels like to actually
Get a spanking.
I'm 50.
Yes.
I'm 50.
I remember my very last spanking. I remember it because I had did something at school. I still don't remember what I did, but my mom was like, "I'm gonna kick your butt," and I was like, "No, you're not!" Like, and started running through the house like an idiot. Child, she caught me in a bathroom, busted the bathroom bed, told me up in a bathtub. When I said that was the last spanking, I never did nothing else again. I was a good child. Anything that happened, this girl's picking on me at school. I just want you to know she about to get mollywop. You better call up to that school, get them to tell that little girl to leave me alone. No, I didn't. I'm not doing nothing else. I still remember that spanking. There's a song. You know that song, It's Getting High in Here.
Yeah.
Cal, I sang that song and was dancing at daycare. That song still traumatized me to this day. My so did whoop me real hard. I fell up under the table. Listen, there are things I have trauma. I swear I probably only got like 7 whippings my whole entire life, 7 spankings. And them 2 are the ones that stick out. That song come on, I look at my mom, she laugh. Ain't nothing funny. Why is it funny? I'm 27 years old and that song still scares me. It happened when I was 4. I still hate that song to this day. Don't even play it.
Oh, you're only 27.
Yeah.
I wish I could go back. Oh, Jesus.
Yes, only 11 years ago.
Man, but that 11 years,
Really?
that was my prime right there, 27. Yes, God. But I thank God for deliverance.
My God, His grace. His grace and
Man,
mercy.
because it was great. It was great. I had fun.
My God,
It's
too.
different. It's different when y'all was younger. It's dangerous now. I do not be outside. It's not what like this. I went outside with my cousins yesterday because my other cousin was leaving to go out of town. But it's dangerous out here now.
For me personally, I don't really find that's okay. So let me say this. I feel good that I don't hang out because that's not really my cup of tea. I go to a little jazz club, little karaoke spot, but hanging, nah, that's never been me. Even I do a little winery, okay, but it hurts me that I don't necessarily do that because I have 2 younger siblings who want to indulge in that, and I cannot be the older sibling to be there, or it'll be like, man, y'all hanging out. Like for example, I mean, you know how people say 40 now. Like, they went to the park on Easter. People being silly. Boom, boom, boom. Even the cop got little through and through. What are y'all doing there? I said, what did y'all have game plan? Did y'all go to y'all car? Where did y'all park at? What? No, I can't be the older sibling like I want to because I can't get down with that.
But see, you're setting a different example. You're setting a different example.
They ain't following it. They ain't following it. They doing the opposite. It bothers me. Cause, like, come on, man. She's 20.
I'm trying to tell y'all, bruh. Y'all ain't listening.
Right. I'm 22. She 19 and the baby girl's 16. Right. So it's like,
Oh, you
bro,
only 22? Oh my God, I'm
I'm
talking to
22.
babies.
We all blended in. You couldn't tell. So we this far by faith. You might as well keep going on.
Right, you might as well stay.
Oh, I'm talking to babies.
Listen.
You my daughter's age. Okay.
Yes, but like for me, it's like for example, the 19-year-old, she be like, "Can I go with you?" No, you could. The place I went, although I wasn't doing nothing crazy, but I ain't finna bring you around. You 3 years younger than me. Why am I bringing you around dudes that's older than you and stuff like that? Or me and my homegirl, you know what I'm saying? That's not safe. But then you proceed to take the 16-year-old, bring her home at 3 o'clock. Clearly, I was not no good example because you ain't following what I did.
You got Kev, it's people in your queue. Request up if you're still here and can hear.
Y'all, I think we need to have a benediction. We ain't gonna make it to church.
I'm going to church.
I'm going to church now. It just might be bedside. What you talking about?
Oh, he was asleep. But
Hey, what's up, sis?
It's time
No,
to
I was just saying he let me up finally.
He playing the game. He not looking at his phone.
I said Bottom. His name is Bottom.
Bottom vision.
Bottom. It's bottom vision. It's bottom vision.
I can read. It's just late.
No, it's all good.
We've been over here talking about
So
He's
I'm
crazy.
disappointed that I struggle with that.
Hey, it's all good, but I'm looking at the what the host is talking about. The prompt, it says, "Should you stay for kids?
hmm
Why or why not?"
What you
Well,
think?
oh, someone saying something?
No, I was asking you, what do you think?
Well, it just depends because at first, yeah, you should stay to work it out, but if it's toxic, no, not at all. So it just depends on the situation. I see when you say should you stay for the kids. Well, the parents have to get it together first, get their situation together first, and if they can't do it, then no, you shouldn't stay. But both parties should be grown up. So if you leave each other, you should co-parent in a grown-up way for the child.
I don't
I
think you should
agree.
stay for the kids. The
You
kids
said
will
what?
know if you're not happy, regardless if you put on a good front or not. Like if you're individually not happy and you're not happy as a couple, 9 times out of 10, your kids really will try to divorce anyway.
Yeah,
Especially
kids
when
can
they're old
pick up
enough to
on energy.
understand.
Kids ain't stupid. Even at
Yeah.
a young age, they can pick up on the energy.
Yep. So
And
just leave.
and look, check this out. If I'm with one of you guys, right, and we have kids together, one of the whole points when we have kids, I have to show a daughter and a son. I have to show a son, this is how you take care of a woman. This is how you treat a woman. And I have to also show the daughter, this is how a man is supposed to treat you.
Yep, we said that earlier as well.
Exactly. Well, see, you sis, that's why I called y'all sisters and nothing else but sisters. See, y'all know what it is.
I
Yeah,
feel
we
like if
said
God forbid I'm separated from my partner, my husband, my husband because ex-husband. When
Hmm.
my sons get 11 years old, them your babies. Come get them because there's things that I cannot teach them. I can't raise no man. That's your job. Like I'ma see my son. What? Come on, Mama
Okay.
Millie. Go on ahead.
Oh no, I cut someone off.
No, you good. Mama Millie got something to say.
because I
Well,
heard someone say that the other day on TikTok that
mm,
when their son because becomes a certain age, they
mm,
will send them with their fathers.
hmm
okay.
I don't
Well,
agree with that because I still have to teach my son how to love a woman.
Yeah, it's not like for
ooh,
it's not. It's not like I'm not gonna see my sons. Don't get me wrong. He's definitely gonna spend time with me at my house as well.
mm,
But majority of the time, I feel like he needs to. For me, if I was to divorce, I would want to do joint custody. Like you had the child 1 week, I had the child another
right,
week.
right.
That's how ideally how I would want it done. But if that's not the case, God, I don't want courts in my business, so it shouldn't be nothing to just be like, hey, I'll get them on the weekends or I'll get them, breaks and we adjust the holidays and stuff like that. But majority of the time, like Monday through Friday, he probably is going to be with his dad. And I definitely will be seeing him events once a month
Right.
when I come get my son. But I just see the
Exactly.
effects of these boys that don't have a father figure in their life. Some of them just can't handle shit. Like they're too
Let,
emotional.
let me tell you, sis, what she said to us. She said she doesn't think the kid should go, or did you say, I don't want to mess up what you said. You said your son, he shouldn't go with the dad, correct?
Are you talking to me?
The woman that said the kid shouldn't go with the dad.
Yeah, Millie. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I didn't say he shouldn't, but
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't feel comfortable because I would want my son to still learn how to be a gentleman, and
Okay, got
yeah,
you.
I want him to learn how to treat a woman,
Okay, check
because
this out.
in that age what she's speaking about is that
Mhm.
age where they're learning to be gentlemen, and how to open the door, and how to
Right.
push the chair up, and how to do those things. And I'm not saying that any father doesn't know how to do that, but
Uh
that's
huh.
in my case.
Okay, well let me say something. First of all, when you say that, you say a son need. First of all, the kid's first teacher is the woman from when he comes out the womb.
Of
The
course.
the first teacher of any kid, the daughter or the son is the woman, right? Okay, so when a man or a woman gets a certain age, let's just say a man, because of everything you just said. If if you have a problem with your son going with the man at a certain age, see, at first you got to fault yourself, because this is the person you picked to have kids with, because you give life, right? You have, so that was your decision. Now, say you guys break up. The son does need to go with the man, but the woman is equal value, because the son has to learn feminine, like the feminine side a little bit, the vulnerable side, the soft side. But he also needs to learn the male side. And at the same time, if a lot of people are Christians, they go by the Bible. I don't know if you guys do or don't.
We do.
Oh
Okay,
yes, we all holy in here.
okay, check this out. With that being said, in the Bible, if the woman and the man breaks up, the child's man or boy and girl is supposed to go with the father. The father is the one that hunts, that takes cares of everything, that does everything. The kids are supposed to go with the father, regardless what age the daughter is, what age the son is.
What scripture is that?
I was just about to ask the same thing because my Bible's
Me
still
too.
sitting right here.
Okay, I don't know the scripture, but
Okay, I'm gonna
you
find
know,
it.
if you go to Google and say something similar, it'll come up.
Okay.
But the as far as the boys, the because women are sensitive, women are soft-hearted. They can teach the boys sensitive, the sensitive side, but boys will take advantage of the mother. You see it in all cases right now. But when a boy has a strong man, a firm man, he will listen. But we will take advantage of y'all, and we will argue with y'all at a certain age. That boy
That's
needs to go
because
with
if
the
you have a
father.
soft mother, though, because my brother tried that, and
Mhm.
yeah, he ain't try that again.
But but don't you think at a certain age the son should go with the man?
Well, my mom didn't have that choice because our father passed away.
Well,
Can
I'm
I
just
ask
saying
you a
in
question,
general.
son?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
You have children, correct? I'm
I have
guessing.
four. I have two girls, two boys.
Okay. And are they of age?
The youngest is 22.
Okay, so they are of age.
Yes.
Oh man.
Go ahead. Come on. Come on. I'm rocking with you. They're
If if the only difference is, I have to go ahead and say that, is that me and their father have been married. So that's out of the window. But if
Mhm.
anything were to happen when they were younger, you're stating that my children should have went with their father instead of the mother.
Okay, no, this is the thing, because it's an equal responsibility in this time. I asked if you guys go by the Bible, right? You both said yes. So I said, in the Bible, if you guys follow the Bible says that if this happens, the kid should go with the father.
It does not say that.
And why would
Okay,
that
see,
be? Oh, I'm sorry. I
okay,
didn't mean to cut you off,
the
sis.
reason why I said that, she said it doesn't say that, but I'll get the scripture. I'll find it.
No,
Um,
I'm looking, and it has multiple scriptures, but it says none of them say that. It's all about your responsibility. But after a divorce, it says the Bible doesn't explicitly mandate who should raise the children after the divorce. It encouraged fathers to fulfill their responsibilities, even in the
okay,
face of a
you're
broken
looking at
marriage.
a coordinates. Look, check this out.
But
This is
I'm
why it
looking at
says
all
that.
the scriptures, all of the
Okay,
scriptures,
look,
because I can
I'm gonna
pull it up.
find it. I'm gonna find it. Right?
Okay.
She just asked me why does the kids go there, and I'm gonna explain it real quick. Because back in those days, we're gonna go back to those days.
But we're not in those
The
days.
man was the hunter. He would go out and he would get the shelter. He would get the food. He was the hunter, right? The woman was the helpmate. So the woman would take care of the house, right? So if they split up, the man was the more masculine part to have the home, like to build the home, to go out and get the food and get. So he was the more of the breadwinner. Pretty much in these terms, the mom was the stay home mom. The man was to go out and get the bread. So if
Proverbs 31 says different. She still went to the market. She still dyed clothes. She still sold extra crops. So she still was contributing to her household as well.
hold
But
on,
all
don't
it
get me
says
wrong.
about Ephesians 6:4 is basically saying that he's still he's responsible for the child. He's still supposed to provide
Yeah,
for his
right,
child. It does
right.
not say that he is supposed to go live with his father. It says he's still supposed to train his child up, give the child instructions,
Uh-huh.
and provide for his children. Is
Right.
what the Bible says. It does not say that he's supposed to go live.
Okay, hold on. From what you just read, that's right, right? But at the same time, see, I don't know if you're, because I hear the emotion in your voice. I'm gonna find
No
the
emotion
scripture.
in my
No,
voice.
hold on. Listen to me, sis. Listen to me. I'm never trying
Just
to
listen,
fight you.
sis.
I'm never trying to fight you. Listen to me. I hear the emotion in your voice, right? I'm gonna find the scripture and I'm gonna bring it out. But you have to understand, even though I say that, the woman is the helpmate to the man. Just like today, you hear saying behind every great man there is a woman. You guys have a role. It even says in the Bible, you might not find it, but I'll find it. It says your guys' power is the highest power next to God. And if you look at society, everything we do, if a man get a haircut, new shoes, everything, it's to please you or to get your attention. And when you guys come in the household, we can build a house, but you guys make it a home. You guys make it you're the helpmate to us. We need you. You're not the weaker vessel at all. You're the first teacher of the child. And whatever us men, because you know us men, whether it's black men, I'm not even going to say black men, just men, period. When we go out in the world to conquer it and do whatever we do, we need to come home to a certain, and we need to home to a certain space. And that's what you make it. You guys are so important to us. So don't think I am knocking your role at all, because without you, we are not. You know what I'm saying? Don't think
Bottom.
that.
I have a
Go ahead.
question.
Go ahead.
I need you to find the scripture for the statements that you're using because you don't use
Okay.
two scriptures already that you said is in the Bible, and I haven't heard you give a scripture
Uh-oh,
for it.
that's how you call her up right
Okay,
there.
hold on. I'm about to pull it up. Hold on.
Okay, please.
I got you, sis. I got you. Give me a
Okay,
second.
I'm gonna wait too.
Like I said before previously, I understand what he was saying when he said at a certain age, some young gentlemen need to go and be with their fathers. But that's not something that is available for every single young man.
Absolutely.
So what happens if you find that person unsuitable to be in that child's life and to raise that child?
But that I feel like that falls up under your own discernment. I know you might not be talking to me, but you know
Yeah,
what's
no.
best for
Go ahead,
your
sis.
baby. You get what I'm saying? You know what's best for your child. I'm saying that hopefully, prayerfully, me and my husband will never be divorced. But if that, God forbid, that happens, I'm praying that I pick a man well enough that I can have faith in how you raise your child. Like you said, like how to open doors. I don't date men that don't open the door for me to get in the car and get out the car. I don't.
Yes,
Why am I
ma'am.
touching the door? My father, my uncles, my all of that. I don't touch doors in the presence of men. Like I'm not supposed to. I don't date men. I don't date a certain type of man. So the moment I see that, and I'm gonna always tell you what I require because I do require a lot. Sorry, oh freaking well. Go talk to the men in my family. They wasn't playing that.
Tammy,
Yeah, I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize. I'm a little long-winded.
please don't call me ma'am no more. I'm gonna
Oh,
whoop you.
okay.
I just wanna. Interesting. Point. I just wanna see what he was on.
There you won't go find it.
The point.
Sorry.
I don't know. When people, it's my thing. Your opinions is your opinions, but when you start using the
Absolutely.
Bible, you got to make that the word. And if you can't make it fit your narrative because it sound good, it's either the word or it's not. That's just all I feel on something. Because at the end of the day, when it comes to, I know I missed most of the conversation, but I just stuff like that. I just feel like you gotta don't just
But
make
I
up
think
shit.
on this page, everybody is kind of transparent, and um, we will, everyone has their own opinion, and we might not like it.
I'm back.
As even like my sissy Cammy said, even in marriage, if I don't, but everyone has their own opinions, and we just have to just respect everyone's opinion, and
Right.
that is what it is.
Yeah, that's why I say opinions itself is opinions, but when you start speaking scripture, it's scripture. It's not
I
opinion.
got the picture. I screenshotted
Some
it.
people
Okay, go ahead.
take scripture different.
Go ahead,
Right.
Bobby.
It's all about interpretation. Okay, look. I am new to this, so I screenshotted it. So y'all gotta walk me through it real quick.
All
Just
right.
take the verse so we can go look it up for ourselves. Because
Right.
we all got our apps and our
Well,
Bibles in our hands.
Come on, Cammy. Period.
yeah, that would be easier. I just screenshot it. I'll put the screenshot up and I'll go back to the verse because I gotta look it back up and do the verse.
No, just give us the verse. Because if you give us the verse, we can all go look at it. Because that's what I'm
Okay,
saying.
can I put it up?
Millie got her Bible or her Bible, and I feel like Alter Ego looking at a tablet just like me. So we just need the scripture. If you go get that scripture, we're good.
Okay. Let me get back out of here. Okay, I'm putting myself on mute. I'm going back to Google.
Okay.
I'll be right back, y'all.
Okay.
Okay. Stay safe.
Jesus, why my Bible so heavy?
Because it got a lot of words. So,
Honey.
listen, I ain't finna hold y'all. I don't feel asleep on y'all.
Girl, we
Naya, how you
Hey,
falling asleep?
Alta. Let me
I
tell
ain't
you.
gonna
Not you falling asleep on the good words.
No, because I'm tired.
No,
I've been trying to
Kat,
have
where you been?
benediction. I done said
No,
benediction 3 times.
not
And
the
you
said
benediction.
benedictions for a good hour now.
Not the benediction already. Dang it.
So
Do
what
you
do you
feel me?
ladies think though? Because if I was to get a divorce right now, my son, well,
God
if my
forbid.
son was younger, do y'all think I should send my son with his dad?
I'll say this: the age matters. I think because I'm gonna say I did hear what Kim said on the part of on weekends. We not. I don't think it's a problem with
The fact you
letting.
saying my son, that's crazy.
Hey, my
Not
my
you. I'm talking
son,
about the
his
bitches.
son,
She
our
had
son,
him by herself,
grandson.
Kev. Leave her alone.
Oh, okay, okay.
I ain't got no child,
I'm not
so
talking
it's
about
my
you.
imagination.
I was talking about
Yeah,
Molly.
that's what I'm saying. Like I'm just asking y'all, like
Yeah,
if
I
you
mean,
was
What's
to
it?
I
What's
don't.
how
Would you
old would
take
he
my
be?
son to the father?
Oh,
I think it would depend on you, like your discernment. Like you, you, because you're talking about a husband, so you know how this man is with his children. So that would be on you and what you're comfortable with, your mommy. So I understand everything you're saying. I'm just praying that it don't happen, but God forbid if it does, I can trust him with our children. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that would depend on you. Like, and that's up to your own discernment. And
Am I tripping, or all the only the women the one that have the say in the kids? I know.
That's what I'm about to say because that's what I was gonna ask. Like, I think it should be a conversation as to who you guys who you feel the child should stay with, like full time,
But
and then of
if
course.
you go through the courts don't care. The courts do it by the person who spends time. I hope hopefully keep because listen, because I'm not asking him, sir. You taking these 12-year-old boys, you getting them about my house. I'm gonna see my baby on the weekend because he act like an idiot. That's your child, your big head son. He went over here act like he a grown man. No, show him that he not. I ain't got time.
You're a big kid, son. But
Yeah.
I think like Anaya was saying though, age and stuff could play a part because dad, maybe y'all can both come to a realization that, okay, he's only 3, maybe he could be good with you. It depends on work schedules, all these different things. And sometimes if the man just feels like, hey, you again, like Cam was saying, the person you had a child with. Can they, you know what I'm saying? Does he want to keep his kid? Okay. And as a son, we can understand. I know as us as mothers, how we we hold on to our kids, boys or girls, mainly boys. I don't know why. That's what we do. So, but I think, especially if they have that relationship and that man and that father is ready to and has the ability to care for the child, then I think it's fair to allow that to happen and then just have an open door, not no court system if as much as possible to not have them in your life to tell you when you can see your child. Because okay, yeah, that's where he's gonna stay mainly. Okay, because he's gonna go to school over there or whatever case is. Y'all set that up. But whenever you want to come home, let him come home. If that should be just an understanding between the family. That's why when it comes to co-parenting, I hate that we make it very hard, and I think a lot of times it's hard because of the disdain between each other, and you forget about the needs of that child. It's like how we feel about each other, which it shouldn't even be a hard thing either. We already decided we're grown. We don't want to be with each other. That's what we chose. Okay, so now what we're going to do to make sure this kid has a successful upbringing, regardless of where he is. And if it makes more sense to be with dad, let him be with dad. If it makes more sense to be a mom, based off whatever situation it is, because most men on here will say, no, the kid needs to go with the daddy. I don't care how crazy psycho he is. Okay, that's y'all. But or just based off his development, the dad may say, hey, he needs to be with me. He's 12, he 13, he think he grown, bring him over here, he gonna be raised by me, I'll make sure he good. He gonna come home to you on the weekends or throughout the week when y'all have time, and he gonna be a respectful kid. Cool, got it. So I think it's just communication and understanding where the child can progress the most.
So what is the difference between me being a mom, and I know I'm not a male, and teaching my son, you make sure you take out the garbage, you make sure you do what you're supposed to do, you make sure you're clean, your hygiene, you're doing that. What's the difference between me saying that and his dad saying that?
Can I say this real quick? And I'm gonna
Yes.
call it a night. So one thing that I noticed, it was how you said your sentence the first time we came on this topic on how a woman should be treated, right?
Yes, ma'am.
From a woman perspective, 9 times out of 10, we're going to show probably our sons how we want to be treated. See what I'm saying? So it's more of also hearing it from a man. So now I will be teaching our sons how to treat us. Yes, it's gonna be directed to women as well, but it's more of like we can only see a perspective of what we want versus how men know how to read us. You see what I'm saying?
Yes,
Well, I
I
got
do
something to
understand
say
that.
about that.
What you
Bottom,
say?
I thought you fell to the bottom of the Bible. I didn't know
Oh
where you
no,
went.
no. I look, check this out. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest with y'all.
No,
What
I
I
do
said.
understand that because that's in any kind of relationship anyway, because
Mhm.
you always want someone to treat you how you want to be treated and not understanding that they don't treat people that way.
I just think it's like it's just there's just something, it's just a type of embrace and conversation and, feeling that your child has with you as a mother. And there is a respect and reverence and, you know, it's just a different thing that a man brings. There is a difference. It don't matter how much you tell him the same thing that men
Yes.
will tell you, he's going to see it and respect it differently from their father.
Which
It's
is
just
what, just him being a
Well,
male.
look. Let
just
me
by
tell
him
you
being
this. What
just by
he's
him being his
saying.
father, just like you
Look.
being his mother, right? Just by you having that special, because we can't think that it's only special with mom and it does have nothing special or different with dad. There is a reason that you're a woman and there's a reason that he's a man, and the difference of that is what will make that kid be who he is and make him have the respect that he has based off who you are as a woman, yes, and who you are as a man, absolutely. It's
And
because he's
hold
a man,
on.
it's because she's a woman that he's going to have the different dynamics of respect because of those differences. So we have to always be mindful that there is a difference and there is a purpose for it. Not to say that you're less than, not to say that he's better than, just to
Right.
say that there's a difference. Huh?
And look, what her saying that, it even goes to, it even goes all the way to the different tone in our voice. Because you'll see a lot of women, if the man ain't around and they're trying to discipline the kid, they might even try to make their voice get deeper to be, to be the dominant figure. It even goes down to the voices. What she said is so true and honest. And with her being a woman saying that, I applaud her. She is on point on that. It's not about it's not a game. It's not you can because I had a best friend. His mom had 5 kids. They lived poor, but all those boys she had 5 boys, and they all respected her. So I'm not saying women can't raise a man, but at the same time, a man is different. We have different roles. We stay in our lane. You can't say, okay, take out the trash. Men take out the trash. Women do do the dishes. No, hell no. I taught my son how to cook at 8 years old, and he was doing the dishes also, but at the same time, I showed him how to treat this woman that was in the household. And I always had talks with him. It's like if we're in a relationship, for our relationship to be good, we have to have communication. A man needs to understand how a woman thinks, how she's emotional, how she can go through her moods because us men, we're real easy. A lot of us are. A lot of us aren't. We have feminine tendencies because a lot of times we was just raised by women. So we see how they react to certain stuff and get emotional and start tripping. That goes on us.
Mm.
But at the same time, a man needs, it took me to be 36 to learn how a woman is emotional. She has different hormones. She needs to talk. Us men, we look for our mother figure. And I swear to God, y'all women, y'all look for a father figure in us also. But we have to be understanding to a woman's needs. We have to understand she's emotional. She's a little different. So we have to learn patience with you. That
Well, maybe I'm doing something wrong because, for one, my boys in my house are not even allowed in my kitchen. For
okay.
two, you don't even make your own plate. For three, when you go to take a shower, your stuff is laid out in the bathroom. Four, when you come home from work, everything's done.
Hmm.
And five, you don't have to take care of these babies because I got it.
So can I ask you, when it comes to your sons having their own family, would you think it's important for them to know how to cook for their children or for themselves?
No, because if my son, I mean, yeah, duh, like if you gotta cook some noodles or something, like you gotta be able to do something.
Hmm.
But if she can't treat you like your mama, no, you're not going nowhere. That's why my kids still live with me, and they're 21 and 18.
That's.
The only reason why I say that that's not good, and Grant, you know I don't have any children. I
Hmm.
Yeah,
only
Cammy.
say that's not good because God forbid the worst happens. You finna be 60, 70 years old taking care of your grandbabies and your son. That's the only reason why
If I
I
had
feel
to,
like
yes, ma'am.
I get
Did
that.
you
I
have
feel
a
like your
man in
son
the
should
house?
just know how to clean up. Like teach him how to make spaghetti. Teach just every. I feel like mothers should give their son just at least 2, 3 signature dishes that they know how to make to get them by. Because what if your babies want to move out on their own? Like, okay, mama, I'm 20,
When they're married,
but what if they want to move out before then?
they're not.
Well, look.
They're not allowed, and they
Remember.
know that. That's why they still here.
Okay, let me tell you something. What she is saying to you,
Hmm.
sometimes you have to show tough love to push them out and make them be men because I feel like with what you said, you're kind of crippling them because you love them so much and you care for them. You have to show tough love. Like me, for instance, I taught my son how to cook at a young age because, and the reason why I did that, not only because I cook good and I love cooking for the family, but these women in these ages are different. Times have changed. And I want him to understand you have to take care of yourself. You can't depend on nobody. Like, for instance, if you and I are in a relationship and I love you, I am setting myself up if I look to you for happiness. I have to figure that out on my own. If I look to you for happiness, I'm going to get let down every time. I have to go and find my happiness on my own. You have to find what you like on your own, and we come together and we laugh. But if I look for happiness in you, I'm failing myself.
Well, I mean, but mainly like to the point of what, and that's true, to like the crippling part, and mainly what Cammy said. She's like my second brain right now. It's crazy. Like, because you can love your kid and you can want them to be, you know, a certain way and have that certain structure.
Hmm.
But I would, to Millie, I would say, you know, I'm not even gonna fault you of them staying there until they're married or whatever case. Well, I think the thing is, I think it is a little bit trickier and different for men because my thing is, I always tell women or ask women or anybody to put yourself in the shoes of the opposite person. So you as a woman, would you be okay with a man still living at home if he's like 28 about to get married or not married yet? Would you be okay with that?
Good point.
Absolutely.
So okay, so if he was living home, it's like that. You would say, okay, I get it. You're living at your mom's house still because. And what if he's 35? Would you want to be with him?
Absolutely. If that's what you believe in, then I already understand it.
Okay. So, Now, second question is, what is wrong with them cooking?
Hmm.
I think it's just the old school part of me.
Because
It
or
don't
do
go
you
in my
do
kitchen.
you think any of what you do is a level of control?
And
No,
handle
I've just instilled in my children, um, oh, how do I say this without
Gender
offending
roles,
anybody?
gender roles, you saying?
Yes.
So gender roles, as in like women only can cook. Is that a gender role for you?
No, because I mean, he can go in there and fry him a hamburger or do something like that. Like, he does that all the time. But that's,
Because I
well,
guess like okay.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
look, check
No,
this
you're
out.
fine. No, because I'm just saying, like, I guess in a aspect, like, I feel like, and to Kimmy's point, like, that's also an opportunity for you to just bond and teach your kids, because at the end of the day, I personally, right? As a mother who loves her kids, doesn't want their son to depend on a woman cooking for them, and not in a way of like, oh, she don't cook for you, you can cook for yourself, not like that energy, but like the energy of, what if it's a night where he's like, babe, I got you, I'm gonna make a meal for you. Like, would you want him to be able to have that ability to do? And then at the end of the day, be at home and not just be eating on no processed noodles every day, but have ability to make some full course meals. Go ahead. I hear you. I see you.
Well, look, check this out.
Hold on,
Check
hold
this
on, bro.
out.
Real quick. I'm
Okay,
sorry. I
go
think Millie
ahead.
want to respond real quick, and then you can go. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Because what you do is you let them watch you as a woman.
Hmm.
And my son watches me. So I'm pretty sure that if anything, he can make him a meal. He
Hmm.
can clean up the house. He can do all of those things.
Hmm.
But as a woman, I don't make my son do that stuff because he takes care of me as a woman.
Okay, let me say
But hold
something.
on,
Hold on. Let me say
can you
I'm
something.
put
sorry,
that
Candy.
scripture in the chat though, sir?
No, I tried. This is what I was saying, but we changed the subject. This is what I was saying. I seen certain stuff. I seen scriptures, and I couldn't find it. So I was coming back here to let you guys know because I'm honest.
Papa, get your earpiece.
I was coming back here to let you guys know that I couldn't find it, but I'm still looking. But at the same time, what she said with the kids,
Hmm.
I feel like
What you
men.
gonna find, Millie?
Look, check this out, men. Um, we have conditional love because we all know when we have kids, we learn a different kind of love, like an unconditional love, right? When we have kids, right? But men are more conditional. We're more like, you got to do this as a man or as a woman. Because I treated my girls, I have two girls and I have two sons. And I treated my girls, I wanted them to be tomboys, to be tough and learn stuff. So I had a condition with them. If they don't listen, I will shun them until, to learn a lesson, tough love. But a lot of women will have that unconditional love to where any anything they do, they can come back to mama, they can come back to the house. But me, I'm trying to teach life lessons because life is hard. So if I keep giving them handouts, if they keep asking for money and I keep giving it to them, I feel like it's a problem. Which a mom be on some different shit. So my love is conditional. Your guys' love is unconditional. And I feel like that hurts the child. Even though the balance is good, but the mom and the dad has to be equally yoked to teach the kid discipline.
Equally yoked has nothing to do with your children.
It does
It
because
does
you're
not.
raising children.
But that's not, that's equally yoked is between me and my husband. Me and my children do not have to be equally yoked. That's
Okay, put it
equally
this
yoked
way.
has nothing to do with your children. Understand
Okay,
that
Kenny, are
put
you
it
in your
this
when you're
way.
married,
20s?
your children are not in your two-handed
No,
circle.
no, no, Cam. Look, put it this way. If you and I, if we're in a relationship, we have
I'm
two
talking Cam.
kids. Who comes first, Cam? Who comes first?
My
You?
husband comes first. Our children are not in our marriage, and
Okay.
that's what people fail to understand.
Okay, hold on.
Me and
This is
you are
what I'm
married.
saying.
These kids are going to leave this household, sir.
Okay, this is what I'm saying, Cam. You see, you said the right things. You said my husband comes first before my kids. My husband comes first. And that's what I'm meaning equally yoked. Because if your husband comes first, you guys have to get on the same page to raise children. Because if you don't, it's gonna be conflict because dad say one thing, mom say another thing. So if you put your man first before your kids, you guys have to be equally yoked and on the same page to raise those kids.
That's not okay. Okay.
Yeah, just let Kimmy talk, cause I don't know. She got
No,
it.
I'm done. I
She
said
got
what I
it.
had to say. Sorry, Cam, if I talked over you.
No,
No,
it's
you
not
didn't talk
that.
over her.
I'm
I
just
think she's just
letting you
missing her
know that
point.
that's not what that means. But we can move on. That's fine. We can move
No,
on.
she said, look, she said I might be missing your point, so please tell me. I won't say nothing. I want to see your point.
Equally yoked is us being on the same page religiously. That has nothing to do with the raising of our children. It's letting it. We are equally yoked. God, I'm so mad I didn't take notes for Sunday because I was sleepy. But
Well, I didn't mean
you looked up. If you
religiously.
look
I
up,
meant just on the same page.
huh?
I didn't, okay. If it's religiously, that's cool too, because you got to be. But it wasn't, when I said equally yoked, that was just you guys on the same page because you decided to have kids together. Ain't got nothing to do with the Bible, honestly.
Okay, so equally yoked is two people in a relationship that share similar beliefs, views, values, and goals, especially in their relationship with God. What I was trying to get you to understand is that equally yoked has nothing to do with the children. Because at the end of the day, the husband is supposed to be the head of the household. So if I trust you to lead, we're going off of what you say. I don't have to agree with everything that you have going on, but I love you and I trust you enough to run this household. So we're never going to, there are a lot of things that we're never going to be on the same page about. But I
Right.
trust my husband and I love him enough and trust in his values to and page about. But I
Right.
trust my husband and I love him enough and trust in his values to run that. My feelings don't really matter. Now I can have a conversation with you and say, hey, my feelings don't really matter. Now I can have a conversation with you and say, hey, honey, I don't think we need to use an iron fist. I think that we need to use this method. And then we have a conversation and maybe we can come to a compromise or an agreement. That's it. Equally yoked is about me and you. Me and my husband need to remain equally yoked. These children
Okay,
have
but
nothing
hold
to
on.
do with our marriage. They don't.
Okay.
They're going to leave. They grow up and they leave their household and form a family of their own. My kids have nothing to do with me and my husband. What goes on
Okay.
between me and my husband is not none of these kids' business. That's why kids are not supposed to see you and your husband argue. None of that. Any decision that is made, it's yours first. Now, I would love for my husband to consider me in it, but at the end of the day, especially now, no longer our parents are no longer picking our spouses. So I have
Right.
picked this man to be my husband, to be my head, and I have chosen to willingly submit to this man, to be a submissive woman to this man. I trust him. I love him. He is now the head of my household. I am no longer my father's baby anymore. My
Okay.
pops is, I'm not my
Okay.
pops' daughter. So
Okay.
you,
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. With you saying that, With you saying, I got to follow my husband, I have to submit to him. That's an equally yoked thing. That is something that you agree with. But hold on, when you say submit, a real man, if you was with me and we had kids, if you submit to me, because submit is see when you hear submit, maybe the younger people get that misconstrued because if we're together and you submit to me,
Oh Lord, I gotta sit
that
up.
makes me submit to you,
We
and
submit
that
it's
makes us
Ephesians
hold on,
five
that makes
twenty
us
one.
equally yoked.
That's okay.
That makes us
We gonna go
equally
nowhere,
yoked.
but that's okay.
Okay,
Let
well,
me
Because
let
okay,
me
we'll leave it alone.
that's
can I say
Ephesians
something?
5:21 on down is what we're talking about. But again, that's what I'm saying. Equally yoked has nothing to do. Equally yoked has nothing to do with your children. It's
Can I?
No,
your
equally.
moral
No, hold on, hold
values
on. This is what I'm saying.
aligning.
Equally yoked. If you and I are equally yoked and we have children, if we're equal, just like you said, my husband comes first. So if we're equally yoked, with you saying that, you put me first before your children, we're equally yoked. So we could teach the kids together without no confusion.
I
Because
think I think both of y'all are right, okay? But I think the concept of what you both are saying is on two different standards. She's speaking about marriage, and you're speaking in a sense of being equally yoked with someone that you're not married to, but you have kids by. So,
let's say married.
well, if you're talking on a marriage term, then both of y'all are right. She's right, and you're right in a way too,
But
because what
she
you're
said
saying.
that only goes with the Bible, and it doesn't because equally
Well,
yoked is
yeah,
with getting
yeah,
along
yes,
with
yes,
the.
yes. Let me finish. Let me finish. We're talking about a reunion between two peoples, okay?
Right.
When you're married, you're talking about a union between two peoples. Now, in order for you to run your household, then for
Mhm.
sure you're gonna have to be equally yoked. But if you're a person on the outside and you're basically with someone and y'all go your own separate ways and y'all have kids, then now you have to look at the fact that the kids and you is not in the same household or the mom is not in the same house. So now you can't compare that with a marriage couple.
No, no, listen to me. Listen to me. I heard what you just said. Now, remember, I said equally yoked. She said that's when it comes to the Bible. I said,
No, she said marriage.
hold
She
on, hold
said
on.
marriage.
Okay, Mary. Okay, look, listen. She said, when it comes to the Bible, whether she said Mary or come to the Bible, right? She said both. Put it that way. When she said it comes to the Bible, it doesn't because when you get with someone and you're equally yoked, that's not just Bible. That's just you getting along with
Let
someone
me
that
Wait, hold
you
on.
guys are
Wait,
married.
Bottom.
let me
Oh
ask you a
Lord.
question. Let me ask this question. When
Okay.
you get with someone, okay,
Mhm.
and you and that person is not married, right?
Okay.
Okay. So are you two equally yoked?
Okay. With you saying that, I'm gonna answer the question. When you get with someone, this is what you said. When you get with someone, you're not equally yoked.
No, I said, and you're not married. Are you equally yoked?
Okay. Now I'm gonna say this. For me and somebody else that believes in what I believe in.
No, no, I'm asking
Hold
you.
on.
I'm asking you. But let me just answer the question. When you
Okay.
get with someone and you're not married, are you equally yoked with that person?
Um, if you go by the Bible,
No,
no.
no, brother. You can't get away from answering that question. It's a yes or no answer.
Okay. If you ask me again, my bad.
When you get with someone and you're not married, are you equally yoked?
Yes.
You're not.
I'm gonna say why. I said yes.
I'm gonna tell
Hold
you
on.
why you're not. The only
I'm gonna
way
say.
you can
Hold on.
you
I'm gonna
gotta
say
remember
why.
this. Well,
I'm
listen
gonna
to me.
say why I
Listen
said
to me.
yes.
Listen to me. Listen to me.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
You're not equally yoked because you're not on a covenant together.
Okay.
That makes sense?
Uh, for your understanding, it does. From your belief, it does.
How can you be equally yoked with someone that you're not on a covenant with?
Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you why. For someone that doesn't say you have two people that are atheists that don't believe in what you believe in. So if they get together, they get along, everything is good, and they decide to be together, they are equally yoked. What you are saying, if
Tell me how.
people, hold on,
Tell me,
let me
tell me
finish.
how.
Hold on, let me finish. What you're saying from what your belief, don't everybody believe in your belief.
So bottom, wait, cause you carried us a long little way. Hold on, quick. Because the problem is, first of all, the first issue is that you're saying you're using a biblical term to say that it's secular. That's the first issue. Equally yoked is biblical. Compatible is what you're saying. That's what that's why I think we're
You're
missing
right.
it.
You're right.
Is that equally yoked is a Christian standard and a biblical standard that you're using. So if you're not comparing the biblical standard to, if you're comparing a biblical standard to a secular concept, then you're already in the wrong on that.
Okay,
What you're
and
trying
you're
to say.
right. You said that so elegantly. You're on point. So when he says equally yoked, and I say it, I'm meaning exactly what you're saying. But it's not biblical, so I put it that way. But what you said is 100% correct. She said that the right way.
Yeah, so it's kind of like to Cammy's point. Oh, go ahead. I don't know, Ward. Did you want to say something else, Ward?
Equally yoked is actually a total covenant. And when you go back and you read when you read the word and you start getting into understanding a covenant and also understanding the concept of equally yoked, we're getting into something totally different on a whole nother
Oh,
level.
I understand. I used to be a Hebrew Israelite. I understand very well.
Okay, so you're a Christian now?
No, I said in my past I used to study the Hebrew Israelite belief.
Right.
I
What are
know
you
the
now?
Bible very well.
Right. What do you believe now?
I believe my beliefs is energy. Beliefs is energy. My ancestors, I prayed to the Most High,
Hmm.
and you can almost say, I believe in treating people right. As far as the Bible, I still study it because there's great things in it. I can't put it down. But as far as like, you have to follow the law, no, I'm not with that.
So you
But
believe the Bible is true, or you just think it's a good book?
I believe it's a metaphorical book. Um, I don't believe in the. I believe in the sayings in some of the prophecies, but as far as all that other stuff, no. The spookism, the sky daddy, the walking on water, it's all metaphors, and it's a plagiarism from Kemet in ancient Samaria, just like the
Is
Quran.
that a fact, or is that something that you believe?
That's what I believe.
Okay.
So hold on. If
People
you
that believe in the
based off
Bible,
of the religion of Sumer, why are you not Sumer?
I am my own thought and what I believe and feel. As far as my background, my people are from South America. They come from different Native American tribes, which are black Native American tribes. And I go on the practice of my ancestors.
So what practices do you confirm for the Bible? Because you used it a lot throughout the night, so I thought that's you were sticking.
No, that's cool. I believe in a lot of the sayings. Like, for instance, the abomination of a man laying with a man, a woman laying with a woman.
Is that a
If you,
metaphor or is that facts?
huh?
Is that a metaphor or is that a factual thing?
That's a factual thing. You
Okay,
can't.
so the Bible does consist of facts
Oh yes, a lot of them.
and not just metaphors. Okay, great. Well, that could be a whole other conversation. I'm actually going to follow you and hope we can follow each other. I would love to have you on some panels that we talk about the Bible and we get the truth. We talk about the truth about the Bible. In
Cool.
context.
I
So
love that.
I think it would be great if you can.
Yeah, it would, because you know what? It would be great because I don't push my beliefs and I don't argue. I'm just trying to learn. So I don't argue with people. You tell me your facts, I tell you my facts. We build. So that would be perfect. I love it.
Okay, that would be great. Yeah.
You better follow me.
I'm definitely. If y'all ain't following Cammy, I better follow Cammy. But she got the juice. Like I know.
Kimmy cool. All y'all cool. Shit.
Yes, Millie. Yeah, this is
No,
really
I'm about to
good
follow
too.
all y'all.
There you go. I think it'd be. Let me follow Millie. I follow Millie.
And I would love to have
Millie Rod.
discussion. I love debates, but at the same time, I'm learning. If we don't agree, we can pull up sources.
Yep.
On the Bible, pull up sources.
Yeah.
You see, he
I
gonna
don't
have to
argue over the word. I follow the word. I'll tell you the scriptures, but that's my source. Jesus is
Okay.
my source.
Adam?
Well, I'll tell you this. That what you said, that's
Well, shoot,
cool.
Adam, take her back. Shoot, she ain't doing nothing. You must like it. Let me stop.
So I was like, what?
I'm sorry, it's too late.
Really,
But
you don't want it back.
Hey, what Cam said, I understand that, and that's cool. But for us to have a discussion about the Bible, if you're just tunnel vision on it, it's hard to have a discussion because whatever I say, you're just going to like go back to it, and that's the end. That's all. That's the truth. I'm open minded.
Yeah, I'm not when it comes to religion, because that's what I believe in. I'm never going to leave room for the enemy to get in and have anything to do with what's going on. So I'm very close minded when it comes to my religion, because I've seen my life without Christ and I'm cool. I'm
Okay,
good.
can I
I'm
ask
not
you
gonna
something?
make it.
ain't gonna
Ask you
make it at all.
something with you saying that.
Huh?
Can I ask you something with you saying that?
Absolutely.
Okay, the Bible, you believe in it. That's all the truth. That's what you believe in, correct?
No, I know in the Bible. I know it's real. I know in it. I get what you're saying, but no, I know in the Lord. So,
Okay, I have to ask you this question.
mhm.
I have the Apocrypha, the 1611 King James version. I have the new. I have all these different versions, right?
Mhm.
And there is the oldest Bible, which is the Ethiop. It was found in Ethiopia, and that book has 88 books. The book we go by today has 66.
Correct.
So,
You know that stuff was taken out.
okay, there you go. You know, stuff was taken out.
Well,
The
understand? But do you understand why? See, that's why I say
yeah,
I
hold
think it's a
on, let
bit.
me finish.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Let me finish. If she knows stuff is taken out, and you believe in all the Bible, so why, like, you believe in the Bible, but it's been tampered with.
Okay, but see, that's where the issue lies, is that it's actually false. So the fathers who put the Bible together, right?
Mm-hmm.
People who put the Bible together, it was based on factual, what they knew to be true, what lined up with the things that actually happened that they had proof of.
Mm-hmm.
So, and when people say, "Oh, there's lost Bible, there's lost things, there's things taken out," anything that you want to know that they could have put in that they didn't use, you can go read it.
Yep.
It's not hidden, right?
But
The Bible. Go ahead.
what I want you to understand, right?
Mm-hmm.
I have to confess with my mouth and believe in my heart that Jesus is Lord,
Right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And I have to be baptized as an outward sign of my inward faith.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of that stuff, as long as I know that Jesus is Lord, that He died on the cross for my sins, and I'm trying my best to live like Christ, I honestly don't have to read the Bible. Let's be clear. I know what's right because I have the Holy Spirit in me. I know what's wrong because I have the Holy Spirit in me. So
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying my best. I read the Bible, basic instructions before leaving earth. I read that, but I don't need to read the Bible. The Holy Spirit gives me and notifies me of every decision that I'm thinking about making. As long as I'm praying and communicating, I don't have to open that book. It doesn't say, "Oh, because you ate shrimp and that's a bottom feeder, you're not supposed to eat that. Because you ate some bacon, you're finna burn." That's not what the Bible says. The Bible says I have to confess with my mouth and believe in my heart that Jesus is Lord and know that He died on the cross for my sins, then I shall get into heaven.
Okay.
Now knowing and following the Bible determines what your mansion look like, is how I feel about it. And I might be wrong, but it says, "I have gone to prepare a place for you. My Father's house has many mansions, for if it were not true, I would not have told you so." So I just feel like now I'm just trying to see how big my mansion is, of how many people I can save, how many people I can love, how many people I can help stir them into the right direction, because you get crowns when you get to heaven, depending on what you've done. Because if you lose your life fighting for Christ and trying to save people and someone unalives you, you get a crown for that. How many people in lives you touch, you get a crown for that. Your good acts, you get a crown for that. And you get a nice mansion in the sky and streets paved with
Okay.
gold for that. Now, granted, me, I will take a cardboard box just to be in the presence of the Lord. I don't care what my mansion looks like when I get there.
Okay,
I would like to have a nice
okay,
one.
hold on. With all that said, there is a scripture. Okay, look in the Bible.
You gotta go find it,
Well,
but
I'm gonna give you, you gotta
Hold
find it
on.
before,
Listen
because
to
now
me.
I don't. Now you
Listen to
scared me,
me
Lord.
real quick. I just listened to you. Listen to me real quick. A person came up to Christ and praised him. He said, "Ain't nobody good but the Father." He said, and praised him. He said, "Ain't nobody good but the Father." He said, "I'm a
He
filthy."
filthy rags bottom.
He said, "Filth." He said,
Did he say he was filthy rags bottom?
He said, "We're all filthy rags." Listen, check this out.
Bottom, you gotta start finding scriptures from.
Look,
You got
look,
to. You
look.
got to.
He
It's
said,
not fair.
hold on, don't cut me off. Listen. He said, the kingdom, he said, "I'm just like you." He said, "God is within you." And then he said, "The kingdom of heaven is within you." So if he tells someone, don't praise him, all glory to the Father. And he said, God is within you. And he said, the kingdom of heaven is within you. So this is my interpretation. If God is within you, you are a God. You can be godlike, or you can be like a demon. If he says the kingdom of heaven, because it says
Everybody
it's not
talking? Is everybody
it's
talking?
huh? Well,
He's
if
him
he
talking.
says the kingdom is within you, that is what you make life on earth. Because you can be the devil or you can be godlike. It says the kingdom is here on earth, not in the sky. No sky, Daddy. He said God is within you. The kingdom of heaven is within you. So whatever you make this life, it can be your kingdom of heaven or it can be your hell. You can be God-like or you can be devil-like.
I ain't saying nothing.
Okay, so you're talking about Isaiah 64.
Okay, read it. Read it.
You're talking about the Isaiah 64. So if we go back to verse 1.
Luke 17:21 says God is within you, but I just it's just interesting how we use these. He just
Yeah,
he's mixing
it
a lot of
says
things up.
that
That's
you
what it
would
is.
Okay, go
rend
ahead, sis. Go
the
ahead.
heavens and come down, that the mountains would tremble before you. Hence the word come down. You would rend the heavens and come down. That
You
means
better
the heavens
preach,
are
Karen.
above us, love.
Okay, go to the
And then
part.
when it says
Keep
about
going.
it says Isaiah 64 verse 6, right? Verse 6 says, all of us have become like one who is unclean, and all of our righteous acts are like filthy rags.
Right.
We'll all shrivel up like a leaf, and the wind, our sins, sweep us away. He did not say, I am filthy rags. He said, our righteous acts are like filthy rags. But you have to go
Okay,
above
keep
that to
going.
comprehend everything that he's talking about.
Right.
Okay, yeah, keep going.
No, you have to go above, love. I
No,
this
I
not my
got you.
panel. I don't want to take us to church.
We can.
Ooh,
I
I'm
take
ready.
take me
I
though.
want to talk to
We need
you. I
2
want to build
services.
with you. Oh my God. Okay. So when it says
Kev don't mind. We go to
God is
church all the
within
time
you,
on here.
when it says, can you get to the part where it says God is within you?
I just told you that's Luke 17:21 and talk about God's within you. What I'm saying is that
Okay.
you, but
Can you
you're
read
but
it? Can you read it again?
Yep, give me a second. I'll pull it up. Luke 17.
21. Yeah,
No. Read what you just said.
he's about to pull it up, friend.
We're talking about Isaiah, and now you want to go to Luke. So give me a second. Let me go to Luke.
Okay, my bad, sis. My bad.
So we're talking about Jesus heals 10 men with leprosy. Remember, only one went back and said thank you. But it says Jesus asked, we're not all 10s clean. Were the other 9? This is because he healed those men, and they had to walk to the high priest to be deemed cured of leprosy. The high priest had to see you and then deem you cured. Only one came back and thanked him, and he was the Samaritan. Jesus asked, "Were not all 10 cleansed? Where are the other 9?"
Hold on. He said we're not what?
Were not all 10 cleansed?
Okay. He said we.
Were not all 10 cleansed?
Exactly.
Jesus
Keep
didn't
going.
have leprosy. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think
Do
he.
you know what leprosy
But I need
was?
you.
Yes, we know what leprosy.
Y'all know what leprosy
Okay,
is.
hold on. What is leprosy in the Bible?
What?
Hold on. He said leprosy. What is leprosy?
You mean the disease on the skin, where his
Disease.
skin is messed up?
It is not a biblical disease. It's just a damn disease.
No, leprosy. See, what Christians think leprosy is, they think leprosy is like their limbs falling off and being like,
Oh,
Who
see,
thinks that?
okay, hold on.
but
But leprosy is the discolor of skin.
Yes.
Okay. So
Y'all know that.
no, leprosy is painful. It's not just a discoloration, bottom.
Right, but
okay, look.
The problem, no, this is the problem though. This is why I can't really
Okay.
take in what you're saying, is because you already don't have an understanding of, you don't really have a deep understanding of the Bible, and you're
Okay,
using
I
things that
got
kind of
you
fit.
after you say what you say. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So you're. It's just it just seems like you're using a lot of things out of context. You don't really give us scriptures for anything that you say. You already said that you were Hebrew Israelites, when they believe completely different.
No, I said
So
I used
Yeah,
to.
right. You used to be
Mm,
a Hebrew Israelite, right? So
okay.
I'm taking what you're saying with a grain of salt, to be honest with you,
Okay.
and I'm just trying to understand what you think you know about Christians.
Okay. When we talk about leprosy,
Hmm.
remember when Moses stuck his hand in his bosom and he took it out and it was leprous, white as snow. He was talking about his skin being discolored because he was trying to show Pharaoh the magic that his God of Israel had. So he said he stuck his hand in his bosom and he took it out and it was leprous, as white as snow. Am I correct? Am I correct?
And you're saying that to say,
We're talking about when you just read about leprous. I asked you what it was. You said it was some. You said I don't know this and that. Now I'm
oh,
asking
that
you
wasn't
about it.
me. I was just
Well, hold on.
asking.
Okay,
He's
you're
saying
talking
that to
about
say.
I'm
Exodus
asking you
4.
about a scripture.
Okay,
When he go ahead, go ahead.
okay, you're talking about Exodus chapter 4, verse 6. So
Okay.
Moses put his hand into his cloak, not his bosom.
No, you're not reading King James. You're reading something else.
It doesn't matter. The Bible is the Bible, my
Okay, it
love.
said, well, you told me not bosom, something else.
His cloak.
Okay, cloak is bosom, his chest, his chest.
Hold on.
He put it in his garment, his bosom.
Okay. Exodus chapter 4, verse 67, King James Version. And the Lord said furthermore unto him, Put now thine hand into thine bosom. And he put his hand into his bosom, and when he took it out, behold, the hand was leprous as snow. And he said, Put thine hand into thy bosom again. And then he was cured. But you have to understand that this is when Moses was trying to get his people out, and God
Okay,
was using Moses
we
as
know
a
that.
vessel. Hold on, let me finish. God was
Okay,
using
my
Moses
bad.
as a vessel to scare Pharaoh into letting his people go.
Let my people go.
Okay, okay. Now, when it said he put his hand into his bosom, he took it out. It was leprous, as white as snow. First of all, that's the
It
first
was
thing I
white,
was. Hold on, hold on. First
like
of all,
leprous skin condition.
exactly, because you got to remember when
What does that have to
albinos.
do with God? So with God
Hold
saying,
on, hold
I'm
on, hold
y'all.
on, hold on, hold on. We were talking about when you said something to me and you said leprous. I asked you what was leprous. You said something else. I said, well, no, that don't mean leprous. This means leprous. You looked up the scripture, and I just proved it. It was a discoloring of the hand because when he put it back in his bosom, it turned back to his regular color. So that's
Okay,
what I was trying to.
Wait, what are y'all? What are you saying? Why are we
leprosy is
making
a
it?
chronic infection disease. It's caused by bacterium, Mycobacterium leprae, right?
Oh my
It's a
God. It just told you what it was. It was a
The Bible
discolor.
didn't tell me what it was. The Bible described it. I am
Okay.
looking at a never mind.
Okay. The
I'm not.
Bible described it
But
just like how I said, correct?
right, but what did we
It
bring
was
up?
a discolor of the
What was the
skin.
point of the leprosy though? Why are we bringing that up?
Well,
Okay.
because he thought that we didn't know what it was. He said he thought that people thought that it was like
Uh,
um
a
limbs
disfigured
falling
disease.
off and
Yeah.
all of that
Oh,
stuff.
he just want.
And
Oh,
you stated that we all knew what it was. We know what leprosy is. And
But she
yeah, so
didn't
you don't have to
because
keep
she no,
yelling
she
at her like
didn't. So she said it because I asked her and I was just showing her what leprosy was.
well, what I'm asking is, was that like a moment that you wanted to teach us something about the Bible, or
Well, I
you just?
just did because Christians, regular
that.
Christians, right? They believe that leprosy was a dysfunction of the limbs.
But
It
bottom.
is a
What is?
dysfunction of the
Hold
limbs.
on.
They just didn't fall off.
Bottom. What is the Bible made of?
What is the Bible made of?
What did you say it was? You said it was metaphors and what?
I said it's metaphors and parables, just like it tells you when you read the Bible how you
No,
have
that's
to read
fine. You don't
it.
have to go into detail, but so you don't
Okay.
believe there's truth in it? Because I'm trying to,
Oh
because the
yeah,
way
of
that
course
you're
there
fighting the
is.
scripture is almost as if
No,
you think
no,
there's
hold
truth in
on.
it.
No, there is truth in it.
Okay, so then
Regardless,
there's more.
no,
So then,
there is truth.
is there any historical facts in the Bible?
Yes.
Okay, so then it can't just be parables and metaphors, right? You understand how that couldn't be possible?
No, it can be because when
Okay,
you just
so
asked me, you just
right? You understand how that couldn't be possible?
no, it can be because when
Okay,
you just
so
asked me, you just
Lord have mercy, my little head over here hurting.
Girl, I was trying so hard.
The heck?
Jesus,
I
Shay.
said, listen to her preaching tonight. I needed 2 sermons. That's okay.
I booted everybody up.
Because I just was.
did I say something wrong?
heck yeah, no, it's fine, but
I messed something up.
I
I was
booted
watching.
everybody. I couldn't hear nobody, man. That's why I had to start the whole
no,
You
thing.
can't
Kim, you
hear
didn't say
nobody?
that.
Oh, I thought I messed something up. I thought y'all was like, forget him. We
I
kicked
Nah,
his
my
was.
Nah,
stuff got
ass
fucked.
I didn't know what happened.
out.
I ain't know who y'all was talking to. I heard only like 2 people's voices. And then I heard people
That's
was
because
talking.
everybody's just trying to be quiet.
But we was letting
Yeah,
everybody
no, I
get.
think my stuff was messed up. I don't know what happened.
Where
Hey,
you
y'all,
been at
if
for
I'm
like 4
talking too much,
hours?
I'll
Sorry,
mute
you over there on
myself.
that game, done lost track of time, sight,
Exactly.
vision, all kinds of stuff.
He ain't worried
No,
about us at all. Dang
you
host.
know, don't put it like that. Come on now, don't do me like
That's
that.
why I said invite some other people up here so we can get other
So
opinions
my
and
Yeah,
mind
if I'm
said,
doing too much or talking too much, just mute me.
No, it's not about muting you. It's I want you to let everyone be able to make their point first before everyone be able to make their point first before,
Yeah,
because I never
definitely.
even got to get to the scripture part where it was saying God is within us because you are. You know what I'm saying? Like let us finish, and if you gotta write down what you're thinking, then do that
Well, no,
too.
y'all asking me questions, remember,
I
so
didn't
I'm
ask you a
just
question. I was
responding.
answering your question, and then you still interrupted me. Started asking me
Okay,
about
my
questions.
bad. I'm
I didn't
sorry.
even get a
I'm
chance to
sorry.
get to the scripture you wanted to hear about. That was it.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry,
No,
y'all.
I'm not. I'm not yelling at you. I just want you to,
No,
you're
I
asking a
got
lot
you.
of questions, and then you don't even get to finish the first point because you're jumping everywhere.
Okay, my bad. My bad.
nah, she yelling.
I'm not yelling. Please don't play with me because I'll find your wife and tell her to bite you in the eyeball for me.
Dang.
Oh, Jesus.
Who said the eyeball? Goddamn.
Why she so cruel? You would think this is a woman from
You're
church.
supposed
My
to be a
God.
Bible woman. Look, look, look.
I'm a
Baby,
Bible
she ain't
woman.
bite you.
I'm a woman of God.
Oh my God. What type
She's
of God? What the heck?
Medea to the third power.
No,
Shit.
I'm not Medea from the
Amen.
third because Medea would have used a piece of steel.
Hey, hey,
Oh, look,
watch it.
let me stop with her. I'm just messing with you, love. Look, I'm just messing with you.
Oh,
Let me
excuse
shut
me.
the hell up.
I'm too pretty for prison. I don't do none of that. You better be
I
young.
know
Hold on.
that's
Who
right. They don't
said
serve
she's too
crab legs.
pretty? Hold
They
on.
don't
Who
serve
said
crab
that?
leg. They don't
Hold
serve.
on. Who said that? I'm gonna be the judge of that. Who said I'm too pretty for something?
That was me, Cammy Baby, and this is my backup page, and I can't turn on my camera. So
Cammy
No, no,
Baby
you
and
ain't
Millie
got to.
Moo.
I'm going to your page right now. Hold
this
on.
is my backup page. There's nothing on there, but you can click on my profile picture, and if I need to come on my main page, I shall.
This is
Yeah.
fine. I
Millie
can't
Moodle too
come
pretty
in.
for prison too. They don't serve crab legs or steak and potatoes and none of that. And I
I'm
ain't
too
got
pretty
time.
for all
Oh,
that.
this your
I'm too.
backup page, so
Well,
we
so
can't
is it
find
all?
you.
What is only smugly people out prison or
Hold
No,
on.
I'm
What's
just
her
saying
other
that
page?
I listen. Any excuse, I'm not going to
something? I
jail.
said any. Okay, I'm glad you said
Huh?
that. Look.
I
Hey,
I
I
don't
feel you.
like it'll be, oh, I'm too pretty for prison, or oh, it's too sunny outside for prison. I'm too anything for prison. I'm not going to prison.
Man, I
You
just paid
talking all that shit. I
$17 for
want to
my
see what
husband
her
some
face
Dove
look like.
deodorant in prison.
See,
Ain't,
no,
ain't nobody got time for that.
no.
Hey, I
And
appreciate
I like to
y'all,
ask a
and I
question.
appreciate the host for being patient with us, but I appreciate all y'all.
I like to
Oh
ask a
yeah.
question.
God
Uh,
bless.
question I want to ask is this: do you all think that God made a mistake when He made man and woman?
No, God don't
No.
make no mistakes.
Okay, so when He basically fulfilled the earth with women's and men's, right?
Women's and men's.
Yep. He
Now,
Yeah,
if I
hold
fulfilled.
had
on.
have
Let
said
him
that,
rock.
I'd have
Let
been
him
me.
rock.
Yes.
Let him
Listen
rock.
to me.
Let him
Just
go.
listen to me. Okay. So He fulfilled, punished the earth with men's and women's. Now, let me ask you a question. Have you ever thought about this? In today's time, you have more women's than men's, right?
Mhm.
I'm asking a
Okay.
question.
Yeah.
Do y'all
Yep.
agree with that?
Just keep going.
So if God didn't make a mistake when He made man and woman, okay, what was His purpose of making more women's than men?
You would have to ask him that question, but I also understand that some people have the gift of singleness.
Okay,
Everybody not meant to be married.
well, that's not true.
Well, hold
Well,
on. You
how is
gotta
that not
also
true?
remember
Not
that
true.
God is a
That's
jealous
not true.
God.
You just said that God made the heaven and the earth perfect. Am I right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay, so why are you questioning if you should be married or you shouldn't be married?
I didn't
Mm.
question that. You questioned it. I said some people have the gift of singleness.
No, some people's don't. If He made the heaven and the earth perfect, then He made everything in order. Am I right?
So then you believe that everybody, so that every
No,
woman
no, no,
should
no,
have
no. You're avoiding
multiple,
the question.
every man should
Let
have
me
multiple wives,
finish.
is what
Let
you're
me finish.
saying.
See, you avoiding the question. If He
I'm not
made man
avoiding
and
the
woman,
question. I answered your question.
you
You don't like
didn't.
my answer.
No, you didn't.
No.
You didn't answer my question because I asked you if He made the heaven and the earth perfect. Okay, He put everything in order, right?
Yep.
So if He put everything in order,
Some.
why are you questioning whether you should be married or you shouldn't be married?
What?
Well, who's questioning marriage? What's
That's
going
what
Well,
I'm trying to
it's,
figure out.
she just said that everybody's not supposed to be married. And I said that's not true.
That is
Mm.
true.
Hold on. She said, wait, hold on, wait. She said, oh, it's Cass too. Okay. Sorry.
See,
She,
the word cannot
be quiet,
contradict
host.
itself.
About
The word,
Listen to what he's
Yes,
saying.
ma'am.
so
Listen to what he's
wait a
saying.
minute.
wait,
In the Bible now, we
bottom.
talk about marriage in the Bible, right?
Okay, I'm trying to see your point because she said everybody isn't meant to be married. Are you saying she's wrong?
Yeah, she is wrong.
Yes.
Why, okay, wait, bottom, be quiet. Sorry, I'm sorry. Don't be
My
quiet.
bad. My bad. My bad,
Wait,
sis.
wait, War. Why is she wrong? Biblically, why is she wrong?
Because when you go back and read in the word, it speaks about marriage, a man and a woman being married.
Okay, but in Corinthians it says something totally different.
It speaks about a
First
man.
Corinthians, to be specific.
Okay, what do it say?
Hold on, give me a second. Got you. Hold on, put a bet.
I mean, are you
She
are you
not
sick? Are you
jealous.
Make sure when you're reading that you're cross over into there's other verses there, okay, that would explain more.
I try to read the whole scripture. Everyone stops me.
So for every scripture, if you're reading the right Bible, it will defer you over to another chapter to break it down exactly what he's talking about.
Precept on precept, line upon line.
Yeah, so I think you just mixed two different
don't bring that
things.
Hebrew Israelite stuff up in.
Oh
My
no,
right,
that's
right,
how.
right, right,
Hold
right.
on. Does
So
that tell you how to read the Bible though?
yeah, but we don't want to go off what he just got done saying. So
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
get where
I'm
God
waiting. I'm gonna
perfects.
just wait for First Corinthians. I'm gonna let her go ahead and read for First
Dang, I
Corinthians.
don't even know. Is you just trying to? I don't know if you pushing in something to get an understanding. I don't know what's going on, but you said right. You said that because God made everything perfect or don't make mistakes, that we are meant to be all married. How you get that correlation?
That don't make no sense because
Well,
it
let me ask
says
you
I'm a
this.
jealous
You
God
asked me how
too.
did I get that correlation?
If
how you
if he a
you
jealous
Hold
God,
on, I
how is
can't
it
hear two
perfect?
people at one time. I
If
thought I
you
was just talking to
agree,
one.
I asked the question: did you feel like God made the heaven and the earth, and did He make it perfect? And you said yes.
Okay.
What is
Okay.
it about marriage?
So where is it that there any error? Okay, there shouldn't be any error. Now you're gonna come back and say, oh, there is error. We should be able to do what we want to do still.
My
No.
brain hurt now.
Hold on. Right,
Who
because
said
Man, I had to
anything
turn my
like that?
camera off.
God is
Okay,
a jealous God, so
for
he's
one,
weak.
bottom. If you don't,
This the
hold on
worst
one second.
deflections I've ever heard in my
it is.
life.
Hold on, give me 1 second though. So, First Corinthians chapter 7. If you start at the beginning, it says concerning married life. That scripture is 1 through 16. Hold on, don't go to 6, Jesus. Start 1 through 16. And then it says concerning change of status. That's chapter 17 through 24. And then it says concerning the unmarried. That's 25 all the way down to the end, 39. Right?
Now
And it
what is
has everything
what is
about being a
what is the
virgin.
cross reference? You still speaking in Corinthians? There's cross
That's what
reference.
you asked for,
I
Pooter.
understand, but you give me cross reference all of Corinthians. There's cross reference in other parts of the Bible that
But
identifies First Corinthians. What you're speaking about?
okay, Warlock. But you said I want to hear about the Corinthians.
That's right.
You
I want
didn't
to hear
tell
about.
me
I
to
want
go
to
to
hear
other
about the
cross
chapter that you're
references.
speaking
And
about.
then if you want to cross reference, Alter Ego said Matthew 19:11 through 21.
Okay.
That's your
What it
cross
says.
reference right there.
Okay. What it
Wow.
says.
But why don't you know what this is if you're quoting the Bible? Like you came up here
Because
saying
it don't matter.
the
It
Bible
says
says that you're
God is
supposed to
a
be married.
jealous
So how would you
God.
not already know this?
Now,
Bottom.
why
How
you keep
can
throwing
he
that in
be
there?
perfect?
I
Hold
don't
on,
get
but
that.
stop cutting it off. Hold on, I rebuke it in the name of Jesus. You're not gonna cut
Oh
it off. I'm a
Lord.
jealous
Hold
God. Thou
on.
shalt not put no others before me. That's
No,
what the whole
you
scripture
you
says. You're
you
not gonna
put
cut
out
the
a
scripture off.
scripture. You put out a scripture and you ask
I
him,
didn't
but
pull out. I didn't pull out
hold
not
on, hold
one
on.
scripture.
But the same time, hold on. But the same time, you're talking about this God and about perfectness, but how can he
I
be
didn't talk
perfect?
about
Hold
perfectness.
on,
She
hold
talked
on.
about that.
How can he be perfect if he's jealous and he's the God of all
What
in all
the
power?
heck?
Why would he have a jealous uh
That don't make
personality?
sense. God got emotions. What the heck?
Yeah,
That's what I'm.
exactly. Why he got emotions?
That
Do
what?
you have emotions, Bottom?
He's perfect. He's perfect.
Right.
We're
He
made
has.
in His
He has
Why
some.
is
image.
he
Oh wait.
jealous?
We
Wait.
are
What
He's
is?
the
made in His image.
Yeah, we
What
are
are we
made in His
missing
image.
here?
hold on. We could be made in his image, but if he's the most high power that created everything and no God is above him, why is he jealous of people worshiping other
Because He is a
gods?
God of
Because why
love.
would you want somebody if you want so you have 4 children, right?
Yes.
Right. You
Yes.
would be pissed to almighty hell if your son started calling another man dad, right or
Right.
wrong?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so that
Okay.
don't come at my daddy like that then.
Okay.
So my
Hold
daddy
on.
don't want my dad, my father
Okay.
does not want no other person me worshiping nobody else, just like you don't want your
Okay.
son calling another man dad. That's why.
Right. There
Okay.
you
I
go.
get you. Okay. Now, what my rebuttal is to what you said, he is the most high God. You said you don't want no other. I got 4 kids. You don't want no other man saying this is God, whatever. Okay, your God of the Israelites, he made everything, he did everything, but at the same time, you got to go in the Greek. Elohim is plural for gods. Second of all, he is jealous. Why is he jealous if he is the most high power? Your
Bottom.
God
I
has
can explain that.
emotions.
Yeah, Bottom. I can explain that. So the reason that text is saying that he's a jealous God is because at the time there are a lot of people that believed in plural gods. So
Right.
it was a cultural thing. What is the scripture is saying is that God is the beginning and the end. He is the God of all gods. So he's saying that if you believe in God, then you believe in him as the beginning and the end, the Almighty. It's not saying that he's for real, like, sucking his teeth because you want to, praise other gods. No, he's just saying that, sure, there are a lot of other cultures that believe in the God of this and the God of that, but I
Right.
am God. So you're
Okay.
trying to make, in fact, you're trying to create this whole dynamic. It's not going to work.
What you're
No,
trying to do is not
because at the
working.
same
So let's
time,
just
if he
no,
created
no,
one
bottom,
day, look,
bottom,
look, look, I
bottom.
just listened to you.
No,
I
but what
just
I'm trying to
listened.
say is that you're pushing that he has like a human emotions, but that's not what the text means.
Okay,
Okay.
let me tell you about I'll tell you something else. He created this on this day, this on this day. His human emotion is on the seventh day. He had to rest because he got human emotions. He had to rest, and he's insecure and jealous. So now tell me something.
No, he's not insecure and jealous in the way that
No,
you're
hold on.
saying.
He
No,
had to rest.
no, because bottom, you've been saying a lot of stuff that ain't nothing scripture. He is a holy God, and that is why he says that there is none above me, and you will not worship none above me. And if that's what you choose, this is why you have the separation of many people. You choose to worship something and make something an idol, make something else a God, then that's going to be a problem. Because if I am God, you are not putting no other gods before me, because you cannot. So you're not saying that, okay, God, I put you first, but you're creating another God or a false
Right.
God at that. That's not how that goes.
Can I hold on before? Wait. So it says, "Do not worship any god. I am Yahweh Kanai, the jealous Lord. That is my name. I hate for people to worship other gods."
Ooh, there you
Yeah.
go.
So let's get back to Warlock though, because we
Yeah.
just
Right. Yes.
we
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank
I
you,
don't know
Cam.
how we got to jealous God
Because
from
bottom just be spewing out
singleness.
stuff.
you
Because
just
he
was
just
saying anything though. So
We
the
got
Warlock
to the
everybody
point
escaped
where
it.
you
So
all are right now is because the
I'm just
question was
sitting here and
asked.
I'm
The
being
question
quiet.
was asked if God, like
yeah,
you
you
said,
you got
is
next,
a
but I'm
jealous
just trying to
God,
see what Warlock's
he
saying because he
made
just
heaven
twisted
and
all up.
earth. If God is a jealous God and he made heaven and earth, and we all agreed that he made it perfectly, he've already put things in place and in order.
Right.
That's why you have sin the way you have it today, is because people want to take and read and not understand what God rules on.
Okay, look, what do that have to do with her saying that she don't have to be married, or she don't want, or some people can be single if they wanted to. They don't have to be married.
Because God rule was for a man to be married and a
No,
woman to be.
where you see that at?
Go back and read it.
Wait, but
Go
War,
in the word.
where?
Go back.
Stop the
I
whole
just
screen.
did you
Go
just
back
read?
You
and
talking about the
read
one
it where.
you
Wait a minute.
talking about the one scripture where it said that if
Listen,
you basically saying,
reading? Are you
hey, I
reading
don't
the
know if
comments?
you
If
ain't
you
gonna be able to
read
hear
the
you ain't
comments,
gonna be able to hear nothing if you're talking at the same time, man.
I'm putting it in the comments. You asked me where did I
All right,
read it
so
at?
let
Put it in
let
the
me
comments.
finish what I'm getting to. What you're talking about, which I know what you're talking about, is when a man is basically lusting after something or whatever. He said you better off getting married because he's sitting there jacking off on everything or whatever he was doing for the most part. So that
Let
you
him go.
right,
Let him
y'all
go.
done woke me up now. Now
He
I'm back.
said, "Let him joke, let him joke."
He
Y'all,
Hey,
ain't
silly.
look,
joking.
I'm
He's
gonna ask
telling
you
the
a
the thing
question.
truth.
Right, he's
overall,
being for real.
I'm gonna ask you a simple question. A simple question.
overall,
No,
Let me
you gotta
let
at
the
let me
least
whole
ask you a
act like
simple
you
screen.
question.
at least
I'm gonna,
act like you listening, man.
can
Because
I
I know you just like pushing
Can
whatever.
y'all
can I
stop
can I
speaking
ask a
over
simple
the
question?
host? No, because he can't even finish his point. You ready to ask questions? Let somebody speak. You listening
Go
to
ahead.
respond and not understand. That's annoying.
Go ahead.
I don't get what he is. You really trying to have a conversation or no? Or you just trying to
No.
push your narrative? You don't like being wrong, Warlock, like or something?
It doesn't matter about me being wrong. I
Okay,
accept
so
my wrongness. But now
yeah,
go ahead. What you were saying, because you
yeah,
wanted you to speak. Go ahead.
yeah. Because I want you to understand too. I'm not trying to talk to no brick wall either. If I'm talking to a brick wall, I'm not gonna even talk. I mean, I might as well talk to somebody else then, because you just pushing something out that's just false. And I'm just telling you that's not true. Nobody don't have to get married. It's nowhere in the Bible where it's
I am
forcing people
pushing
to
out.
sit there and
I'm
get
pushing
married.
out facts. I'm
Let
pushing
him
Huh?
out
finish,
facts. Listen,
Warlock.
listen.
Let him
No, listen.
finish.
Okay,
Okay, give me a
War,
scripture
War.
now. No, hold up. Give him a scripture now, since you keep saying you pushing out facts. And you the one that don't even believe in the Bible. I remember you from earlier. You don't even hardly believe nothing about the Bible. And you talking about you pushing some stuff out there and acting like somebody gotta get married. It's nowhere in there you gotta get married. It's a few people that was a lot of people in the Bible that did not get married.
Hold on, wait,
Yes.
Warlock. I'm not saying Warlock. War, you don't believe in the Bible?
I never said that. That's what he
Oh,
said.
So
oh,
No,
you
okay.
saying
okay.
you do
I'll
believe
tell
it?
you
That's
what you
what you
said.
said
So do
earlier.
you
Yeah,
believe
well,
it?
right. Cammy was in here too, right?
I
You
You
was
did
asked a
basically
say that
saying
question.
Okay, hold
earlier.
on, y'all.
Can
Hold
I
Warlock,
on.
can I say
Warlock, we'll
something?
answer the question now, Warlock. Do you
Can
believe
I
in the
say
Bible?
something? Can I say something? Because everybody seemed to be on the bandwagon about what I said. I'm gonna ask two questions. The one question I'm gonna ask you is,
Question.
when
Jesus
God made
asked.
when God made heaven and the earth, and man was here alone, he got and made woman from man, right?
I'm not answering your question. You don't
No,
even
no, no,
answer
no.
nobody else's question.
Okay. So let's just say that he
Nah,
made woman. He made woman for what purpose?
nothing.
Okay.
To
For
be
Nobody,
to
okay.
procreate. Hold
nobody
on.
answered
If you want
either.
to get there,
Until he
let's do
answers
it.
Hold
questions,
on, let
nobody
them
answered
There's
his
a
answer.
question.
Let
difference.
them rock.
Okay, I'm gonna answer the question. There's a
No, I
difference.
said I can answer the question for you.
Well,
But the
No,
thing is
let
you
this,
don't
and
want to
Kev
answer.
wants you to bottom, be quiet. Kev wants you to answer his question, and then because you can't come up here, because the first time you came up here, yeah, Kev asked the question, and then you asked, could you ask a question? And
Right.
you got away with it the first time, and now I'm not letting you get away with it. So Kev asked you a question. We're gonna respect the host, and you're gonna answer his question respectfully, because the first time you did that, you came up here and you think you can get away with it again, and you can't. We're not gonna keep moving this goalpost.
And we just skip
Okay.
this whole segment and
So
Look,
introduce
I'm
me.
glad I
let me
set
ask
it
you a
up.
question.
And we just
Everything you just
introduce
said,
me
and the
and
matter
skip
that
He
this
you
whole
keep
said.
three
segment.
people
Talk
talking
about
at
No,
one
no,
time.
He
no.
cannot. That's like
So
it's like a tick from this point. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you.
it's easy for you all to disagree, and I understand why you disagree.
Not no, we not.
Good.
He
Answer the
can't
I
never
question.
get
understand why
nowhere
you
because won't
disagree. You
nobody
know
be
why?
quiet and answer
Because
Yeah, we'll
questions.
drop him
questions
then.
like this is
We'll
never
drop him
proposed to
then.
you. You've reading and you've read about a Bible
We're like,
that
answer okay, the
really
There
has
you
question.
go.
War.
Now you
nothing to
talking
Okay,
how
do.
you
hold
was
on.
talking
Let them
earlier.
finish
The way
That's
you
One
what
was
I'm
talking
second.
saying.
earlier.
Thank
Bottom,
you.
wait, bottom. I'm about to drop you because you need some stop because you're not even part of this conversation right now, friend. You done brought up, please, just 1 second.
everybody
War,
listen.
bottom, mute. War. So this is the question. When you unmute, I need this to be the answer, okay? Or you can probably just drop. So, what is your belief? That's the first thing you can answer. What is your belief?
He's dropping.
Okay,
That's my
amen.
belief.
Okay, there you
My
go.
belief
His
is
There
answer
you
would
go.
have been like,
damnation.
well, what's your belief?
Hey, I'm
This
surprised
is a
everybody
mess.
let
Exactly.
the
What the
host
heck?
speak.
This is a mess.
Well, what
Don't
is your
nobody want to
belief?
keep
So my
arguing.
belief is what's your belief?
My
What's your
I
rotation
was
belief?
kid
shocked
was over
And
everybody
there.
then I
let
can
the
tell you
host
my
speak.
Oh
belief.
man, I forgot Kemi was in here this whole time.
I
Because right, that's when
was,
he
because
came.
you
He
not
did
gonna
that earlier.
yes. He did that
I,
earlier.
Nah,
Kev
Cammy was
asked the
coming for him.
question. Kev asked the question, and then he said, "Well, can I ask a question?"
Oh.
That's different.
Well, look, can I ask you guys something?
Oh God.
Oh Jesus.
Okay.
it's contagious now.
I won't my bad. Shit, never mind.
I'm
Never
sorry.
mind.
I'm the one.
Yo, Kevin.
They didn't got
Y'all
Cam
done
no
Never
woke me
mind.
up,
higher.
man.
She
I'm
said she'll
tired.
kick
Fine.
me off. Never
Bob, you
mind.
can ask me.
You're welcome.
Okay, I just have to ask this. If y'all go by the Bible, I'm looking at now, Cam, don't get upset with me. I just want to know something. This ain't a debate. I just want to know something. You guys follow the Bible.
Hmm.
But when I'm looking at your picture, the way you
Oh
dressing
my.
is
Oh
So
provocative.
shoot,
okay.
Tyra. Hold
So
on, let
Hold
me
all
on,
right.
hold
finish.
Hold
on,
on.
hold
No.
on.
No. 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 No.
Uh-oh.
Wait
No.
a
Hold
minute.
on.
They love
Hold
it.
Don't
on.
be
Hold
emotional.
on.
Let me finish.
No. No.
Let me
No. Because I
finish.
know where you're going with this,
No,
right?
let me
Right. Give me 1
finish.
second. Because
No,
hold on.
I can't. Let me finish my statement,
Yeah, let
sis.
him
You are
finish.
not my
Yeah.
husband,
Treat me
though.
like a
Your
Hold
statement.
legitimate.
You're
on. I'm
not my
asking
husband.
you a
Cam,
question.
let him finish.
I'm
Cause I
asking
want to hear
you a
this.
question.
No, because he asking
With that
questions.
being,
I'm not gonna go
just
wait on my
stop. Just hold
pops.
on, sis. I'm not pointing jab. I'm not giving you jabs. I want to know something.
You don't like accountability, bro.
With you dressing like that and following the Bible
Hmm.
is what how you're dressed. Is it okay for your religion? Because a lot of people say you have to follow the law. You have to cover up.
Okay,
A lot of
first of
people
all, you said
say
a lot of people.
you don't have to go by the old law is demolished.
Where did that come from?
Old
Because
Testament,
but
New
that's what
Testament.
Everyone loves
usually
to attack my profile picture. Let's be very
I
clear. For one, you can't
I'm
see
not
nothing. Let
attacking
me
you.
finish, because I let
It's
you finish. I let you
ungodly,
ask your
lady.
question.
You
Hold
got
on. Let's be
you.
very clear. This is a old picture, right or wrong. Right. This is an old picture. Therefore, I don't dress like this no more. That is when
So
I
why
did
you
not
putting
have
the
the
image
whole.
out there
I
then?
need you to shut
Exactly.
up, TV
So
stand,
why you
because I'm
putting the
not
image
talking to
out there
you.
then?
But I don't, because it is, and you're not my husband nor my father. So hold on. Let's be very clear. If you have an issue with
You
how I
could never be
dress,
my wife.
shut the fuck up, because now I'm
You could never
irritated.
be my wife.
Because
oh,
if you have an
Hold on,
issue
stop.
with
Let her
how I
finish.
dress,
Let her finish.
that is a
Let her finish.
conversation. shut up. That is a conversation that you're supposed to go talk to my father about because my fiance ain't here and I'm not his yet. So if you need me to go downstairs and wake my daddy up, I will. But when he cuss your dumb ass out for judging his daughter, that's your ass,
Yeah,
not
I need to talk
mine.
to your daddy. Put him on
I'm
the
not
thing.
talking to you, television screen. I'm not talking to you.
Hold on,
Because
television.
you didn't ask the question. So let's be clear. Every time you start talking about the Bible and I prove people wrong, y'all come from a profile picture. That's the old photo and I'm not changing it. Oh, freaking well. I don't dress like that no more. It's a reminder of how far I've come because that girl in that photo was lost. And she did not follow God at that point in time. That girl in that photo was hurt. So that's a daily reminder of how far God has taken me. It doesn't matter how you feel about my profile picture. My daddy saw me walk out the house in that outfit. I sat on a sink and it raised my dress up. And I took the photo. You can't see my coochie. You can't see my titties. You can't see shit in that photo but some thigh meat. And I'm sorry that my legs are fucking long. Now, when you shut up, when
We
you
don't
come to
believe you.
being disrespectful and trying to judge me off of some clothing that has happened time and time again, oh well, because I bet I dress more coverage
Okay,
than your
can I
children as
respond?
well.
Can
Hold
I
on.
respond?
Hold on. Let me
No,
finish.
she's gonna get
You're
You're
it.
trying to be
emotional.
judgmental and you're trying to pass
I'm
judgment.
not.
Hold on. Yes, you are. That's exactly what you're
Okay.
doing. You're trying to pass judgment and
Okay.
using something that you don't even believe in. You believe the Bible is a fairy tale from what the fuck you've been
Hold
saying the
on.
whole
Let me
damn
say
time.
something.
We don't
Let
Again,
me
believe
you're
say
you.
still
something.
talking. Again,
You're
you're still
long-winded. Let me
talking.
say something.
Yeah,
No,
she's
I'm not
Let
going
me
to
entitled.
say
say
She's
something.
anything
still
because now you're
entitled,
coming
bro.
at me. Listen, this
Oh my.
Kool-Aid man, be quiet.
You need to relax.
Yeah.
No, you need to
Well,
You're
hold
mind your
on.
business.
unhinged.
Let her
No, because
go.
this
Hey,
is
You're
a
are you
conversation
done?
between
unhinged.
me and
Just let
Bottom,
me
and you're
respond.
interfering. See, this is the problem,
You're
right?
unhinged, and you're
No,
disrespectful.
you're unhinged, and you're in my business that has nothing to
Go
do
ahead,
with you.
sis. Go ahead,
Hold
For
on,
sis.
one,
wait, Cammy, 1 second.
Oh
Bottom, do
shit.
you have a
You're
problem with?
triggered.
Wait,
Hold
Bottom, do you
on.
have
Let
a
me.
you're
problem?
you're
What, T?
miserable.
Wait, Bottom, do you have a
You look
problem
cute, by
with
the
ghetto?
way.
You have a problem
Thank
with
you.
ghetto picture? Because
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Bro, what
Look.
is up
Look.
with that
I
picture? I
was
saw a
letting
Oh
picture
her.
of
my
Hold on.
Swift.
god, what
Hold
is
on.
wrong with my picture?
Let
Why
me
y'all? Why
finish.
people start
Let
crashing
me
out when
say
they see my
something.
picture? Oh my
Let
god.
me say something. First of all, I was letting her
that's a hot
vent,
mess.
right?
No,
But
you wasn't.
hold on, listen.
I ain't gonna
Because
let you talk,
okay,
bro.
I tried to interrupt her a couple of times because I was
So were
not
you trying to
judging her.
interrupt me or were you
Remember,
trying
She's
to
hold
talk?
on, hold on.
insane. Like,
Okay,
don't interrupt,
I'm
lady.
not talking. Listen, let's be very
You're
clear.
Cam,
I'm
insane.
not talking to no
let's
man
talk
with
together,
blue. Cause
Cam,
now
You're
we
let's
finna
talk
start getting
together.
insane.
back into my old self.
Cam.
You never
I
left.
wasn't, hold on, I
Stop
Boy,
asked the
fronting.
I'm not
question.
talking to. Listen, that's the problem, right? It's two
You're
Cam,
men
can I
talking
fronting.
to
You're
me
finish?
at
fronting for
once.
yourself.
But listen, I'm not talking to you. See,
The streets will never
I hate
leave
an
you.
ugly man. I hate
Hey,
an ugly man because
TD,
you
let
can't
me
pretty
let
you
me
Whoa.
can't
talk
pretty
to her
women
real
like
quick.
me.
You could
You had the
never say
issue.
I'm
You
ugly.
no, shut up, because you didn't have the issue
Hold
with my
on.
outfit
Okay,
until Bottom said
Cam, he's
something.
gone. Let me respond. First of all, I wasn't judging you because if you remember, I said Cam is pretty. I'm gonna follow her. I wasn't judging you. What I asked you is this. I said, with you guys going by the Bible, I brought up something and I asked how you felt about that. I wasn't judging you because to me, you're beautiful. I'm not judging how you're because you can be dressed like that all day long. That doesn't define who you are. But at the same time, if we're going by the Bible, I was just asking about that. I don't have no court. I'm not judging you at all. I love you. You're having a discussion with all of us, the host, Alter. We're having a good discussion. If I offended you, or if I'm not going to say you took it the wrong way, I'm not going to tell you that. But if what I said offended you, I didn't mean it.
Dang.
We're just having a discussion.
Wait, so I'm confused now because
She said I'm confused.
Well, you asked her. Wasn't it you who brought up?
who brought up her outfit and then said something about who she chooses to worship. So I was kind of confused too.
Okay, I'm
No,
gonna
because
explain myself.
can
I'm gonna
I
explain
tag
myself.
in? Because I
Go
ain't
ahead.
said
I'm
nothing.
gonna explain myself. We're talking about the Bible. She's talking about the Bible real tough. I said, well, what about the way you're dressed? I wasn't judging her. If she goes by the Bible, I'm asking her, what about the way that she's dressed?
But
How
Can I
does she
tag
feel
in?
about that? I'm
Because I
asking
get
her
that a
a
lot
question.
too.
Go ahead, move. Let's
No,
keep
I'm
moving.
not judging her. I'm
Millie.
not
All right,
judging.
all right, bottom man. You done did enough, man. I'm gonna call you bottle too. That's gonna be your next name. 'Cause it's always crazy.
No,
Hold on.
because
Did you say you gonna call
I
me
tried to
bottom for
tag
what?
in before Cam started going off on him because I knew where she was about to go with it. But I understood what he was actually asking is if we're so
Into
if
the Bible.
if we're so into the Lord,
Mhm.
why represent ourselves in that way and try to explain it to someone else that we're so into the Lord? I got
Yeah.
what he was saying, but it just didn't come off right, and she didn't
Okay. Yeah.
understand
You
what
know,
he
I
was.
understood what he was
yeah, I
saying.
No,
understood
no.
that
Let her
too.
finish. Let her
I
finish.
I
even
understood
understood that.
exactly what he was saying. My
I
thing is
wasn't
that
judging you. If you understood, you
Yeah,
wouldn't
I
say
don't
That
that.
is
think, and
That's
I
judging.
my
That
honestly
point.
is judging though.
Thank you. That is
That
after
is
judging.
It
You're
wasn't
judging.
right.
judging. No, it wasn't
Judging.
judging. It
Y'all
was
done said it too
asking a
many times.
question
Though.
I'm
What's
because
gonna
it
wrong
let
was
you
with judging?
finish, and I'm gonna go because I don't want to keep
okay.
talking over people. Go ahead.
All right.
oh yes, ma'am, thank you. Um, him being, I've only known him for 10 minutes, and I
Right.
about done had it, but him asking the questions the way that he does, I don't think that he was judging you. I think he was genuinely asking if
Yes.
you want to be that person and you are holding yourself accountable and you're doing those things. Why have that representation on the internet for other people to see? Because they're not going to see your glory, if that
so.
makes sense.
That's my thing, right? So I understand how he was asking the question.
Hmm.
That question has come up multiple times because every time I have a biblical conversation, right?
I love the picture.
Thank you. Every time I have a
I do
biblical
too.
conversation and someone can't go toe to toe with me and stand strong on their beliefs, that is
Yes,
their
ma'am.
only option. I've had men try to talk to me and be like, "Dang, you real beautiful. Oh, I love the way you follow God." And then when I'm like, "Oh, thank you, but I have a fiance," the next
Mhm.
moment is, "Well, if you have a fiance, why your profile picture look like that?" So
Right.
again, I have a
You said
profile
you got a
picture
fiance.
as a reminder of who I used to be and to not be that girl again. So this is
Okay.
my personal
See,
reminder. Every
see.
time
Okay.
Now
I
you
hop
lying.
on,
Now you lying.
No,
Now
hold
because
on,
you a
hold on,
this
hold on,
is
motherfucking
hold
this
on,
Who
lie.
is
said
hold on.
she's
Don't
lying?
even
this
come
is
over here and
exactly
try to
One
lie.
why
second.
I
One
don't
second.
have
One second. It's an
time
order.
to
No,
Mister.
argue
look,
with
look.
nobody who
I'm
don't
gonna
know
let you
me
know right
from
now.
a
For
You's
can
a
her
of paint.
saying
motherfucking lie.
You
that
can't
is a
let me know
reminder.
He crashing
anything.
I'm
out.
letting you know right
You
now.
can't
You's a
let me know
motherfucking lie.
anything,
Who just
Jeffrey.
said that?
No,
You
hold
The
on.
can't
I
crash
let
said
me
out.
a
know
The
anything,
crash
reminder.
out right
Jeffrey.
here.
You can't.
Okay,
Again,
look. For a
so this is
reminder
this is
to
what I'm saying
remind
though, right?
yourself.
This is what
Hold on,
So
I'm
hold on.
bottom,
saying
bottom,
though,
because when you
right?
talk to
But I
Rod,
If
tell
want
me
to.
you
somebody
have
else
an
get up
issue,
in here.
no, be quiet.
Why
If
is
you
everybody
have an
yelling at her?
issue, that's what I'm saying. Everyone is attacking me, and it happens
I
all the
don't think
time.
everybody yelled. I told bottom to quiet down because he's been talking the whole entire time though.
Right,
I'm gonna
right.
let
If you
Ghetto.
have an issue with
I'm gonna
how
let
I
Ghetto.
dress, I have a father and I have a fiance, right? And right
Okay.
now, my father hasn't handed me
Yeah,
over
but
to my
fiance and a
fiance.
husband, like you talking shit.
My
You don't know what you
father
talking about.
has not handed me over to my fiance. So
So you can
therefore,
be
if
a
you
hoe?
have an issue, Jeffrey,
What?
I
that's what
don't
I'm
know.
talking
I'm just
about. This
asking a
is what I be
question.
talking about.
Hold
Listen,
on. Go
okay.
ahead.
I'm just
Go ahead,
asking a
Sam.
question.
Okay, put a butt. All right, put a butt.
And but see, The reason why to me it's judging, right, is because
Okay.
you're looking at someone, right, and you're saying, well, you're assuming that this person can't follow a certain faith or believe in a certain God, or
No.
whatever the case may be, based off
But
what they are,
people
based off
have to
what they
judge.
look.
You have to
I'm
judge.
not done talking. I'm not done talking. I don't know why you crashing out.
And
So
I'm not crashing out.
yeah, you are crashing out.
Go ahead, get her.
So yes.
You sensitive
And when I
much,
look
eh?
at her picture, actually, I'm gonna be honest. I've seen worse images online of
You
women.
said
Actually,
worse.
yes, I've
For
seen
like a
worse.
picture you got?
What does that mean?
Well, this image is actually a sign of male empowerment. I don't care what no one says. It's a story behind
Okay,
my
look,
image.
get
What does
her.
that mean?
Get
I've
her.
seen worse.
Well,
Let me
this
see what
That
this
don't make it
image,
look
Is that
better.
a
this
nigga with his
image,
nuts out?
this image is a symbol of male empowerment, but whether you believe it or not.
Male
See, a
empowerment.
lot, yes,
Oh wow. I
absolutely.
know who
See, a
you
lot
are.
of men. One second. See, it's not a lot of people who know about men and how to actually please them the right way.
Right.
So the male G spot is located in the anus.
Oh
Okay,
my
So
so
God!
why
you
Don't
a
not?
don't
lie.
please
You's a
please
motherfucking
stop.
lie.
We don't
Why
need
You's a
not?
no
motherfucking
Dr.
lie.
Ruth.
Why
No,
not?
Please,
let me
please
say
stop.
something. Hold on.
One
Please
second. I'm not
stop.
done talking.
You don't know
I'm
what
not
you're
done
talking
Please
about.
Let me
talking.
stop.
say
I'm not
What are you
done
talking
something.
about?
talking, and
Please
I
You
won't
stop.
are
You
stop.
are
done.
I
not
won't
You're
stop
educating
because
done.
I was not
nobody.
done
You're
talking.
done.
You're not
I'm not.
educating
You're
I'm
done.
nobody
not
on
You're done.
that.
stopping
Please
because I was
stop.
not done talking.
You're
Thank
done.
you.
You're done.
So like I
Yeah,
was
that's
saying,
You're
weird.
done.
so like I
There
was
is
saying,
Stop.
no
you're
no.
weird for
Fuck that.
crashing out. Thank you. So
No.
like I
Yeah.
was
No,
saying,
fuck that.
like I
The
was
No.
male
saying,
G spot
Male
the
is
male G
male G
spot is
located
spot
not
is
in
cool,
located
bro.
actually
buttocks
in
and
the
stuff like
You
anus,
that.
trying to
Girl,
say that
in
stop.
the
men
Be
is
anus.
gay. Like
quiet.
we're
So
not
why
gay.
not?
I
Why
can
not
I
have a
speak,
picture of
Hope?
Ti
You're cap.
spreading that open for the
You're
world to
100%
see?
cap,
Stop
bro.
crashing out and let me
You don't
finish
know
Host,
what
can
you're
I
talking.
talking
Thank
speak?
about.
you. Thank you. Can
Please
I
just
finish
stop.
talking?
You sound
Can I
I'm
finish
crazy.
talking?
asking
Thank
Stop.
I
you.
permission
just don't
from the
Can
understand.
host.
I
Kev,
finish
where
talking?
are
Y'all are
you?
You
rude.
sound
Y'all
dumb.
grew up in the projects with no
I'm
All
asking
decorum
right.
and
Girl, I
no
permission
live
no
in
from the
Hawaii.
manners
host.
because
I live
you
in
don't let
Hawaii.
other
What
people
are you talking
talk.
about?
All right, hold up,
You
y'all.
can't
Hold up.
You're
afford to come
crashing
here.
Let
out. Stop
This
You can't
crashing out
afford
and
to
let me
come where I
finish.
live at.
Thank
no,
you.
y'all don't
I'm
hear
You're
what I'm
very
asking
saying?
sassy. I
permission
hate
from
a
the
man that likes to
host.
argue with women. Like,
Okay, y'all
most
gonna
No, hold
times,
stop,
you
on.
sound
y'all.
like
I don't know what the fuck they doing. Shit, I ain't about to keep talking over everybody. I just let up to certain people. I don't know. I guess they not grown adults like I thought.
There you go, because that's wild.
I don't know how they don't know
The
how to
host
talk.
talking.
That's crazy. How the heck
Yes.
they have a conversation? This ain't one of them lives. I don't know what they thinking.
Yes. Wow, y'all. It's 3
I
a.m.
can't even ask my question. They just squeezing in. Let me get Millie in. I know she wanted to talk.
What just happened? I'm so confusion.
I forget you can drop the whole panel like that. 'Cause, whew,
Oh yeah, it's
I
quick.
think
Yeah,
you can
because if I keep trying to mute everybody, they're gonna keep muting
I'm
anyway.
confusion. I don't know what just happened. I really don't. And I
Actually, I
want y'all
wanted.
see
This is
my
who I
real
wanted to
face.
go. These are two I wanted to talk. Her and
I am so confusion. So
Sarah.
what just happened? I gotta put my glasses back
Who I
on.
wanted to talk. What up, sir? Anyways, what up?
welcome to Catch
Hey,
Me
my
Happy.
bad, bro. Look. I apologize, bro. But like, she was really out of pocket, and I kind of had to check her immediately. And usually, women like that don't like to be checked. And you see what the result was.
I do want y'all to have y'all you and Cammy do y'all back if I want to see what y'all gonna get to with that because that is interesting. I never heard this all these new stuff and then I don't know. I'm scared to let up that dang on men empowerment. That's crazy. I don't know what that is about. Hey,
I didn't say
What
that.
I'm saying,
That's
bro. Like,
not talking about the other the
her.
other guy.
I'm trying to be. I was
we
trying to be
got
quiet.
too many things other than like us being at each other's throat to worry about versus trying to say men versus women. Man, bro, there's so much stuff going on right now. And like I said, I live in Hawaii. I'm from Texas though. You know what I'm saying? So Kev, you know me, nigga. Like I've been chopping up with you. It's been like 2-3 years at this point now, ain't it?
Yeah, yep.
And I'm in Kentucky, so it's a whole different vibe too. So
Right.
everybody's just trying
So
to get everybody's
the whole
different.
the whole thing is not men against women, right?
Yeah,
It's
no.
ideas versus ideas.
I'm
And
married, so
Right.
yeah,
I'm
no,
here
that's
too.
cool. But the other woman that was talking earlier, she wasn't, and she trying to say some shit. Man, it just had me
Weird
fired.
though. That's
Who?
weird.
hey, when they got Cammy mad, I kind of got a little mad because she ain't been mad all day, and I just met her today.
No,
say something?
I'm
And I
about to
say
say,
something
I
real
would
quick.
let me say this though. The thing is that it's no, and Cammy, if you got, if you said that's what you stand on, you gotta embrace that picture. If you put that up, you know it's gonna be judgments behind it.
And I do, and
You
I
just
check it every time. But
yeah, but
the
that's
problem
nothing.
is,
Yeah, let me just finish real quick. The point is that it's nothing wrong with
What is
judging
wrong with
anyway.
her picture?
Hold on, let him finish. Let
Like
him
what the
finish.
heck? I think that's the issue right there. The fact that you can't talk to nobody about nothing, that you get triggered. That's an issue right there. And y'all the last ones that. And if you gonna get, if we gonna keep getting triggered that way, y'all don't need to say anything about judgment because y'all don't even got your own selves together. You got to be able to have a sound mind or be able to even control your own self before telling somebody else to say anything. Because especially if we dealing on these panels, how y'all gonna keep on snapping on every last person that feel a certain way? Let people think what they gonna think. Be confident in who you are. That way you ain't got to worry about it. So I don't understand how y'all let somebody else's opinion or whatever how they feel get y'all in that mode. It ain't that serious.
can I
Everybody
explain why,
like the
please?
host. Everybody like the host page.
Already done. Already done. I'm about to send some gifts too.
Can
But
I
I'm gonna say this
explain
though,
why,
because
please, Kim?
Go
Hold,
ahead,
but
Kim. Go ahead,
hold
Kim.
me
on.
and
See,
Cam,
that's where the
me
issue
and Cam
comes
had
in.
beef earlier
Because I
because
don't even know
I
you,
wanted
but
to
I
speak
have
on it.
tried to talk
No,
to you. I'm
hold
trying
on,
to
hold
talk to
on. I got
Kev.
this.
No,
Hold
No,
on.
you
there
Give me
is
talk
10
a
no
lot
holding
seconds.
though.
on, but that's the
Give me 10
problem. So now
seconds.
I
Give me
have to
10
respond
No,
seconds.
to
you
you
See,
and
defended
this your
Kev,
problem
yourself
right there.
for a
You talking
and
about
long
you
that's
got a
the
time.
fiance and
issue.
you
But
can't give a
that's the
nigga 10
issue.
seconds?
No, that's the
Nah,
issue.
see that's what I'm
Because
saying. Do you
Kev
give your
asked me a
fiance 10
question,
seconds,
and
nigga?
your name is
Like,
not
but
Cammy.
I wasn't trying to
But
hear
that
your
is the
question. I was trying
issue.
to tell you
Kev
You
something
asked
because
me
defended
a
you acting
yourself for
question,
a
defensive.
long time.
and then now you're trying to ask me
But you
another
don't know what
question
you're
and
talking
comment on
about though.
something that he addressed to
The problem
Cammy.
is you don't know what you're talking about.
Cammy Baby
Yeah,
was
just
asked a
matter of fact,
question.
just let her
The
finish real
comment
quick,
was
then we can get
directed
in
towards
there.
Cammy
Like the
Baby.
host
That's the
page, y'all.
issue.
But go ahead, Cammy, please.
Thank you. So that's the thing. So there's never a problem with my profile picture until I'm having a conversation with somebody and they're trying to talk about the Bible and they can't stand toe to toe with me.
Hold on. Let me
Then
say
my
something.
this
Let me
is fixed.
defend
You
Wow,
see what I'm
what
myself.
the
talking about
heck?
though.
Hold on.
No,
Host.
shut up.
Hold on real quick.
I ain't
No,
telling
ain't
Stop
nobody to
no
telling
shut
real
up.
people to
What are
shut
you
up.
quick.
You're a
talking
very
about?
You
angry
make
and
my
weird
head
You
hurt.
shut
person.
up.
Girl, please stay in your box.
You shut up.
You're a
Like don't
very
tell him to
You
shut
angry
up.
shut
and
Tell
weird
up.
him to
But
talk.
this is
person.
no, ain't nobody angry.
What you talking
You
about?
and that
Why are
Michael
you so
Jackson
mad, bro?
1972
No,
turn
bro. This
in
is
your hair with that Jerry curl like it's not
All
2025
right,
and
It
this
ain't
is
it
all
ain't
right.
it ain't
crazy.
about that because I
It
look
don't
is
make me
good
about
pull
that.
and
your
It's
I don't
wig
about
have to
you
off your
show
being
my
head.
quiet.
thighs and
It's about
everything
you
and do
being
all of that
quiet.
for my
Girl,
You
man.
getting
And
bye.
that
I'm
Go
wig
and
married
care
pulled.
and
about
you're
how you feel
nobody.
about my
Don't
profile
get that
picture.
wig
Okay,
pulled.
But
I'm
look,
like
look,
I
married
look.
and
I'm
you're
said,
pretty
the
sure we
nobody.
can have
devil
a
is always
conversation about
All
working.
I'm
how we
The
trying to
feel
devil
say.
I'm
is
All I'm
married
always
trying to
and you're
say.
working. The
nobody.
devil
All I'm
is
trying
Duh.
to say
always
that
working. The
I'm
devil is
married and
always
you're
y'all
working.
asses
nobody.
gonna
The
get fucked
devil
up
is
by
You're
shit
always
like
somebody
that.
that's trying
working,
to
and
get
he's always
somebody.
using
Yeah,
his
them
little Satan's
snuffleupagus
little demon
eyelashes
minions
you
to have
got gonna get
everything
fucked
in
up. Fuck with me.
255 things to say. The devil is always working, and it's crazy how you can see him use
It's funny how
different
And it's
hoes
vessels
crazy how
to
you
try
are
to
to,
get
saying
to
his
that looking
message
the
Jesus
way that
across.
you
when
But
they
look.
I
So
threw
you
rebuke
should
ho-
it
be
in the mighty
quiet.
name of
Nah, no,
Jesus.
I
You
understand.
will
I
not
understand how it
upset
go.
me. Ain't no man who's not related to me or my husband gonna have any comment on what I have going on.
All right,
In
so
You
I'm
don't have
pretty
a
Jesus'
sure.
name,
husband.
I'm
Look,
not
look.
arguing with nobody
Hold
who
up,
can't
y'all.
even afford
You don't
decent
have a
Wi-Fi.
husband.
Hold
You
up,
You
and
don't
that
y'all.
have
echo
You
is
have
anybody.
a
crazy.
husband. Thank
You
you.
and that echo is crazy.
Hold up, hold up,
You,
y'all.
y'all and
Okay.
that Timu
You don't have a
Wi-Fi got to do
husband and you
something
don't
more
have anybody.
productive.
And
Your
you're sitting up
girl,
here telling us how your
girl,
fiance
So,
Michael
approves about
Jackson.
what you
I
do.
thought
And
you
that's
went on
fine.
to glory
Everybody's
by
relationship
now.
is different.
What is
But what
Michael
I'm
Jackson?
telling
You
you
and this
is
nose
if I
job
was
is
a man and I
crazy.
was looking at
Girl,
you,
you look
I'd
like
be like
one.
you out
I
here
thought
trying to
you
get
was
somebody else and trying
over
to,
there
like you
looking like like wax
still
and
say that you
fly
fine.
over there
All
looking
right,
like
now.
booty
All right,
tank.
Cammy, she done. She all right, cool. Now finish your point real quick, because I don't get
Yeah,
why I gotta
Cammy,
keep
you,
doing the
you
same old
look
thing.
hungry. Are you
But you
hungry?
see what I'm
I'll
saying
order you
though,
some Taco
Kev?
Bell right now.
But Kev, didn't you just say Cammy? And now everyone else is responding. I
Go ahead.
didn't know there was a bunch of Cammys up
But
here.
Kev, why you do that? Why you kick her and let Cammy stay?
Because
Why you
people
do
don't
that?
know how to shut the. Oh, my bad. Almost lost my Christian side, but people, dog, just let this girl.
But
Let
Cammy
her
is a
finish.
disrespectful one though. She's one
Let
that's being
her.
disrespectful.
Let the girl finish. That way we can get our point across to what she's saying. I don't get why everybody getting triggered, and that don't make no sense. Let her finish out. That way y'all can
I
finish
get that.
y'all.
I get that. But the
That
other
judge is
girl
irritating. I
that
can't
was
hear that many
talking
people
though,
at one time. That's crazy.
I get it. But the other girl that was talking though, she wasn't being disrespectful like
Yeah, but
Cammy.
y'all they start doing direct attacks and all this other stuff because they keep cutting each other off because they getting triggered off some silly stuff. I don't even agree with the Cammy thing, but I want her still to explain whatever the situation is. That way we can at least, if y'all try to talk to her instead of throwing off offenses towards her, maybe she'll try to listen a little bit or whatever. Oh, that's on both ends. But
Okay,
y'all not even having a
okay.
conversation.
No, I ride with it. Go ahead. Let's go.
Let's get it.
Go ahead, Kimmy.
Nah, I'm done. My ears are closed.
Oh my god.
I'm done.
Nigga, I knew it. Cause she ain't got nothing to say.
No, I
You
had
look,
plenty
hold
to
up.
say. How long
Now
have
you
we
got
been
something to
having this
say.
argument
Now
for
you got
30
something to say.
minutes?
She only talk where she can cut
You
somebody
right.
off. That's what it is. She was waiting on me to speak. Okay. So now let me put you in your place. Because obviously you don't
Whoa.
understand what your place is in this whole
Words.
conversation. Right? Because
You can't put anybody in their place. Understand that
here we
right
go.
here and
Here we
now.
go.
You're
Here we
not
go.
my father and you're not my man. Honestly, I don't even respect you because
You
I
ain't
don't
got
view
no
you
man.
as a man. So
You
therefore, you
like
can't
Tommy.
check
You
me
ain't got
on
no
anything.
job, nigga. What are
But
you
you
talking
say what
about?
you want to say. I've turned my phone volume
Nigga.
down. I can't hear nothing
No,
bullshit that's coming out of your mouth.
no. You need to put your lashes on.
Understand that.
You need to put
So
your
you
lashes
have a
on.
blessed one. Figure that out on your own.
Yeah, exactly. Go ahead. What's up? What you gonna drop out?
Millie, let me know when he done talking, please, and thank you. Because then I'll turn my phone volume back up.
Nah, nigga, I'm gonna let you know when I'm done talking.
Hold on, Sir Broderick.
She got me hot. I'm sorry. I
And I
apologize.
understand
This
that.
is unbecoming to me. This is
I
unbecoming. I'm not
understand
like
that.
this. Ask Kev.
How she got
He
you
gonna tell
hot?
you.
That's what I was saying.
But
This is a new
listen,
sir
but
in here.
listen.
Like y'all
Because
personalizing
I
this
have
stuff.
dealt
Ain't
with
used to
women
this
like
sir
this
right
in real
here.
life. The
May I
reason why
speak,
is
please?
because I have dealt with like women. I've dealt with women like this in my real life, right? And and sometimes you don't really get the opportunity to say what the hell you want to say, or you might have said some things and you wish the situation happened, right? And you want to go back and say, "Damn, I should have said this too," just to put the nail in the coffin. She's the nail in the coffin that I got for her ass.
Okay.
No,
May
she
I
not the
speak?
nail in the coffin. The nail in the coffin is a person you had a problem with. But go ahead, Millie.
She the one that got a problem with me.
Sir, Sir Broderick.
Broderick. It's Broderick. I don't
Yes.
understand why people be having a hard time pronouncing my name.
I'm
Like,
in
y'all
You
need
got
to
a
Kentucky.
figure
hard
I'm
this shit out.
sorry.
time
I'm country.
projecting.
My
If
bad.
they have a
Me
hard
too. I'm
time
country too.
pronouncing it, then they do. Just correct them. No need for an
I do.
attitude.
I mean, I do. I do. Don't
Ma'am,
worry. I'm just saying.
Okay, go ahead, Millie.
first of all, let me say that we don't have a need to all be on her yelling, and especially I'll say that first. And then second, you are a man, and I would not allow my son to speak to any female that way. And third, I wish my husband would speak to me that way. It doesn't matter what you don't like about what she says or how she's coming or whatever. Just don't engage. But to speak to a woman that way, that's where that's where it comes from, because they always feel defensive because you talking to her like she's a man. All the curse words and all the N words and all of that stuff, that's unnecessary.
Okay.
That's so unnecessary. Just don't say nothing. But how do you expect her not to be defensive after you coming to her saying all those words? And I'm not saying
I can
you
agree
right
with that.
or she's right. I'm not saying either one of y'all are right. But you are a man. And that was highly disrespectful. Because I would have kicked my son's hot rear end 7 times to get on there and talk to a lady like that. She might not be a lady to you. You might not like her. You might disagree. But to show yourself like that on the internet, no. No, sir. I do not agree with that. Y'all can go ahead.
I understand where you come from. You know what I mean? I understand your age group and where you're at. You know, you obviously older than me. I get it. But I'm gonna tell you this right now, right here and right fucking now. The way she
So
talked to
you still
me
cursing.
was as if she didn't know that I'm a
I didn't
man.
curse at you. You still
Well,
cursing.
I curse. I curse like a sailor. You just gonna have to accept that that's who I am. I can't be nobody else. I'm sorry.
You could be. You just choose not to be
No, I
born.
can't. No, I can't be nobody else. I can't. This ain't AI. This ain't the Matrix.
You
Nigga,
can choose not
I'm who
to.
I am. No, I'm telling you right now. So how she was talking, she didn't talk to me as if she knew that I was a man. She talked to me as if we were equals. And so I talked to her equally at the same way, right? So this is what it gotta be. Because honestly, what's going on right now in this time and day is that these women get out of pocket with men. And then we get looked at bad because I'm just talking to her bad on the internet. Like, let alone me being her face. Like, you see what's going on. I ain't never put my hand on a woman, but it's dudes out there that do, right? Especially these YN, what they call YNs, right? You got these videos, it's going all around TikTok right now. You pull up on TikTok, woman talking crazy to a dude, and then he done fed up. He throw off on her like she a dude, right? This happens. I've never done that, and I never will, because that's not what I do. But as far as the respect level goes, it's my job. I have 3 boys, man. You know what I'm saying? I got to set the example. They watch my TikToks. I go on live a lot. I go on live. I make a lot of content. I do this often, right? So I have to really set an example. But what I tell my sons, I don't care who it is. You don't take no disrespect or don't tolerate no disrespect from nobody. And you gotta stand on your principles, and you gotta stand on who you are, 100%. With a man, with a woman, it don't even matter. And so in her case, right, what she was saying was extremely disrespectful. You didn't check her for what she said to me.
I gotta stop that right there. No, when I was listening, I don't know if you know if that was disrespect, but you did. The way y'all responded to it, because the thing is, I don't agree with her picture either, though. But I would have put it in a different way. But the way y'all did it, y'all just flat out just start calling her names and start cutting her off and stuff off rip because y'all felt a certain. And I can understand it, but you can't do that if you want to bring your point across, because it's gonna make somebody feel a certain way. So you did start it, and then later favor did
Well,
the
well,
same
no,
thing.
no. I didn't start it. First of all, no, let's go back, because what you said is correct, right? So you heard me say some things, and I called out her name, which I did, right? But that didn't start till she got disrespectful.
But I wanted to say
When
this
you
when
go
you're
back and
done.
watch your TikTok live and watch the interaction, you're gonna see that she said some dumb shit first, and then I got on the ass about it. That's all it happened.
Some dumb.
But you saying that is
Nigga,
going.
what you
That's what
mean,
I'm
bro?
Of
Like,
course,
nah, bro.
somebody gonna
They be
be
trying to
That's
run
what I'm
around here without
saying.
damn
Just
No,
because
but
accountability.
you
No, I'm
don't
on your
agree
ass,
with it,
nigga.
wait, but
No,
sir,
I'm not
you
playing.
still
I'm not
saying
playing.
the
Dude, it's
N word
horrible,
and
dog.
all of that. Like, and you have 3 sons.
Sad.
I
Ma'am,
mean,
ma'am, you a little bit out of our age range. Like, I don't want to disrespect you.
No,
I really don't.
Excuse
no.
you. I am
It's just
in my.
simple
I'm in my
observation.
30s.
It's
You
a
and
simple
your
observation. As someone who's like literally 25 and watching the
damn,
way you
my
talk to
bad. I'm
women.
so sorry.
One
I
second, and
apologize.
watching the way you talk to women and what you consider to be disrespect. Because
Yes.
honestly, she never really, I never seen her really call you out of your name. What happened was that you kept on talking about her profile picture, and she said that you're not my father or my husband.
No, first of all,
And
that
then she
wasn't me
proceeded
talking
to
about that. That
say,
was somebody else. That wasn't me. I said nothing about her profile picture.
proceeded to say that
But
I
wait,
don't
wait,
even
wait,
view
wait,
you
wait,
as a
wait. Let's
man.
get it
She
understood
said,
first
I don't
before you
respect
finish.
you. She said, I don't
I
even view you
wasn't
as a
talking
man.
about her profile
So
picture. I
so
never
then
said
that's
nothing about her profile
when
picture.
you started throwing
Ma'am,
shade at
I
her
never
because
said
of
nothing
what
about
she
her
said.
profile picture.
Based
Your
off
whole
what
shit
she
you
said.
talking about don't mean nothing, because I never said nothing about her
Oh,
profile
I
picture.
Okay, so
think I
now
This
remember
is what
what
I'm
now
you
you
did.
saying.
never
You
said
did.
anything. Now
Host
You
you're
be
did.
playing
This
coming
what
victim.
happened. You
Oh my
with
did. You
Now he
God.
did.
wants to play
aggravation.
I'm not
victim.
playing the victim.
no, the
Now he
host
We
is
wants to
beefed
talking.
on some other
The
shit.
host is talking.
Hold up. So this what happened, right? So I thought about it. You didn't disrespect her, but you did. I know she got, and I can get why she get triggered off that one though, because you flat out you did say that. No, you lying. You
Right,
lying or
exactly.
something like that.
Right.
I do
That don't
remember.
have nothing to do with her profile
I get
picture
you
though.
though. I get you though. But I think but you still like in the midst of it. I think you cut her off though when she was saying that
You
though, because you
did
was
cut
just
her
cutting
off.
her. Yeah,
Yeah,
so
I
that
probably
was like
did.
that's a first sign of no matter if we don't like it or not. I mean, or want to look at it or not, that will be considered disrespect because somebody did that to you to be pissed off too, though. So you got
Yeah.
to be kind of fair and not disingenuous and acting like that she wouldn't got triggered off that situation because she would have. Oh, rip. Just like
And
any
I
other
just, I,
situation.
I just got one question to ask, and this is just a real question, and you can answer it or you cannot because you are the host of this, and I can, if I wanted to do this, I can do it on my own
You're
thing,
asking, friend. Go ahead.
but I'm gonna ask it. Who is your significant other on this panel?
None.
Host.
Not down one of these scallywags.
None. My girl sleep.
This what I'm talking about. Like drop like that. Like your mouth is foul,
Quit
bro.
being offended. Like, why you so soft? Goddamn. I thought you supposed to be a strong black
No,
woman.
wait,
You
hold
gonna
on.
fall to
Can I
what I'm
say
saying?
something?
Like, shut your
Like,
ass
So
up.
no,
hold
none
on,
of
cause
these
wait,
women up here, none of these women
Favo,
are your significant
wait,
other,
Favo,
right?
cause I,
Didn't
I,
say
I
Hold
it
up,
didn't
hold
say
up,
was.
hold
anything
up.
this whole time.
Hold
Let
up.
me say
Y'all know y'all
something.
hear her ask me a question. How y'all just gonna
I'm
tell me?
asking them a question. Let them
Right.
answer it.
So what's you said? There's none of my girl is asleep. So what's up?
I just wanted to know because sometimes it be biased when I get on these panels and they have their significant other being able to talk up a little bit more, knowing they ain't making no sense, but still allowing them to talk and muting people's
Nah, I
mic
mean
or
a lot
just
of
deleting them
y'all
off
don't
the
make no
live
sense, and I let y'all
altogether.
talk. Yeah, a lot of y'all don't make sense to me, and I still allow y'all to talk. That's because I'm a person that's open minded and or whatever. So I don't. Yeah. So
She
I
wants you
don't.
to. She wants you to like literally mute us all and drop us, and so she can be the only one up
Yeah,
here. That's all.
I don't know
I
what
did
the.
want to say
No,
But
no,
who
something.
you
Kev would
thought that
never
was
do
my
that.
Wait,
girl
hold
in here?
on,
Who
sir.
told me to
Let
do
me
that?
speak.
I don't.
Let me speak. I did want to say something towards you though. Like that's like low key a double standard. Like I feel where you coming from, but you can't tell her that she can't tell you what to do. Then you go and get mad at Cammy. There. Hold on. Then you go and get mad at Cammy telling her how she should come to you and how she should address you. You feel me? Like I understand like if that's how you are and you're just a person that matches energy, then be that. But you can't go and sit here and be like, oh no, she owes me respect as a man. But since she ain't treat me like this, I'ma treat her like that. Then you telling Millie, oh, I could do whatever I want to do to anybody in here.
I think
That's
we
all
was
I'm
kind of
saying.
done with that one already. I talked to Sir already about that. We went right back to that again. I'm thinking we talking about something else.
And who are you
Nah,
addressing with
because we
that?
were still talking about it.
She
Then
was talking
Fabo wanted to ask
about
everybody a
I
question
think
about
it.
significant others.
Are you talking about
Mm-hmm.
me or
Oh,
what?
she
Yeah.
talking about favor. Oh, that's what she talking about.
No,
Oh.
no, I was talking about Sir, but
She
I was
wasn't
talking
talking
about we
about
were
me.
talking
Oh,
about
sir,
that.
we
You
been
you
just.
talking
I
about
No,
just
me?
wait,
talked
wait,
to
hold
sir.
on,
What the heck you gonna go back to him
hold
again?
on. I was talking to him when I was just talking about what I was just saying, but then Favo interrupted everything so she could ask you if you were married. I guess she wants you or something. I don't know.
Oh
But then
yeah,
Let me
but
tell you
after
this.
the
Let me tell
fact,
you this right now.
No, it
Like
wasn't
the
nothing
only
like
way I'm
that,
gonna have
sis.
respect for Cammy is she addressed me as daddy from here on out. That's all I'm ever
oh
respect
my
her.
gosh,
Fuck
dog.
all that. I ain't playing. Like now she play too much.
that
She said too
they
much.
like each other.
Don't
Yeah,
even
no.
put me in the
Yeah, let's
in that group and category because I wasn't trying to do that at all. That wasn't what I was trying to
You
do at
asked a
all.
question.
I just want to know how y'all go so hard on people like that. They why I sound like that? Okay.
So did she? Would you felt like I had a bias or something while you asked that question? That's weird.
I think she was didn't like that she was letting somebody who was supposed to speak the first time speak. I don't know. Not sure.
Yeah, I felt like you
Ah.
was letting people speak for a long time, and it was like
I
most of the
guess
times when I get on these lives, it'd be like people that's their significant other, but they don't say it, and then we just have to find out because we get our mics
Oh,
mute
that's
or
because
we
I
get
dropped you. I
booted.
just thought about that. Oh, that's what it was. You feel some type of way about that. But
Yeah, that's
I
what
was
it
wondering where this
was.
came from, though. No, that's because
100.
some. No, the thing is because when I'm talking, right, everybody want to keep running their mouth, and that means everybody should shut up, right? So that's why you got booted if you want to say that. I ain't got no
But it's
bias
only
when it comes to
certain
that.
people that get
That's
shut up.
that.
Not everybody gets shut
But
up.
see,
Just
Yeah,
see,
me.
but
host.
if
Go
I
ahead.
just no,
Did you
no, no,
not
because
did
Kev
you
and I
not
don't always agree
wait,
on a lot
Kev,
of
did you
stuff,
not
and
drop
he
the
has
whole
kicked
panel?
niggas in my face.
right, drop the whole
But
But
panel.
see,
see,
the funny part about it is that literally I was the one talking, and so I was interrupted by Favo, and I was interrupted by Sir above because they didn't like what I said, and they started crashing out and talking over me, and that's why you had to drop everyone because once I said that one thing, people just started getting mad about it. So that's
Yeah,
interesting that she
it's
feels
all
that
right.
way.
Ain't nobody gonna
But
get a
it's okay.
whooping, man. I don't know why we going back to that though. So what we about to? I'll try to see what the real topic is though. So I get it. Okay, we don't. A lot of people don't
What was the
agree with
topic?
this.
I'm trying to get to the topic. I've been
Let's
quiet.
get it. Let's get it, King.
True, I
You got a
still
great
haven't
idea, man. I
contributed.
love it.
We'll just start with the topic at this
I
point. We
love
don't
it.
want to go down the rabbit holes.
If y'all looking for drama, y'all can go now. I know that some of y'all be doing that. Y'all come in here for drama and then can't get in y'all out of here. But go ahead, King. You do your thing.
No, I was wondering. I mean, for the topic, you know what I'm saying? What's the topic?
That's a we on the first purple one. Or if you want to get to the first or the second one, that's the first two we did already so far. The purple one is should you stay for your kids or why, or should you get in a relationship because you have kids? Because some people do things backwards nowadays.
Okay, I was married for 21 years and with my ex-wife, and I should have left a long time ago, but I stayed for my kids until they graduated. You dig what I'm saying? I stayed until they graduated. I was dealing with mental illness with her and infidelity and 20 other things, a few other things. So I had to stay for my kids, man. If I didn't stay, the road who they are now, they wouldn't have been. You know what I mean? My son was already struggling with him. You know what I'm saying? Being there with him. You know what I'm saying? Just think if I wasn't there, you know what I mean? He wouldn't have graduated. He wouldn't be doing what he's doing now, and my daughter as well. So I believe certain cases, man, it all depend on the person, man. Like I'm gonna say, it all depend on how much can you endure. You know what I'm saying, for your children, because you made them, and you know who you're dealing with. You know what I'm saying? It's easy for us to split and go.
Me, I
You know what I'm saying?
got a bit of a tearjerker.
Hold on, you can
Before
jerk
you
it
tear
yourself.
jerky, we gonna wait to open panel because we'll make sure
Yeah.
everybody talk this time.
Go
So I like King actually had a different perspective from earlier, so it was a lot different. And yeah, Cammy been here the whole entire time, so she heard all type of stuff. So Favor, what you got for me? Should a person stay for kids? Why or why not? Or should they get together because they had kids? Curly here, Favor. You. The one I said I was biased.
Stavo, it's your turn.
Okay, yeah. Should you stay for the kids? I feel like what King Day said, like if you know you in a situation, not as far as women, but I know as far as men, because we end up usually getting custody of the kids unless you can prove something like that. So I totally understand where he's coming from as far as that, because if he wasn't there, then maybe his kid would have been in the streets. Maybe they would have been, maybe his girls would have been doing other things. So I understand why people stay. So I do understand that. And for me, it was just like, I felt like I was the better parent and the better option, but I didn't never, ever let their dad not have the opportunity to be in their life. But you got to be in it in the right way. You can't expose my kids to a bunch of trauma and stuff like that when we just live a different life over here. That's what I'm not going to deal with. So I do understand both sides. Like I said, well, I didn't say this on here, but two things can be true at the same time. I'm not going to let you destroy them, and I'm going to let them, they should have a balanced household. But if that's not the case, then you have to take over as a parent and say, you know what, this is not the place where you need to be. And especially if the kid tell you they self, if the kid come up to you and tell you they self and say, mommy, I don't want to go over there no more. And I say, why you don't want to go over there no more? And they tell me, I'm going to listen to them. I'm not going to dismiss it just because I want some free time. Free time ain't shit. Excuse me, free time ain't nothing.
Yeah, but
I don't care about that. I care about the well-being of the kids.
The well-being
of how
of the
they
kid
feel.
also
So
includes.
if they say that to
Is it
me,
open panel?
then no, you don't got to go over there, and I'm not going to force you to.
Sorry.
And I'll land there.
Yeah, so no, actually, I got a question for you before I go to Tokyo. So
You the
I
host.
be hearing. Well, it seems I already know majority of women already feel like they're the better parent, anyways. Though, but you were saying something about what if if my kid don't want to go over there no more? So what if the opposite way? Say if the father like I don't want to go see my mother. No, how would you feel about that?
Say that again, brother. I'm sorry.
The
I caught the
opposite way.
last.
Say it the opposite way. Your kids said that they didn't want to go see their mama or whatever, or see you basically. Would you be okay with that?
It depends on what she doing, because I know he was very violent, and he was violent to his girlfriend, and my kids not wasn't used to seeing violence like that. They were not used to seeing violence. So it took my youngest daughter to be able to call me and tell me, I don't want to, we going home right now. Please take me home.
Oh, you was talking about
'Cause
something personal. I think you was talking about in general. Okay, never mind. All right,
no,
got you.
I'm talking about something,
But she
personal,
still
because
defended that part though. You see how what she said though.
that's what a
Right?
lot of this stuff really be happening.
I
Somebody,
know, but you
some.
didn't lead with that though, Favor. But
You
that's
did
fine.
what? She did not
Okay,
say
I'm
that.
sorry. I'm sorry I didn't lead with it, but it's still the same. Either way it go, I still got the same decision at the end.
So if a woman was,
Sometimes,
if she was healthy,
sometimes we gotta listen to our kids if they don't want to be over there, because it ain't because you ain't cleaning up and stupid little stuff like that. It's because what they seeing going around
He
them
said
that they
if
not
your
comfortable
your
with.
child told you he didn't want to see you no more, would you be cool with that? That's what he's saying.
If my child said he didn't want to see me no more, and I would want to know why is the reason.
Exactly.
Now you want to. All right, so we're gonna leave that alone. All right, we're gonna get back to that though. That's
Why
funny
is
though.
that? Why is that a funny
Tokyo,
thing?
because when it comes to self again, because what you said, you had your chest sticking out when you said, "Oh, I'm gonna let my child, whatever decision they do, I'm gonna go with it." And then as soon as the child want to make a decision towards you, you say, "Well, I gotta ask why they're doing it."
Well,
why
don't you think they? Don't you think
why
they
the father
father
can't
asked?
ask? Why the father can't
Don't
ask?
you, host? Don't you think they father asked why was the
You didn't say
reason?
that though. That ain't
But
what
you
you
didn't
talking
say
about.
Well,
that though.
Bring
well,
that
y'all
up.
didn't allow me to say it because everybody
No,
else was
No,
going to
we
say it.
did. We did. You didn't say it.
you had the option to say that, but then you threw that in there when it came back to self. Though
I
that's just
can't give. I can't.
Whew,
oh my,
okay.
I
somebody
can't.
said.
I can't give you everything that y'all want. What I'm saying is this: when my child comes to me and say, "Mom, I don't feel safe there," we even
I
we
got
we
you.
Now
even
he
have
not safe.
a code word that says, "Are you still making the brownies tonight?" To
I
let
got
me
you.
know when I'm supposed to come pick them up because they feel unsafe where they at. I don't know what y'all on this panel talking about,
Yeah,
or,
obviously.
or,
I
or
got
what
you.
y'all dealing with. But my whole thing is this: you can't flip it back around like that. You you can if you want to, because this is your thing. But even if it was the other way around, I would hope my kids would be able to express themselves. I would never put them in a position where they would feel unsafe. So if your
This why
child feel
fathers are
unsafe,
better single
just
parents than
because
mothers
that's
are.
their dad, that don't mean that they. What did you say, sir? I'm
He ain't
sorry.
say nothing. So
Said
what we gonna do?
this is why fathers are better single parents than mothers are.
That's a whole
You don't know
nother
what
Oh
the
my
fuck you
God.
talking
conversation.
about.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a whole nother conversation. So let's go to Tokyo.
Y'all
Yeah,
fucking
I got a
retarded.
lot to say. I could be stuck on her for a good minute, but I'm gonna leave it alone. So, Tokyo, what you got for
They
me?
Hi.
they fuck.
Hi, Tansy.
Hey, how are y'all?
Who
But I
said that?
did I did
I
want
got
to
some.
say
Okay. Hi,
to
Tansy.
I do want to answer the prompt, but for what Sir said real quick, the only reason that'll be the case is because half of the fathers don't even want to take care of their child. So the ones that actually do have the child actually want their child. So
Are
that's
you
the reason why
18?
they
Are
will
you at
be
least
scared.
18? Cause you
Because
sound under the
the
18.
sole purport I'm 20. The sole
Yeah.
perpetrators when
Oh
it comes
yeah.
to law, can I please speak? Because you're a grown man. Let me talk.
Yeah, you talking bullshit, bro. Like you don't know who you
But I
talking to.
never
First of
disrespected
all.
you. Please
What?
don't
Is it
disrespect
open
me.
panel? Why is he talking over
I,
her?
All
I
right,
was,
all right, all right, all right. Okay, cool. All right, go ahead, Tokyo.
but all I was gonna say is it's because those fathers are willing and wanting to be in their children's life. Because women are the sole perpetrators of their children. They're the main ones that get their children in the court of law. If anything was to happen where the parents are in a dispute, the woman automatically gets the child. So if a man has it, there's a good reason why he has it. That's all I was gonna say.
But
But
black
oh,
women
here
normally
we
abort their
go. Can
child.
I
If you
please
look at
speak?
All right,
Thank you.
go ahead.
Thank you so much. God bless. Should you
Glory,
stay for kids?
hallelujah.
Why or why not? In a way,
I'm
but
gonna let you up on your turn, brother.
in a way, but at the same time, I don't necessarily know. It really depends because I don't feel like you could really mask not wanting to be with somebody for that long. Now, if you guys are in a relationship where it's kind of like y'all don't have any animosity towards each other, and you guys are cool. You just fell out of romantic feelings, and yeah, I could understand like that you could deal with each other and you could stay for your kids until they move out. I understand that. But if it's just like y'all are having too many problems, I feel like it would cause more harm than good. And at that point, you should just separate. But that's how I personally feel about it.
All right, cool. Now sir can come
Yeah,
back.
yeah. I
Hold on
would
real
like to
quick.
iterate.
Isn't
Hold
it
up,
my
hold
turn?
up, hold up.
Isn't it
It's
my
ghetto. It's
turn?
ghetto, and then we go. And if sir get in the queue if you still here. I don't even know if you're here. Get in the queue if you still here. Go ahead, ghetto. I gotta just make sure
Okay.
everybody gets in.
So yes, I feel like one of those things, right? When it's one of those things when it comes to relationships, is that um, that's one of the things that you teach your child by them watching you, right? So they watch the relationships that you build and that you maintain, and that's how they learn to, in turn, how to build and maintain relationships. So honestly, if the relationship is one of those that is abusive, involving emotional abuse, being neglectful towards the children or towards the partner, and certain things like that, I feel like it's not really worth keeping a relationship, because in turn you're doing more damage and it's affecting the children when you choose to maintain those kind of relationships. So if it's one of those situations, I would say you should not be together. But anything outside of that, I feel like, you should probably stay, do it, go through it for the kids, honestly. And, it's one of those things that, you hate to think about it that way. But in all actuality, kids just do better in two-parent households. But me personally, when it comes to infidelity, I feel like you have to be strong, because I couldn't do that. I have a daughter, so I wouldn't want her to be looking at mommy going through infidelity and think that it's okay for a man to cheat on her. I wouldn't want that to be happening. Then again, you don't have to put your children in your business. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's just how I feel about it, honestly.
Then last and not least, Alter. What you got for me? And then we do open panel after that.
Whew. Yeah, make me sleepy.
You know, not know, right?
Should you stay for kids? Is that what you want to write that one, right? Crap. That's what we have, right? Okay.
Yep.
Don't say yep like that, because should you stay for kids?
What did I say?
Yes. Yes, you should. Not fine. I think in certain situations, marriages, I think I would say yes, honestly, in a sense. Especially if you create those children in the marriage. Now, there's, of course, factors to that. If it's toxic, if it's a dangerous scenario, absolutely not. Some people try to work through some really insane, toxic things. And it creates a darker place for the kids. So you're not helping the kids. If that relationship can be mended and keep that family together, I think that's worth trying for. If you stand for the kids, ends up being you staying for the family, I think that's great. Because a lot of times we like to leave quicker than necessary anyway. So I think the kids sometimes helps you see the bigger picture when you're frustrated with your spouse, or you feel like I don't want to be here. Your kids help you see the bigger picture and the reason to keep that family together. Because then you want to tell her or tell him who they can't be around as a grown person because you decided to leave. No, you gone. Don't worry about whoever here. And if you don't want that situation, marry your kids. So but yeah, that's my why.
Okay. Open panel, I guess. I think I seen King try to. He was about to say something earlier. What you have, folks?
Are you in a tin can?
What I was gonna say was far gone. Anyway, I was piggybacking off of Favo, what she had said about her situation, and I think dude that left out the room had attacked her, and like he didn't let her get it all the way out what she was saying. Would you? Would you do the same if it was for you? But I believe if what she's saying, protect the children at all costs. if I'm mentally ill or if I'm doing something crazy or I'm fighting all the time, I believe you would want the man to get the child. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think that she was speaking from her personal experience. That was her case. You know what I'm saying?
I
So
couldn't tell what it was. I was confused. I just know that she had a
yeah,
straight chest when she said that when her kids talk to her, she's gonna
yeah.
believe her kids basically. But then I
No, she
said,
was
what if the kids talk to the husband? What
yeah,
about that?
baby
She's
father.
like,
Yeah. I think what she was saying was like when she broke it down, he was dealing with abuse on her dad's side. On the dad's side, they was dealing with abuse. You know what I'm saying? Seeing him beat on a woman's head and punch on her, and you know,
yeah,
and so you know, they was like, man, I don't want my children seeing that. You know what I'm saying? But and if it was the other way around, I believe men should get the children. You know what I'm saying? If I'm seeing abuse and
yeah. I wanted her to say
drugs,
that though.
yeah,
No, I definitely agree. I definitely agree. If I put my children in a situation where they had to see me or they had to witness me being abused or whatever, and they told their dad, you know what, dad, it ain't safe here with mom. Cause this man is crazy. And I don't want to live here no more. Then it goes both ways. I never said that it didn't. But in my situation, I happened to come from his side. So that's the only thing that I was speaking on that.
Okay.
okay.
All right, everybody good? We gonna go to the next one? Okay, we good. All right, so I don't think y'all answered this earlier, did y'all? Can't be here for a minute, but y'all can answer it again anyway. So we gonna start with Ms. I'll keep messing her name up. Millie? Did I say Millie?
Oh Lord,
I
that
know.
me a headache. My head hurts.
I know.
I want to whoop him. Okay, go ahead.
Which one is it? Millie, Molly, Moody?
Millie Moodle. That's what my
Millie Moodle. Millie,
granny
okay.
calls me. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna marinate that one. All right, so
She's called me
having
Millie.
having agreement to things like strip clubs, open relationships, poly, etc. How is that beneficial for them kids? Oh, I think I remember you did answer this one. You said you was a poly head.
No, I didn't say I was a polyhead. See, that's what I'm
I
talking
mean, no,
about.
I'm not that. I mean, you said that you would do it. You said you wouldn't mind that.
Hey, that's my husband. We'll talk
Yeah,
about
yeah,
it. We'll figure it
yeah. I
out.
forgot you said all three of them was good with you. I forgot. So yeah. You got that one. I forgot. Did Cammy say that? No, okay. Cam, what you had, Cammy? I forgot. What did you
I
say?
said I ain't doing that shit.
You said, ah!
But we talked about this the first time he had this prompted. I said I wasn't doing that shit.
Okay. All right.
I think you should go to the last question.
I know y'all want to get to that though. Let's hit the other people's stuff real quick. Alta, and then we're gonna get Tokyo. That's on teacup mode. Tokyo, is you there? Get off that teacup. We see you over there cheating on the live and stuff. Go ahead, Alta.
Having an agreement to things like strip clubs, I mean strip clubs, open relationships, poly, etc. How is that beneficial for them and the kids? Yo, Kev gets on my nerves. Always going for the chocolate. It doesn't. The short answer is that it doesn't benefit the kids, which is, I think when people are answering that and saying that it is, it more so goes with their own individual want, or if they don't even have a desire towards it at all, they just want to make somebody else right because it's a woman. That's usually what happens with their part. That's another conversation. Like, I wouldn't go, but okay, but you're confirming it for somebody else. It's crazy. So yeah, it's not beneficial for them. It's not beneficial for the kids, of course. This one lady, she was talking about how she did OnlyFans, and she was like, yeah, my son's so embarrassed by it, but his kids think I'm a celebrity. I'm just like, are you crazy? Ma'am, it's just like, they don't care if it's beneficial for the kids. If you agree with it, you're fine with it. Most people, it's for self. It doesn't trickle down to the kids.
Let's get to the juicy stuff then. Let's get to it. Let's go. I'm gonna ask this a different way. Uh, let me ask you this, and I'm gonna ask whoever else to. So anybody, just to make it simple, so we can get to the next one. Since you said that, and whoever agree with her or whoever disagree with her, or no, whoever agree with Alton, right? Which I agree too. But what? Let's see what. How do it affect the kids in the relationship? Do it affect them in a positive way, a negative way, and what would be reasons why it would affect them negative or positive?
If you're having an agreement with things like strip club and open relationship, poly, how would it affect them?
Yeah, in a negative way. You get like some example, because I actually ain't gonna lie, I got stuck. I couldn't think of nothing when people was, but I asking this to see if I can learn from somebody else, because I know me, I just know it's morally wrong. I'm trying to see
Well,
what.
I mean, the negative, how it would affect the child is like the one example I just gave, which is the child being embarrassed. Because he can get, like, children get bullied now because stuff is social media. So if I know my mom out there spreading it open for the world to see, this kid's gonna come to school and say, "I seen your mama cootie cat." I said, like, why do I? That's harmful. That's very harmful to a child. But again, people have to care that that's harmful to them, right? They have to care about that. And then you have their it suppresses their growth, and like it has a problem with their growth ways, how they're growing. Some women are okay with teaching their kids to be on the pole, and then you trying to snatch them off of when they're 18. That's crazy. So it's I can go down a lot of different reasons, but those are the ones that to me stand out the most. You say how can it benefit them, or that's the only way you say? I don't know which one.
Yeah, I'm just basically saying being around it though. So they don't have to do it, but I'm saying like being around like poly situation. How you think kids will look at that, and the relationship eventually will turn to, or open relationships.
They won't have a healthy concept or a healthy view of relationships, especially marriages. They won't have a healthy view. They'll feel like, why can't I have all the ones that I like? Why? Because you may say, well, I only teach my kids to have two people because we're poly. It don't end at your definition. Because what a child can do, they'll expand their idea of what you're showing them. So just because you're showing them a corner of it, they're going to look at the whole picture and decide, I'm going to take this on my own hand. That's why you have to be mindful of what you're showing and sharing with your kids. So I think that part matters with how kids see things. When it comes to poly, when it comes to same, when it comes to open, all this stuff is because you want to line up with your flesh at the end of the day, and that can affect the kids, and you don't care because, again, it's what you want to do.
And I totally agree with you, sister, what you're saying. That's just like, we can take it to the other spectrum, because we talking a lot about women. We can take it to the other spectrum. I got two dads. I got three dads. These are my uncles. This my Uncle Lionel. This my uncle this my uncle that. And I know with boys, they don't take that very well. And it turns them into a different person when they be seeing people come in and out of the house, and you just saying that that's their uncle or that's their whoever, you know what I'm saying? So it goes both ways. And I'm not saying nobody's trying to say that it don't go both ways before somebody tries to say that. But I'm just saying, like, when you start getting into those realms of where you just acting as an adult, like you just single by yourself, and that you don't have these kids to take care of, they don't be knowing what be going to be in these kids' brain. And they have a lot of questions. Why do I got 3 or 4 uncles? Why do I got 3 or 4 aunties? Whatever it is. But y'all are in the same bed with each other and cohabitating with each other. It is very confusing for a child. So I don't think that it's right. And I think that you should just, like she said, just follow God and follow those ways and those traditions of things, because if not, it's going to make it hard for your child, because they're not going to be able to explain why 2 dads is showing up at the graduation or whatever.
Okay,
and I feel like it gives them the go-to, like the green light to be like, well, if this happened within my family, then I can do it too. Like it's the right thing to do, and I don't feel like that is because of my religious beliefs.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I knew I was gonna like favor. All right, so let's go solo. What you got for me, my brother? So
What's up, brother? What's up?
yeah, what's up, man? We on having an agreement to things like strip clubs, open relationship, poly, etc. How is that beneficial for the kids?
Yeah.
And no.
Yeah, man. Before I, what do you mean? Should you stay for kids? Why or not? Why?
Oh yeah, you
What do
can
you
do
mean
that
by
too.
that?
You can do that.
What do you mean by that, though?
So basically, what I mean is that if because you have kids, should you stay married or something like that? Say if it wasn't working or something like that, should you stay? Or because you have kids before marriage, should y'all get married because you have kids?
I mean, I think the biggest thing, brother, with stuff like this, it's all about setting boundaries and being truthful. In a lot of relationships, there's a lot of people who want to do those things, open relationships and do strip and all that stuff, but they don't set the boundaries and they're not being truthful. You know what I'm saying? Regardless to kids and stuff like that, I think you have to, know the lines of to protect them from certain stuff. You know what I'm saying? And not expose them to that kind of environment. Does that make sense? Because that kind of environment can really be harmful to a kid, and you're exposing them to a lot of things that could potentially harm them and stop their growth. Does that make sense? Yeah. But the whole yeah, man, it's about setting boundaries and because a lot of people, I feel like a lot of people will be in relationships and they want to do all these kind of things. You know what I'm saying? And they'll stay regardless, right? Even though they're not happy. I don't think that you should, if you're not sexually happy, you're not gratified, I don't think you should stay in that relationship, bro. You know what I'm saying? I think if you don't like some, you should leave. You know what I mean?
Is that what the relationship about?
Brother, because the thing is, when stuff like that happens, it starts to stack up over time. You know what I'm saying, bro? You feel me? It stacks up over time, and before you know it, it becomes a bigger issue than it had to be if you were to set boundaries and you were truthful. You know what I'm saying?
Is that an issue because we make it an issue? Because I don't know if we looking for love or lust. Which one?
So look, when we say, because sex is part of a relationship. You know what I'm saying? As well as other things. You feel me? If you're not happy and somebody doesn't, mentally stimulate you or emotionally stimulate you, there's no point in being in that relationship. Let's just be honest, There's no point in staying in a relationship where you're not happy. You feel me? You still got to care about your happiness. You know what I'm saying? And I know a lot of people.
It sounds like you wasn't happy before you got there then. If that's the case, you supposed to be happy yourself. That shouldn't take another person to make you happy.
Well, a lot of people that get into relationship looking for something that they don't have. You know what I'm saying? And they're not honest and they're not truthful. They look for something that you have that stimulates them. If you're not stimulating them, like that anymore, you're not making them happy. Somebody else can. What's the point of wasting time? You know what I mean?
Interesting. Okay, I want to dig deep in that though, but I'm gonna get back. Let's get I think King. Let's go, King. I don't think you got on that one. How you feel about that?
Yeah, I was just thinking like, I mean, this your morals and values and how we raise our children is to me. Like I said, I don't know if I said it. I'm religious, so you know what I'm saying. I'm coming from that base of life and try to follow that. You know what I'm saying. So if you go against, I believe if you go against that, then you can't alter the children. You know what I'm saying? Because they don't have adult mind. They don't understand. They just know mom, dad, the patriarchs, mom, dad. You know what I'm saying? Like the uncles and you know what I'm saying. So
mom, dad.
You're right, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm not. Yeah, that's a whole nother subject. But yeah, so they don't understand poly and all that extra stuff that for your flesh. Like someone said, it's for your flesh.
Yep.
You know what I mean? It's all. I want 2. I want 3. I want. We used to do it back in the days. That's what. That's what men speak. You know what I mean? I had 3. I want 3, 4, 5 wives just to satisfy. We can't even barely deal with 1. I'm married. You know what I'm saying?
So I say that all the time. Right.
4 or 5 of them. You know what I'm saying? It's for your flesh.
Let's play straight for the flesh because they barely can love one.
in their bedroom. So you know what I'm saying, you can't defile the children. How they be confused. You know what I'm saying? So it's about the children. Like I said,
These be the, hey,
there
look, these be the same men that be complaining about the women on here, talking about women ain't this and all that. But you talking about having multiple of those mouths running? Come on, man.
right. That's what I'm saying. Come on, I can't.
Heck
I
no.
don't want to deal with the multiple. You know what I'm saying?
David,
Fantasy.
what would you do?
When I
What
was
would you do
younger,
if your
I
wife
want
came
this.
up to you, man? And what if your wife came up to you and be like, "Hey, I'm trying to, be open to stuff." And what would you
Oh
do, brother?
my.
I had that happen, bro.
Not the two beefs in this taco. Oh
Bro,
my.
Yeah,
bro,
she's like, "Hey, I'm trying to start swinging or something. What you gonna do, man?" And she
no, I
say,
ain't doing.
"Look,
Nope,
I'm tired of this. Our sex life. This is boring.
bro.
I'm trying to.
Check
What would
this
you
out.
do, man?"
Bro, check this out. My ex-wife, you probably went on the panel, and she had asked me one time. She was dealing with a chick at work and got all involved with her, and she's trying to, because they were swingers, her and her husband. So they was like, she kept saying it. You know, what I mean, like a couple weekends, she kept saying it over, and hey, would you do this and would you do that? You know, I'm young at the time, so I'm like, yeah, I do it. You know, if you want to, I don't know, because you probably would get upset and all, but I'll do it. So she came to me one Thursday and was like, hey, a friend at work, you know what I'm saying, they know this place, and you know what I'm saying, it's it's a swingers thing, but we can just go in and just observe. So I was like, okay, cool, bet. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, okay, this can turn into a, because I'm young and crazy, you know what I'm saying? So come on. So we get there, we ain't even make it past the door, bro. Her friend came in, kissed me on my jaw, and she flipped the fuck out. She flipped the fuck.
I thought I was ready for this, but
yeah, she wasn't ready, bro. She was not ready.
That was just a kiss. Imagine if the whole mouth was on the junk and all that.
Bro, I'm looking through past the door, and I see people in their lingerie. They got bottles. I was like, oh, it's gonna be a night to remember, bro. It's gonna be lit. Man, we ain't make it past. We arguing all the way home, bro. No, so it ain't for everybody, man. Even when you think it is, and you might do it, somebody gonna get jealous, possibly somewhere.
Yep.
And there are male strippers as well as men.
I'm not gonna lie.
I've met a lot. I've met a lot of women, man, who I would disagree with you, and not even women, but also men who like secretly they're into that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And when they get their chance, they will. But I think it's very important to talk about that kind of stuff. And like I said, setting that boundary and being truthful to your partner, so they don't end up cheating or something like that. You know what I mean?
That's right. And like I said, it's different when you're dealing with children and you let them see it. Get a room. If you especially if you're a male stripper or a female, because like I said, I don't want to be biased. It can go both ways. See, kids can very well see, if you think you're a male stripper, can see you on Instagram or on YouTube or on Backpage or somewhere, you know what I'm saying, on somewhere showing your junk, just as well as these females showing their stuff. So it can go both ways in that too, where the kids can see, dang, my man, the kids talking about my mama. You know what I'm saying?
So in this case, that's what I'm saying. I'm not talking about. I see y'all went back to that. I'm not talking about them being the actual strippers and stuff. I'm just saying them going to strip clubs themselves.
Oh, okay. You know what, man? It's like Solo said. It's that it has to deal with your partner.
To wake up. I know she up there sleep. Get up.
Yeah. So your partner. You know what I mean? If your partner cool with it, and if y'all had agreement, I done seen partners go together. I don't mind if I go to Vegas and I don't want to basically. I would go with my wife. You know what I'm saying? If she want to go, come on, let's go. Or if she bring it up, let's go. But we going together. So it's rules and boundaries of your relationship that you have to sit down and talk about. Like Solo said, that's it.
Hey, you know what I noticed though, and I'm gonna stand on this though. This is how I feel. People that got to do all these things, but I don't think they happy with themselves. I don't think they're happy with themselves. To the fact that you have to do all these things to fill in whatever you need to fill in. You got to go to strip clubs. You got to be in poly and open relationship. That means you're not satisfied for who you are already. First, you ain't satisfied with yourself, and then you're not satisfied with the person that you pick. That's why that's why they do this thing called spice. I gotta spice it up. I agree. All this.
I gotta disagree, host.
Of course, you don't disagree.
But hold up. The only reason I disagree is because. But you can say that with a lot of things in life, brother. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people find all kind of stuff. You can say that about almost anything in life. You know what I'm saying? But I think that people are simply just different. You'll meet women who are just strictly vanilla. You know what I'm saying? Who don't want to do anything but that. Though you'll meet women who just want to stay in the house. You know what I'm saying? I think that you just should find the partner that that is okay with that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying, man?
But what is the? That's the thing. It's something you filling in some type of void or whatever it is. When you gotta throw extra people in there or something like that, like you gotta go to a strip club to see some extra booties and stuff when you can be looking at your girl booty all day, or you gotta go to a poly thing and put extra people in there or whatever when you can do that with one girl. Or what's the other one? What's the open relationships? When you like, all right, we can get extra people. You can sleep if you want to sleep with this person or something like that. That sounds like it's something. And I ain't gonna lie, I think there's people, a lot of people that
That's
have
some white
traumas
people
and stuff
shit,
like
man.
that.
That's
Huh?
some white people. That's what white people really be doing. Black people don't really do that much.
Yeah, that's true.
Like we don't really do it like that, bro. But
Yeah, I
I
can't
think
see no
it's my
black girl
preference.
doing that, thinking about that stuff. Like, get your BL.
Yeah, because I feel like open relationship just mean you single.
The facts, right?
Hey,
You
host,
just
thanks for
want to
having
be
me up here,
single,
man.
so why
I
not
gotta go,
just be
man.
single? I
Oh,
want to be
for sure,
single,
brother.
but I want to have you too. No.
For sure,
Wait,
brother.
hey, host, can I ask you one more question, man?
What you got?
If a partner, if your girl was like a stripper, like somebody who did that kind of stuff, right? And she didn't like y'all were about to get married, would you want her to tell you or no?
You said if she was into that type of stuff?
No, like she did, like that was like she did that kind of stuff, like she was an escort or
Oh,
something
that
like
was in
that.
her
You know what I'm
past.
saying? Yeah,
And
and
that was
she's
before I
telling you,
married her or after.
no,
No,
y'all about to
well,
get married and stuff.
we
Yeah.
about to get married. Yeah, if I'm into I already have a girl though, but if she was to tell me that, I still would be with her because I love so much about who she is now. So I would stay with her. That's just the past. So.
You wouldn't feel no way, bro, that your girl
No, I
do that and
wouldn't.
stuff?
I wouldn't because the way it is, I could tell she changed from her past. So I'm a confident person, and the one I'm with is confident though.
What if
So
you see her old niggas at the hookah lounge, man? You know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't care. I just wouldn't care because that had nothing to do. Because I'm too confident in my dang on self. So I just know that and I'm confident in who I pick because I know she ain't like that. So yeah,
All right, brother.
facts for sure, brother. But yeah, I can because that question I ain't get it before. I remember somebody was saying stuff like that, and I remember somebody was like, "Hey, what if you found out?" And I asked this question. I was like, "That's silly." Somebody like, "What if you find out that your girl had 300 bodies or something like that or something, whatever?" He's like, "Oh, I'm about to break that relationship off." I'm like, "What the heck? You know what? The heck? So that means you really ain't into the woman you are. You letting the whole entire past." Change the character to who she is. Like you got some, or is it insecurity
If
thing?
she
That's
had
what it is.
300 bodies, she's unalived.
That's wild. That is wild though. But yeah, but I'm like, man, she don't act like she got 300 bodies, so she made a.
How do you survive
Or
that?
Jesus,
How do you survive that?
Yeah, it's women that got thousands of bodies that I heard. I done heard it. Yeah, or they put it on the internet and stuff. So, but then I had nothing out of that. That's amazing. Somebody's looking over them. What you got, Cammy? I seen you ain't talking a minute. Now, let me
I
bring
was
somebody in
just,
here so they can keep the talking about your thighs.
you know, every time I start talking about Jesus, that's what happens. The profile picture. So the devil uses that, and it doesn't work. But let him have his way. I was just speaking about the smecks part. I feel like when it comes to a relationship, um, a lot of people don't want to talk about the smecks aspect of it, but that is something that is actually very much important and where a communication happens. I am not with multiple people. I'm too needy, I'm too selfish, and I already barely like women as it is. um, I get along with certain women. I don't get along with majority of them because I believe that they're stupid and they hate when you hold them accountable. Um, so yeah, I just feel like I don't want another person in my bed besides my husband. And yeah, like I don't want to deal with that shit. And then we all gonna be synced up. I have PMDD, which means that I have PMS on steroids times 100. It's a real mental condition, and if I commit a crime during that time, I actually might get away with it because I can prove that during that time I am mentally unstable. So I don't want to deal with nobody else already. Like I'm already a lot
That's
to deal
scary.
with. Huh?
I said that's kind of scary.
It is scary.
I I was always wondering, like people. I ain't gonna lie, I'll be kind of blunt when it comes to that stuff though. But that's how I feel. I think like that. Just the fact that you said and you said that out loud too. That I don't think, and don't take it personal, but it is what it is. I don't think people like that need to be in a relationship because that's kind of scary though. I mean, they at any moment you just said it out loud too, and I was wondering if people like that. That at any moment they can use their disease or not disease, whatever the condition is, right?
Mental illness.
Their illness, right? They can just use that and be like, "This is why I put something in your food because of this," or "This is." That. I don't think
Okay,
that's.
that's different.
Yeah, I'm just saying
That's
overall, like
different.
that's
But
scary.
it's like it's anger induced. So like during that time of the month, I am very sensitive. But I also what they teach you is, well, they shove medicine down your throat first and then they tell you to go to therapy, but you learn to control it. You learn your triggers, and then if you're open with your partner. The problem is that people are not open with their partner. I'm open with my partner, and that man be like, yeah, you man sensitive. And we both know that time he has my calendar on his phone, and he know, like, it's synced, so he
That
knows
flow up.
yeah, he is synced, and so he knows it's coming. So he kind of be like, yeah, you get mad sensitive. And it helps because my mom does it, my pops does it. My little brother be like, what the fuck is wrong with her? And my mom be like, yeah, like it's that time. And once I'm notified, my app tells me, and my mom tells me, and even my fiance will tell me, I know that, okay, I'm extra sensitive. And you have coping skills and coping techniques to help you get through it. But if you're not open with somebody and you lie about it and then you just start crashing out, they don't know what the fuck is wrong with you, and you not honest. So going into a relationship and lying about who I am and what is wrong with me for 2 days out of the month, 2-3 days out the month is stupid. I'd rather tell you the truth, and then you decide if you want to be
Deal
there
with
or not,
yeah. I
and
get
if
you.
you
That
want
makes
to
sense.
deal with it.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. I get you.
So me, I've never had an issue with a guy that I dated not wanting to deal with it. Like, they be like, oh, you just a big ass baby. I'm not, but okay. And going about my day. So me, I just feel like I don't want to share my man, and I don't want to deal with another woman who I might be doing PMDD and she got PMS. Now we in the house tussling. That's stupid. Like, I don't want to deal with multiple people. But when it comes to smacks, if I'm not satisfying my partner, it's about communication. Like, you need to open your mouth up and say stuff. Like, and if you're doing it religiously, anything between you and your partner besides watching porn and adding another person into your bed is perfectly fine. So at that point, the world of sexual opportunity is open. So why are you bored in your relationship? Why do you need another person in this bed? Like, you need to look within yourself, sir.
That's true. That's what I said. People have to be. I be feeling like it's internal things in them to have all this extra stuff. If that's their form of fun, or if that's their form of spicing things up, that's usually an internal issue that they got within themselves. Or something. Because they got to do all these things to fill in whatever. Well, we need an extra person in here because me and you just it's not enough. You know what I'm saying? Or I need to see some booty shaking or whatever on my downtime with you. I never understood like what do you get out of? But I heard somebody say, "Oh, I'll do it for the food because the food is good." It's so many spots that got good food. Why you got to go to a strip club for some food? Come on,
I
quit
don't
it. You're not
know.
for
Because the reason why the wings at strip clubs be busting is because you're half drunk.
All right.
Because if you ever had strip club wings sober, you be like, the fuck, I could have went to Wingstop.
Yeah. Captain Crunch.
The food not that good.
Happy days.
So,
All right. Let's get okay, Solomon. Solo May. Solomon what? That's what I said.
Solomon.
Solomon. My screen name is Solo is it's like Solo Makis, right? Solo
Solomachus,
Makis.
I see it, yes.
But yes, my name is Solomon. Do you want me to answer the prompt?
You doing the first two? Actually, do the first. I'm gonna start you off with 3-2. So you're gonna do the first three, and then I'm gonna get everybody on three because we almost done with this.
Okay.
The purple one, the first one, and then the other one.
And should you stay for kids? Why or why not? You said in general or based on my personal experience?
General. Let's do general, and then you can
Okay.
tell the personal after that, but do general.
All right. Generally, yes, you should stay for the kids. If you two can get along and there's no um, violence or disrespect, yelling, shouting, yes, you should stay for the kids.
Mhm.
And what's the second one?
Okay, well, you can do your personal one too if you wanted to.
Oh, to add on that, so I stayed with my son's mom, because I didn't want another man coming in, being around my child, and she had kids, and I had a relationship with them, etc. So, I stayed to try to make it work, but I realized that we didn't get along. It was too much animosity, like too much conflict. So I left and, I went through the whole legal issue. I tried to, but I said if you can stay, y'all could agree to get along for the kids. Y'all sleep in separate rooms, separate beds, whatever. Go ahead. But when it starts to get to the point where y'all yelling, fighting, disrespecting, then you got to separate. And like with me in my situation, that was my situation with me and my son's mom. Like it just got too tense. It got too, you know, like nah, I can't do this because one of us gonna end up saying or doing something that we're gonna regret. So we got to separate.
Mm, okay. All right. So having an agreement to things like strip clubs, open relationships, poly, etc. How is that beneficial for them and the kids?
Wow, that's loaded. Agreement to things like relationship, etc. How is that beneficial for them? Well, I don't know how it's beneficial. I mean, I guess okay. Let me say this: it's beneficial if y'all have, communication and y'all talk about that, and that's what you're going to allow. I guess nobody's surprised if it happens. It's like the person goes to a you know, the script club and hook up with somebody. Y'all have that conversation about it being an open relationship, or let me see, or it's an open relationship, so nobody's surprised. So nobody's gonna get upset if there's cheating going on, etc. So the way I guess it could benefit the kids is that there's not going to be a divorce or separation or ending of the relationship because I found out you was cheating, et cetera, et cetera. But in that type of dynamic, is that beneficial for the kids? Yes, I guess the family stays together, but at the same time, it's what the kids will be exposed to, especially if the parents don't keep it private or amongst themselves. Um, to me, a situation like that is only beneficial for the kids if the parents only keep it private. Is it beneficial for the relationship? In the short term, yes. In the long term, I'm going to say no because I think that someone in that agreement is going to be more uncomfortable than the other, and I can align that right now with the whole Cassie and Diddy situation. You might be doing it just to keep the person, keep them happy, or you might have more power so you can explore whatever you want to do, even if, somebody deems it to be, a little extreme. So I think at the end, your relationship is going to suffer from it. Like if between a man and a woman, if there's something you want to do in the bedroom to spice things up or to make it more enticing, me and my personal opinion is you don't have to bring nobody else in to do that.
All right, all right. And then you can start off this one. What is getting together for the wrong reasons, and what is getting together for the right reasons?
So, getting together for the wrong reasons. You like an example? Like you want an example on what is getting together for the wrong and right reasons?
Yep.
Okay. So, getting together for the wrong reasons, would it be like somebody wanted revenge on their ex and they're trying to, make somebody jealous and that person agrees with it, or somebody only wants to be with that person because they're only attracted to them in the physical, like that's not the right way to get with someone, like what do they offer you in their morals and their values and what they have to offer you. So like getting together for revenge on someone and then you agreeing to it, that's wrong. Another wrong reason to get with someone is because you're only physically and sexually attracted. I don't know if I can say the S word, but attracted to them. That's the wrong reason. Um, Getting together with someone based on solely how they can benefit you financially without reciprocating something else in return is wrong. Now, for the right reasons, getting together for the right reason means that you guys align morally, values. You align in morals and values. You know, that's why you should get with someone. Um, Getting with someone that you are compatible with, that have things in common. Y'all share interest. Y'all share similar faith. Y'all share a similar upbringing. Is definitely a right reason because I think it makes raising children a lot easier. Uh, Also, someone that you are culturally aligned with, that shares your culture. You know, that's a really good reason to be with someone if you have similar culture. Because if you don't, it's going to create conflict, or someone's going to have to take more time to learn yours, and vice versa. So you definitely should be culturally aligned with someone. Now, and I'm gonna say that to say this is that if you grew up in in a environment where gang culture was the norm, trying to align yourself with someone that grew up in a Christian home, it's not going to work out. You know, if you grew up, in an environment where um, you view music as an art and something to pass on to your children, so that they can move around socially, like opera or ballet, etc. But then I come from a culture where I just like to listen to music, and we just use it as a way to express ourselves. We're not going to lie. So, so that's my opinion. I hope I made sense. Um, with that, I land my plane.
All right. All right. I ain't like everybody done dipped off, so I guess we just gonna call it from here then. Just give me a quick little snooze, my dang on. So, all right. I appreciate you, my mans. I'm about to call it. I already know. Also up there asleep too, but I'm probably I don't know if I'll be on tomorrow, but I'll probably be on Monday. But I'll catch up with y'all.